Hey, what's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, back with another one with a Sunday Madness, and yeah, it's been real. Shouts out to everybody. Okay, all hail Great Skull, the advisor, Doctor Doom, DeAndre, TC Killer. All hail Great Skull. What's going on, Walt Diddy? He said, "I rock with the dark side of the force from time to time." So no mercy, man. Yeah, exactly. I am showing no mercy. Talking about all this saying I'm fake. Nigga, you're a fucking disgrace. You got roasted by a chick that barely shows her face too. Now, how rude you gonna get? Run tell that bitch ass nigga. Niggas like that, he been trolling without a fucking content. Like, you got these hoe ass niggas I cannot say. Yeah, rest in peace to Draco, whatever you want to call it. What's going on, American Eagle? But that hoe ass nigga, man, the disrespect I saw over at Dre's, man, I ain't gonna speak on it. SGP on site online, not offline, but he's gonna be taken care of. I'm not worried about that nigga. Fuck him. And if y'all see him in the chat, get rid of him. I'm not playing with these bitch ass niggas today. I'm really not. No, on the internet. I'm trying to celebrate this weekend with family with the holiday season, and I don't want no bullshit from people because I know Mr. Anti's got a little purge marathon going on. I ain't gonna participate in that. I'm just gonna do my content and move the fuck on. Because you got a lot of weirdos in here. I'm knocking weirdos to the next year. That's my New Year's revolution. If you come over here with the bullshit, I'm knocking you off. Including that other motherfucker likes to troll and hit the link like a little bitch. Trying to ruin the conversation. I see you, motherfucker. Don't come in with that bullshit and you're out of here. If I see you in the back and if you come in with the bullshit, you're out of here. I'm just gonna start hitting the ban button. I watch a lot of replays on my shit. I ain't like what I saw. You gotta go. Fuck out of here. And I'm doing that all next year. This year, I'm just gonna let it ride. But next year, your ass is gone. That's anybody that comes at me sideways, period. And I ain't got time for that shit. But anyways, last week we talked about CTE and PTSD. We talked about people having head trauma. You can get it without I say combat or things like that. And I'm like, this is kind of like one of the things that most people don't understand, that the head trauma and stuff like that, that's been going around. I heard a football player, shouts out to Educated Areas, he was saying something about it. It's real sad. Greetings, Collie Jane. Salute, salute, salute. There you go. All hail Grace go. The Palace Pity. Okay. But as what I was saying, and we was talking about that last week. I think we was talking with Benny, the Wolf, aka Namer, aka Sig Diggy. We talked about a lot of that, and I think Gino made a great reference. If you don't have those things in your ears to protect yourself to get concussion, even clearing out rooms with those things too, yeah, 9 out of 10 you're gonna get those, and those concussion grenades, and it's very serious. You can get it without that, and that's true. Without combat, it depends on how you move and things like that nature. And I've seen people survive some of that shit and some can't, and it's still like that for life. And I think I saw Jamal Lewis once upon a time, and I know his is bad, but he's a nice dude. Last time I saw him was like 2017. That was like about 4 years ago, right? When the Braves built the stadium, and he had his daughter with him, and shouts out to the guy. And he waved it back at us. I mean, he's a real cool dude, excellent dude. And I think I talk about that on the Sunday Madness as well. When you got a lot of guys that deal with that as athletes, if you're in wrestling, if you're in other sorts of areas of physical fitness, or, you can deal with stuff like that, or just mild combat. But you got to understand, like, that stuff is a serious issue. So I'm glad we're delving on the topic. And it's just like, and that's just wild, man. So I'm just saying like this, be careful out there if you're going to participate in those type of things and situations. But some people it's just going to be who they are. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not really tripping on what's going on, but I think a lot of people Just gotta understand that's a real problem. I'm gonna talk about CTE and things like that. So yeah, be careful out there, man. Yeah, be careful out there. I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? You trying to say five. Okay. Yeah, I'm not participating in any bullshit today, and I'm being for real this time. Because I'm trying to be nice all year. So I'm saying I don't want to deal with no nonsense. So yeah, man, that's serious with the concussion thing. I mean, I appreciate people talking about it. I mean, the mental health and all that stuff. Yeah, that causes a lot of mental health problems. And a lot of people get emotional and things like that. And I'm gonna say it like this: I don't really care what happens. You know, if you participate, whatever, that's a person's decision. If you want to do that, that's cool. And I'm not hating on nobody. I'm just keeping it one thou wow with y'all. That's just what it is. And I'm not going to argue with somebody over something bullshit like that. Yeah, bullshit somebody and just do that. I'm not going to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just being real. But talking about it is good. They need therapy and things like that. But that's just what it is. And I'm just saying, like, in so many words, I'm just like, man, this is so surreal, man. And I'm just being real, man. This stuff happening with old boy. Rest in peace to him. But I ain't gonna mention more of him on that. But that's a common occurrence. When you have head issues and you go to the therapist like that every day. And I remember when I was younger, when I had a small depression when I was a lot younger in my early youth, my earlier years, and I'm in my 30s now. I'm still young, but I'll never forget when I was depressed. I had days and moments I didn't would eat. You know what I mean? When my grandmother passed away, that kind of affected me. And I know what these dudes are going through, especially online. Sometimes when the virus thing hit, people just went crazy and went mad, right? Inside the homes and things like that. And you need things to do like hobbies and things like that. Some people don't have no hobbies. They busy doing other things and forget what's important. I think me and my mom talked about this last year, and I'm like, yeah, that's the most important thing. But then when you talk about one subject for like an hour, I know what that's like. That's hell. That's one of the things I've learned when I was depressed. I had to get out of that shit for like 6 years till I turned 23, and I grew out of that shit. I had a small depression in my earlier teens and youth in my early 20s, and I was dating at the time, and I was something else. Back in '09 and '08, I was something else. I was a wild motherfucker. I didn't care. I broke someone's jaw back in '08. True shit. He was in his 30s. I was 20. And when I did that shit, I was just like sick and whatever, whatnot. But one thing I can say was I've understand what's going on. You know what I mean? And I just didn't understand that that's one of the reasons that you got to take that far. But man, that's just one of the reasons, man. I'm not really impressed by certain dudes when they talk about other shit. But when I have those problems, I used to have, that was back in the day and things like that. I'm cleared up now. I'm better than before. But I have my spurts of it there and there. But outside of that, I'm good. You know what I mean? Because I ain't to the point that's clinical. So I've been around for a while and, doing this type of content for years. And then I stepped away from it at the age of, I would say, 05, I'll say about 27. I stopped when I was 26 doing it. And then at 27, I didn't want to come back and do it. And it took me like a 6-year hiatus. I'm in my 30s now trying to see what I need to do on this content and then do something else and expand it even more. So that's one thing. That's one thing. And that's just one thing only. And I think part of that is what you see here. So, you know, and that's just how it is. So in so many words, I'm just like, it's happening. I'm learning a lot about myself too. So I'm not really upset over it, you know, and things like that. But yeah, you know, I talked about that last week, and I think we had a great discussion, and we talked about certain things, certain problems with certain individuals. You just go in there and just do your thing. Yeah, man. I'm just saying, like, it's something else. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm not really worried about anything like that. So it's just like I'm just gonna keep it a thou wow with y'all, man. I ain't trying to do all this little drama shit, you know. I talk about simple topics and just keep what's realistic, man. Like some people, they want attention, and we need to discuss problems like this. This is basic problems, like you know, we can discuss and do whatever, and it's just crazy. You know, I mean, people show their true colors. I mean, last night, I ain't gonna get into what I saw last night and early this morning, and just this is crazy. I enjoyed last night over at For the Record TV and things like that. We was entertained and we're doing our thing, and that's it. So in so many words, I'm just like, okay, this is cool, having fun, whatever. Get your mind off the bad things, whatnot. But what I can say in so many words, I feel like this is a real issue when you talk about CTE and things like that nature, and you just and expound on. And that's just like saying, like in so many words, you really got to be focused on what you're doing. So always have hobbies to get your mind clear out of depression. And sometimes exercise is good. Eat the right things, and you're great. Because when I was depressed, I was eating bad shit. I didn't even care. I was just being barbaric with the stuff. You know what I mean? And then I fought through that for 6 years. I know what that's like. I know what that's like, you know, when you almost about to lose everything and things like that. And then, you know, I was in a relationship when I was sick. I was on medication. I was not gonna pay no $500 for that shit ever again. I was done. And after that, I did good. So when I see other people depressed, when I finally first time having a job in my late 20s, I like a late bloomer on the jobs. I worked there for 2 years, and I saw a lot of broken people when the economy was about to collapse and everything. And it really stresses people out. I was like that ear and that voice, and I listen to the problems like that. Why I see in these spaces, and I'm going to use this example. Most people are depressed. I can tell on panels and things like that. Wherever it's going on at home, it affects them. But I try not to get involved into the bullshit what they dealt with. Like if they talk about relationships and female problems, that's their problem. You know, I'm not gonna fix that. I'm not no somebody's fucking therapist. What's going on, Gino? Salute. And I'm just not dealing with the bullshit right now. Like, I love talking about it because this is a discussion in an area that men need to deal with, especially black men that have these CTE problems, PTSD in the military, and you hear their problems. I don't care what branch. I salute all brothers that serve this great, what they will say, this great nation, which is theirs, you know, and it's most people say is ours. So there's no hate here. I mean, if you serve the military, I respect you. You know, you are a true patriot to your people. I'm not trying to act like no hero or anything. I'm still a villain end of the day, but I give what the respect is due. You know what I mean? Honor and class and dignity. And sometimes you got to live right before you choose that path. So as I said, man, like I enjoyed last two streams on the replays I saw. I was impressed with the political streams I did, and I did the Thursday open discussions. I did that, and those days are good. So what do you have is you're not trying to follow that. I'm just saying nobody's trying to be bothered with that. You know what I mean? And I like talking about those topics. I do what the fuck I want on my channel. If you don't like it, you can leave. It's that simple. It's not that hard. Why are you here? I tell people, if my shit is boring to you, why do you click on it? It don't make no damn sense. It's easy to click off. I'm not hating on nobody in the chat here. Y'all good. It's just the ones that always say that they can go fuck themselves. I'm not in the mood to battle bitch ass niggas that don't like my content. They can go hold one. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say on that matter. And that individual wants to throw shine. He said, "Don't share shit." All right, then, fuck you. Okay, this is Sunday Madness. So I'm gonna be a little petty on this one. Fuck you and your little bitch ass with them ugly ass pretty suits. You little bitch. Don't ever mention my name on another person's panel again, and don't disrespect his guest. I just came there for man conversation, and thank you, DeAndre, for letting me know. And it takes me back to what the man did on the panel, and he was talking about women all the time. If I see anybody that deals in that conversation and complaining or list, you're off my fucking panel. Your ass is in the chat. I am tired of hearing about no motherfucking list. Don't bring that bullshit up here. It has to be revolved around men's stuff, our little problems. I don't want to hear about what the opposite sex or whatever and these hoes think. Fuck them. And y'all know what nigga I'm talking about. That bitch ass nigga that disrespect DeAndre, man. That's horrible. As black men, and shouts out to the Supreme Mayor. Thank you. I'm glad it resonated with me. And I heard that clip that he did over at Auntie's. What very disrespectful. So bitch ass nigga, don't come this way. You're gonna be sniped on sight by my mods. You come on this panel, you're gone. I don't treat y'all like that other bitch ass nigga with the little bitty hands from LA. That little plat looking bitch. Always talking about Cynthia G all day. Fuck him too. And whoever. If you come over here, I'm gonna bounce your ass. Don't come on my channel with that bullshit. You bitch ass niggas, man. Like always gonna complain online. This is YouTube. Like we make conversation that's good, but don't come here with that weak ass shit, man. I mean, I'm so tired of these bitch ass niggas from the West Coast, man. They're so pussy, man. I don't want to say the other word, but you know what I mean? But y'all a bunch of fairies to me. If I see him in that chat, you're gone, nigga. If y'all cool with him, the mods you cool, you be cool with him. That's cool. But I'm not gonna be over his platform no more. He told me don't share the shit. He was aiming at me, really. He wasn't really aiming at you, Elder. He was aiming at me. He was mad. And I don't have 1,300 subscribers, you bitch ass nigga. I'm not a coward that hides my subscribers, you little bitch. Get it right, motherfucker. It's 1,000 and something plus. So don't get me started. I get mines, nigga. I got mines 2 years ago. So fuck you. You bitch ass jism nigga. And shouts out to Big J. Big J, if you have an issue with that nigga, I'm gonna roast him in the chat for you. Fuck that nigga. It's on deck, nigga. Now I'm gonna be in troll mode on your bitch ass. Yeah. Y'all have my permission to troll this bitch ass nigga. It's on deck, man. Fuck that nigga. And I don't like Oblivion calling him jism, but you know what? I have to agree with his weak ass. I don't like his crippled ass either, but yeah, he was right. Yeah. Now the gloves is off, nigga. Now the gloves is off. I'm gonna roast your bitch ass from now on. I'm gonna mock your bitch ass like I do everybody else. Don't you dare disrespect me and my channel. I don't know you in real life. I don't know you, and fuck your family and fuck yours. Don't come at me with that bullshit, and fuck the people that co-sign that shit to put a battery in your back. If I ever see any of you coming at me sideways and jumping on him, fuck you. I'm not talking about my minds that support you. You support them, that's cool. But them other niggas that want to talk shit, that hating on me and the villains, fuck you. It's that simple. I show no mercy to this bitch. I have the same energy. I'm not gonna argue with it on my panel or anybody else's panel. I just don't fuck with you. It's that simple. It only takes one time. I'm done being nice to bitch ass niggas like that. That was my excuse to show hand. I need to stop giving people benefit of the doubt. That's my little bit of weakness I need to work on. I will online, really, but offline I don't do that. I don't trust these weak ass niggas like that. See, I'm gonna stick to my standard like I always said in 2000. I don't trust niggas. That derelict fuck. A fake ass pimp. He's the fraud. Bitch ass nigga. Fuck you. Why you always want to tell somebody, show your face? You a bitch. Yeah, I'm gonna get in your ass today, nigga. You gay as hell for that shit. I've never seen a bitch ass nigga always want to cry about shit. You the main ones to be crying. Y'all the same niggas that be crying. You do the same thing too on the game side. That's true. See, I don't believe in none of this shit. So I'm a natural. I stand alone, nigga. I'm a villain. I don't give a fuck about these hoes thing or what you think. Fuck a bitch and fuck you. You act like a bitch with your estrogen ass. It's not masculine, motherfucker. You ain't no sir. You a bitch. Don't come here in my way. So fuck you. Yeah, it's on deck, nigga. If I see you in person, I'm gonna knock your lights out for real. Don't you ever disrespect me again, you bitch ass nigga. And don't try to bring Cuda into this, you pussy. Hold your own nuts. Fucking fairy. Fuck you. But anyways, but fuck that nigga. But see, this is the type of shit that we're talking about. He's not even worthy of a masculine sector. He made his own space, call himself the Mac. That shit is dead, nigga, after 9/11. The madams is whooping y'all asses. Man, y'all some pussies, man. Fuck y'all niggas, man. I'm for real. I'm for real this time. Yes, I'm a villain for the villain sector, but you niggas, man, y'all a bunch of bitch ass niggas, man. I'm sick of you bitch ass niggas so much. This is why I can't stand the whole internet, Google, and YouTube, period. I can't wait till they murk this shit, man, in the future. Have separate internets. I'm just saying. It needs to be that way. I wish they have a legislation to get rid of niggas like that are a bunch of insurgents. I don't even want to call him a dare. He's an insurgent to me now. That got me hot this morning. I didn't like hearing that. We was going to have a masculine conversation. I like that list that DeAndre researched it, and that pissed me off a little bit, and I didn't try to let it too, but it's a light rant. I ain't gonna get pissed off about that weak ass nigga, man. If he come through, he's gone. I ain't dealing with that bullshit. If I see him in person, I'm gonna knock his brains out and put him in the ground. You won't see him again. I promise you. He come to the state of Georgia, he gonna be missing. I'm telling you that right now. And that's a promise, nigga. Keep my name out your fucking mouth. You try to ambush me, I'm gonna cuss you out and flame your ass. And I'll ruin someone else's stream. You bitch ass nigga. Don't come out my way on this side ever again. Don't stop sharing your bitch ass shit anyway, you hoe ass nigga. That's on GP. So fuck you. Like I said, fuck that nigga. But anyways, yeah, man. See, I'm tired of these weak motherfuckers always double talk and do all this shit. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, I understand people got head issues. I respect people that's in the chat that have personal problems. That's your thing. That's cool. That's why I do open discussion. We can talk it lightly on it. But when you got niggas like this as a distraction, and I like what the elder said. Yes, he ruins the size of the community. I try to be fair. I try to be a fair person to people. I try to be fair. But sometimes you just got to flame a nigga, man. That bitch ass nigga gets on my nerves, man. It's a lot of niggas like him in my family that are fucking disgusting and disgraceful. That's not a man. That's a fucking male. That's a boy. A 51-year-old bitch. I'm going to start to agree with Fitnelli cooking your ass. I don't even like his bitch ass. He had a point why you roasted him. Yeah. Yeah, you may roast him twice, but they weak as hell. Worrying about a man's looks. Yeah, I give him that. But I say fuck both of y'all to this day, but I'm just saying, but my nigga, come this way, you out of here, man. Like I said, like, I understand why people got a lot of head issues. I know they've been in the military and things like that. I know it's a sensitive topic. You know, I'm gonna tread lightly in sports and things like that. But if you young guys listening, be careful, be safe, listen to what your instructor said or yourself, and just be kind, you know. But on this YouTube thing, don't take this shit as entertainment. I came here to bring knowledge. That's what I come here to YouTube for. I didn't come here for money. In case y'all didn't know that. I don't broadcast that. I don't flex. I'm not here for that. I'm good. Don't worry about me and my life. Quit trying to run somebody's pockets. Stop pocket watching. Yeah, I'm gonna say yo bitch ass stop pocket watching. That's a fucking problem with these niggas, man. Y'all need to be executed for real. I wish they bring back the death penalty, man. I hate niggas like that. They get on my goddamn nerves. Yeah, it's Sunday Mass. I'm gonna be petty and I'm gonna drop some knowledge. But that bitch ass nigga is not welcome on this side. I create my own shit to get away from y'all ass since March. I've been planning this shit. Don't be jealous. Ugly ass motherfucker. You a bitch. That's what you are, man. Yeah, he had to go left field. Fuck him. Yeah, thank you. That's what I'm talking about. Cliffs, I'm catching where he's getting Debo from me. Yeah, yeah. It's on GP. Fuck him. I mean, I'm sorry, y'all, but you know, I had to get that light ran out. But like I said, man, but shouts out to Naaman for that last live stream we did on Sunday, last Sunday, and I enjoyed it. It's a good conversation, but I had a little fuckery to that books boy. Try to put me in a box. No, nigga, fuck you too. And fuck anybody that co-signed that shit over there. There's a reason why Auntie's doing it. He wants y'all to get it out. If y'all have problems, go over there. But over here, keep it off my shit. It's that simple. It's that simple. If you can't do that, you're gone. Period. I'm not playing with y'all this year or next year. Because this year I'm gonna let you rock. Next year, you come this way, you're gone. I'm not playing next year. Because I'm going to stop going on panels and stay in the chat from now on because you niggas don't know how to act, man. You act like a bunch of females. Bunch of gals, man. Too much estrogen, man. I ain't got time for that shit. If you don't like the content or me, go fuck yourself. Hop off the damn panel. But you niggas is weak, man. I'm telling you, man. I don't take you niggas seriously. I don't take you seriously. You can flash all the money like a bitch. I said this in a vlog stream about Young Dolph or what's wrong with black people. If they stop fucking flexing and do something with their shit and stop complaining about these fucking harlots and hoes out here, you'll have something in life. You will have a legacy. I say fuck all three generations. I say fuck generational supremacy. Period. I don't give a fuck about generational supremacy. We're teaching alpha and beta generation that are young, that are born or whatever in this madness of the virus that we got now. I try to tell Art, I don't give a fuck about the Z's. When they get to my age, they're going to be the leaders now. See, once they're 18 and above, you're a leader now, motherfucker. Until like, I'll say 18 to 40 years old. That's the plus right there. This is where you start growing. To be an elder, you're 50 or 60. Shout out to DeAndre for saying that. He said that on my stream. We got to understand we're in gear now. So wherever you do right now, you apply it outside of here. That's what I try to do every day. I don't be on this shit a lot. Sometimes I'll be in the clouds watching. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times I don't even want to do panels anymore. Like I'll do my panels on my side. Don't y'all worry. I just don't do panels on any places. I'm done with the bitch assness. Unless it's reasonable with the people in this circle, we're good. And I don't participate in that. I just don't. What's going on, Art? Salute. But you got niggas, man, like always on some bitch shit. Like, I'm tired of these people like that, man. Like, that gets on my nerves, man. Bruh, stop hating. I'm already hated enough. I can accept the hate, but bruh, I don't care about Z's like that. I'm biased. I'm sorry. If you're OZ, yeah, I can help you a little bit and tell you just be a leader. That's it. But if you're a young Z, I can't help you. You got to think for yourself, man, because you grew up in technology. And I think me and Sarun said something off air. We just keep it what it is. This is it. Now you got to be the example of the alpha and beta. Now, 1G's is a millennial. It was a decent string. Yeah, it's a little fuckery we had last Friday, but we took something away from that. That string was very educational the other 4 hours. And we did very good. And so the whole point was the first 4 hours, yeah, it was a little fuckery because with Sheed and James. So don't worry about them too. They'll be all right. But what I saw the other 4 hours, I stayed on and I said, you know what? Let's talk about some real shit. And we did. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the self live stream I did. I was going to participate in Third Ward Stream, and I know we had our little madness. I mean, shouts out to the For Record TV, the whole team, the whole squad. Great show. I was tired and drained, and had a good live stream like that on the panel in a while. You know what I mean? The last time I think it was with Juan G's. He broke a record, man. Yeah, he fell asleep. But yeah, I've been knocking streams left and right, giving knowledge, dropping gems on here left and right. I'm trying to enjoy this week. I ain't trying to get pissed in around Christmas time. If I see any dude trying to come at me sideways, you're gone. I'm not playing with nobody. I mean, this year I'm setting the record straight. That's why I'm glad I did the afternoon Sunday Madness for a reason. I was tired doing Sunday streams at nighttime. I just really am. I'm sick of this shit. Yeah, man. I'm tired of sucker ass niggas for now on. Like, if you got something to say it to my face. Say my name on the panel, and let's deal with it. And we'll leave it from there. But I'm not gonna argue with your ass. I'll hop off the panel and let the host decide or whatever. And I tell them I'll leave. I'll watch it from the clouds in the chat. I can do that. That ain't no problem. But you're not gonna make me leave on someone else's platform. This ain't no gang banging shit. Get that out of your fucking head, nigga. You're nobody off this shit. You're just a fucking user. I mean, yeah, you're a name and avatar and everything else. And then even if you cam up, you're just a person with content. You're just another number no one cares about. You're always gonna get replaced on this shit. Remember that, motherfucker. I don't like niggas like that. I'm sorry. Like, I'm a little heated, but I don't like bitch ass niggas like that. He ain't welcome on this side. Damn straight on this side. I mean that. Like, I'm not going to tolerate no bullshit this year or next year. If I see any of it, you're gone. I had to kick that white boy off for windmilling for the man. So I didn't want to end up like Fantastic. In case y'all didn't want to know. I studied this shit last year. The coon shit's got to stop. I'm not with that. See, I don't want to be semi-pro black right now. I don't want to be extreme pro-black, but that coon shit's got to go somewhere else. Go somewhere else with that. I ain't trying to do that. It's bad enough we see it in these spaces, and I see people roast each other. That's cool. We have fun, whatever. But that coonery shit, I don't bring that on my platform. I try to be reasonable. But you know what I'm saying? But niggas is just hard-headed, man. Like, they always want attention. I'm not going to argue and scream and yell at people for hours, man. I've seen this shit 1,000 times. There's no need to do that. Women is not the whole source of topics sometimes, gentlemen. I mean, they're nice to talk about, but who cares? I'm not tripping off this shit. I'm really not, because what y'all doing is you're proving my point, and you see why people gonna be people. I said what I said, man. I don't hide my subscribers, motherfucker. I'm not ashamed of that. And to me, I don't do it for subscribers. I do it for me, motherfucker. I leave this shit like I did 6 years ago, and I came right motherfucking back. Yeah, man. I'm tired of that shit, man. Like, I'm being more respectful for anybody. Yeah, it's goofy as fuck. Yeah, it's goofy as hell. That's why I don't fuck with niggas like that. Always want to flex money. Fuck you. Yo broke ass. Bitch ass nigga. Yeah, you say you have 1,000. You still broke, you bitch ass nigga. I said it. Fuck you. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to troll you to this and trying to say I'm a coward. No, you a coward for flexing. Bitch ass nigga. Take care of your responsibilities, motherfucker. Probably lying about your lifestyle, you dirty piece of shit. I'm just saying, like, I support who I support. I'm like, is that enough? Or why? What more do you want? Exactly. It can't save you. Hold on. Let me highlight this shit. So I hate niggas like that. In the woodland line. Exactly. I agree with that, man. Like, see, like, don't play me, man. I didn't do this for money. That's what's wrong with you niggas. See, y'all listen to 2.0 all day and try to say get the money. That's cool. If you like that, that's cool. I'm not saying that. But don't take this shit serious, man. This shit can come and go. I study monetization. They rip people off, man. You can't trust Google, man. You can build your brand and go to other platforms, do the same thing, and then do it out in the real world because they're going to have tech automatically. And if you know this shit, your track record has to be clean. But you got these dudes be begging, man. Y'all don't really live like that. Stop it. That's why I hate niggas like y'all, man. Like, that be flexing so much. I'm not saying half a 2.0, but the other half that's on that nigga shit, fuck them niggas, man, period. And I'm glad I said that on the For Record TV, and I know where I stand at now. I'm just not going to argue with niggas no more. They're on some bitch shit, man. They're emotional. And this is why I'm glad I create Sunday Madness. Yeah, I had one fuckery stream, that part 2. Thank God it didn't get clipped. Because the other one got clipped for copyright. Thank goodness. And we're good, man. I'm not going to argue with niggas next year. They're so retarded. And shouts out to Auntie again for doing it, man. Like, that takes pressure off of us. I ain't going to be cool with them niggas. Fuck them niggas. I said it. Like, if I don't like you on here and offline, what do you think I'm going to do in real life? I'm going to treat you the same way, man. I'll let you talk. And DJ Music said something about you. That's true. It is almost like the real world, but here's the thing. You treat people with respect if you don't like each other. That's just, it happens. I used to work with people that I didn't like, and we were respectful, and we keep it pushing. Don't throw no slick comments and bragging about money. Don't do that. Because if I see you in person, I'm going to knock your shit loose. Period. Like, I hate bitch ass niggas like that, man. They get on my nerves. And this is a Sunday light roast on his bitch ass. And then I'm going to talk about CTE and all that other stuff. But you got motherfuckers that's messed up out here, man. Leave the veterans alone, man. The reality is that women don't respect males that cry about women all day. Nobody wants to listen to a weak, soft bullshit. Exactly. They get tired of that shit, man. It's annoying. Same with the ones that claim they have game. And I'm not dissing people that you believe in that belief. That's cool, but I don't believe in that shit. That's my belief. We're not on the same page. We may be on the same frequency of getting, occupations. That's it. I don't broadcast these hoes like that. That's what my channel has its own standard. If y'all want to complain about hoes, what they doing, I don't give a fuck about them. I said it, and I stand on what I said and stand on. This is why I agree with toxicity sometimes. He's correct. You're responsible. There's no coming back from that. And then when we saw that guy, rest in peace. I don't want to bring his name again, but I'm just saying, it's a sickness. I know what depression feels like, man. Y'all get help, man. Stop acting like a bitch and moan like the women that don't want to go to the doctor, but it's too much estrogen level, man. I get tired of hearing that shit. After a while, I just leave. I'll leave the panel for real, like, or step away. But you niggas are soft, man. I'm telling you. The women will come to these spaces regardless of the situation. I think I said this in a couple of streams. I think it was on 1G's, I believe. Yeah. Miss me with that bullshit. That shit with Ramil is gone. He wasn't a true content creator. He's want to be a nigga. He said he was a nigga. And I respect him for that. He was honest in his own dereliction. But you got niggas show their hand when they're next to you. I know where he stands at now. So yeah, man. He showed me his hand today. But if I see you in the chat, I'm gonna roast your bitch ass. Period. Because nobody likes your bitch ass, period. I hope you know that. Don't try to be a hero. Nobody fucks with you like that, bro. For real. We try to spare you. Can I hide behind $1 no matter how much money you make? Exactly a year. Yeah. You're a bitch, man. I lost respect for him today. It's the same platform that takes 30% of you. Yeah, exactly. Super chat. Yeah, man. I don't care about niggas like that. Fuck him. Yeah, it's a legit. Exactly, man. Fuck that nigga, man. Period. Good afternoon, Shonda. Greetings to you, man. Greetings. But yeah, but you got these bitch ass niggas always want to cry about shit, whining and complaining. If y'all bring that list, I'm knocking you off on this damn panel. It's a fair warning. Keep that shit to yourself. I'm not talking about lists like what DeAndre posts. I'm not talking about that. That's a cool list. But if it has anything with women in it, I'm knocking your ass off the panel. I'm telling y'all right now. Don't fucking play with me. Period. I'm not in the mood. Not what that hoe ass nigga was talking shit over ANTs. He's still a bitch. You got cooked by JX, the big homie. You bitch ass nigga. Fuck you. To this day. I'm going to be over it tomorrow because I already got another stream about being an independent thinker. I'm going to roast these bitch ass niggas probably tomorrow a little bit. I ain't going to use his name. I'm just going to roast the ideology. It's just retarded in general. We should not be talking about this in 2021 or next year. It's retarded. That's all I'm going to say about that. And then we're going to get right back to regular schedule, like, you know, talking about the ideologies of fascism. I'm going to have to do research on that, and I'm going to start doing my thing. I don't want to talk about that. I ain't with that shit. Take that bullshit to aunties. Shout out to auntie. No hate, but I just don't want that shit on my channel. Man, I'm so sick and tired of these sucker ass niggas, man. Like that's what we need to get rid of. See, I've been wanting to do this since last year. I was so distracted with Trump and Biden. But you got these niggas, man, talking all this weird shit. And then they think they can get away with the shit. So yeah, man, like it's just like y'all need to get a life, man. For real. Get a hobby or something. I'm tired of arguing with niggas, man. I don't give a fuck what a woman got between her legs. I don't give a fuck about nobody but myself. And I'm not hurting. This ain't me coming to hurt. I just don't give a fuck. We know how to control our fucking emotions. Unlike you bitch ass niggas, man. It's on deck next year and beyond. I'm telling you that right now. Because this year it's somewhat of a wash, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed all the people that subscribe. Appreciate you. You know, I mean, I appreciate y'all did subscribe. You know, to me, I don't care about that. I mean, I don't care if less people listen to me right now, but I'm just saying I'm really appreciative. No hate on y'all guys in the chat or in the minds, whatever. I just don't like no fuck shit for certain sucker ass people that come through and I try to be respectful, be peaceful. How should I say it? Not just too trusting, but more, not just refined, but what will I say? More realistic to people. You know what I mean? In a peaceful manner. But you got a lot of people just take advantage of that, and I'm tired of it, man. I've been dealing with that almost decades, man. People stab you in the back and shit. I ain't got time for that shit. But you want to bring it on the internet, try to act like a tough guy, like a little bitch, but that's okay. That's okay. We good, man. He said, man, that witness, a man that whines is unattractive, but there's a time, complaint, issue, grievances. That's an accept diplomacy, but there's time which you're no longer negotiating. Exactly. I agree with that. These niggas, man, like, that's why I'm so sick of the modern day manosphere. I call it what it is. I'm not a part of that. And like I said, Sister George, if she create that list, I salute you for that. Thank God you didn't put me on that shit. And women know. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna be like toxicity. They know. Yeah, they know. They know who's who. Shit. Yeah. I don't even care at this point. They know who's who. I'm gonna remain refined on this shit. I'm not gonna argue and beef with nobody, but you know, I had to think about my decision, what I did today, but I'm good now. I'm in the driver's seat. I ain't trying to compete with no bitch ass nigga over money. Fuck you. It's not what it's about. I ain't come here for that. But you got a lot of niggas is weird like that. He's like, show your face. He never show his face. Like a little bitch. Fuck you. Hoe ass nigga. Yeah, shots are gonna be thrown for now on with your ass. Oh yeah, you on the #1 list right now. I'm gonna roast your bitch ass too. Say y'all thought it was I'm gonna call you -4 syllable from now on. I'll give you a new nickname. -4 syllable bitch ass nigga. Yeah. I'm dropping you down a negative notch. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's your nickname for now on, bitch ass nigga. That's -4. Syllable ass fake pimp. Yeah. That's your new nickname for now on. Yeah, I'm gonna roast you in the chat. You done took it there. Now the evil petty troll's gonna come out. The ogre is gonna come out. I'm gonna roast your ass to Sunday. Any chat room you in, I'm still gonna roast your bitch ass. Fuck that nigga, man. Don't ever mention my name on someone else's platform I had nothing to do with. That's a bitch move. Don't do that. Take it up to the host. Don't put us in that. Trying to use subscriber supremacy. You over here keep it for this dude. Like, shut your bitch ass up. Yeah, I'm gonna drop his shit. This nigga makes me sick, man. Yeah, low IQ culture. Yeah, he's a bitch ass nigga. Yeah. See, I'm glad. See, I'm glad Gino understands. You see, I agree with Gino on this. That's my issue. I don't have a problem if you do that lifestyle, but don't flaunt that on YouTube. That shit's dead, bro. I listen to certain people, man. Like, you know, over time, you're going to get tired of people. And this is why I've noticed on YouTube, I've unsubscribed a lot of people I thought I was all right with. I had to cut them off like a biscuit. I had to cut them off like the poison in my leg. You know what I mean? But niggas always want to act like bitches, man. But see, I'm glad it's the end of the year and I'm happy I'm doing content again. And I'm going to start roasting these niggas from now on. I'm just going to be on GP mode all the time. If I see niggas I don't like, I'm just going to come at you. Wherever platform I'm on. If I'm cool with somebody, I'm cool. But I'm not going to argue with niggas no more. They make me sick from now on because all they're going to do is bitch and complain about the same old shit and talk about trope topics. Might do a pre-record about it Wednesday. I'm gonna start getting at your niggas' skin, man. See, y'all thought I was bad, right? That niggas out of there. Hate these motherfuckers, man. It's just like, bruh. But you know, he said, pimping, mongering, Mac coaches, low IQ. A lot of brothers in the past have worshipped such culture, and you can see the evidence of degeneracy. Exactly. That's a form of it. There you go. People love that bullshit. Fuck that nigga. I'm good on that. You should have countdown like the last evening, but it reduced a lot of stress. Yeah, it does. But you know, I don't fuck with a nigga that came at me sideways this morning. I ain't like what I heard. I mean, shouts out to you, but you know what I'm saying? But I don't fuck with that nigga no more. Y'all don't have to worry about me going over there no more and supporting that bitch ass nigga. Y'all can have him. I'm good on that. I told you, if I don't like somebody, just don't see you're not gonna see me over there again. I let you know by my actions. I'm always 15 to 25 steps ahead of you. That's just how it is. He said that's just pure ignorance. Fair point, Captain. Agreed. He said players. He said, what'd he say? Hold on. He said players don't act like women and children. Yeah, everybody's got a different point. Okay, you got different points. That's cool. Y'all can disagree in the chat. I'm okay with that. I've been studying canon in regards of man has established a strong family culture. Yeah, Gino has a different perspective. It's okay to disagree. I'm okay with that. I love pushback. I'm just saying it will allow the bullet points to be made so that 2022 holds more clarity. Yeah, but my thing is I'm done with niggas coming at me sideways. Like I've been dealing with this shit for, I would say, last year, this year, and it's not gonna happen again. I'm gonna have to scan the room from now on. And I'm learning as a content creator, if you're a host or a panelist and you cool with certain individuals and they show their true colors and they disrespect a guest of mine's that's a mod over here, and he show me respect in his house with his friend or whatever, greetings, everybody, we're gonna show the same respect. But yeah, 2022, it's gonna be totally different. It's gonna be the same content. It's just gonna be totally different with how I move. So I don't know what next year is gonna be like. We're gonna see. I'm gonna be patient. I'm not gonna be in no rush. It's a day at a time. And yeah, it holds exactly. And you want that factor. So I'm gonna drop this shit right now because I'm not gonna spew on this bullshit. We're gonna talk about a little bit of depression and the concussions in sports and non-contact, whatever. Because Neighbor put on something that we need to talk about is mental illness. We need to talk about that big time. That's gonna be the subject of the matter of the day. And that's why I like to talk about right now. And then we can delve on the different topics and then go right back to it. I'm gonna start doing that in the stream. Like, I'm pretty cool with it, but you got a lot of people just be on some bullshit. Now I understand everybody's got this little ego and saying, "Oh, this beef." I ain't beefing online. No, I don't take you niggas seriously. What I saw yesterday, y'all niggas is weak. Fuck you niggas on that tip. I mean, shouts out to Auntie. He's doing a great job as an entertainer. He stays his lane, and I respect that. I don't judge people. I just let them be who they are. I watch some of this shit and fall back. That's what I do. You know what I mean? I could be entertained a little bit, have to, I'll say about 15 to 20%, right? But if I want to see something that has knowledge, I listen to shit for hours if I wanted to. But you know, people don't support those people. I support those as doing something. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. I watch other content besides the Sphere. Yeah. So I'm well balanced. My subscription list is good. I have no issue. It's just people just want to talk shit all the time and be flexing with their little cashes and shit. Hell, your broke ass can't even save a community. Like, stop it, bro. I don't believe you. We need more people. But you know what I mean, man? I'm done. I'm done with bitch ass people, man. Fuck that nigga. I'm glad James attacked him. Yeah, I said it. He's one of my mods. I'm glad he attacked this little fake pimp ass nigga, man. So he did took the stream down like a bitch. Yeah. That's probably what he was mad about too. He's probably mad about a lot of things. I see bitch ass niggas like you. Should never trust your ass, man. But that's cool, this boy. That's cool. He could be cool with him. If I see him on the panel, I'm just gonna be in the chat room. I don't roast his bitch ass. Period. He gonna get off the panel. Watch. You fuck with the villains, you fuck with all of us. Ain't nobody gonna be friends with your bitch ass. You just like little TP. Y'all both Tauruses, right? Weak motherfuckers. And fuck both of you niggas. And I stand on it. I hate bitch ass niggas, man. Like, see that I have to. This is Sunday Madness. I'm gonna say what the fuck I'm gonna say, but them niggas is, man. Fuck them niggas, man. I'm good. But anyways, man, like, y'all gotta get your shit right. If you're depressed, go see a psychologist or professional. You'll be all right. Have some great hobbies. Tell this your therapist that you need real shit in your life, and be productive. And don't try to come on YouTube. And we're not your fucking therapist, man. We're not. I'm so sick of that shit. It's just like it was last year when things get cold and nippy. Niggas always want to gravitate to the therapy session shit. We used to say that last year. But you niggas, man, y'all weak, man. Over some hoes. Stop it. Stop it, nigga. Just bitch ass nigga shit. See, this is why I don't really enjoy the so-called manosphere, man. A lot of these niggas need to be eliminated, man. For real. I agree with Cerulean on that. These niggas get on my damn nerves. Need to be fucking eliminated. The reset is here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sick of the bullshit for now on. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. And then these, okay, instant villains are conducting ourselves with more order than the non-villains. Yeah, they always do. More order and honor. Yeah. Yeah, he is. His birthday's on the 11th. Yeah. It's a shame, ain't it? Yeah, 2 of them. But I say fuck all 3 of them because the other one, it's a female. Fuck all 3 of them. I'm good. I don't need them. You know how we get. I cut niggas off, man, for real. And I'll never speak to you in decades. I'm petty like that. I'm sorry, man. I don't fuck with fuck niggas like that. Yeah, man. Fuck these niggas, man. I'm done being nice. If I see them in the chat, they're gonna get flame roasted all deck. I hate bitch ass niggas for real. Like, I'm gonna have to start coming at niggas' heads. I'm not gonna do it on panels. I'm not gonna scream and yell. I'm not gonna do all that. I don't take that nigga seriously. I just don't. And he's been warned. I know people don't like my ass, but that's okay. And I'm okay with that. I'd rather be disliked anyway because that lets me know what time it is. But you niggas ain't really about that. Y'all some bitch ass niggas, man. Man, these niggas get on my nerves, man, but y'all get what you get. Man, I'm so tired of the bullshit. Let's see what's going on here. But yeah, man, like, yeah, get your depression fixed out. Get your mind focused on the right things and don't even worry about the other shit. Just stay clear of what you're doing and, you know, just keep your shit focused. Cause I'm not trying to argue with people about anything anymore. I done gave up on certain individuals and things like that, even off air. I already got enough problems offline that I'm dealing with and I'm trying to address that until next year. But you got a lot of fuck niggas, man. Like, I didn't come here for that. I just came here for knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And then I move on and pass it somewhere else. Make sure I say knowledge need to be sold. Like, man, get the fuck out of here. I ain't with all that bullshit. I'm tired of arguing with niggas, man. Niggas get on my goddamn nerves. All they do is bitch and complain about the same old shit. I don't care if it's game. I don't care if it's non-game. It's all revolves around women. I don't want to hear that shit no more. We should kill the conversation. We done talk about that. We talked about that years ago. He gets mad about the .0s. Man, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't come at me. If we ever be on the panel, I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm just gonna treat you what you are, nigga. Cause I ain't like the disrespect. I know he was talking shit, but I'm not gonna tolerate that. So I let you live, nigga. Fuck these whole ass niggas, man. All they do is bitch and complain. I'm sick of it, man. Like, we're gonna be all right. Cause that shit over at Dre's, man. I mean, that could have been a productive stream, and we could have took that forward. But hey, you do what you got to do. But you can't complain what's going on, man. Like I think me talking about certain things, it triggers people, and it's where we at. I mean, I had a good week last week. I mean, this week I hope I have a good one. But I will talk about fascism a little bit. Probably this week on the Tuesday. I might do research on it now. But yeah, man, we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna be that's the thing we're gonna focus on that Tuesday, because I had to move the stream because Rashawn has a birthday this Wednesday. So, the captain, his birthday is this week. We're gonna celebrate that shit. And we're just gonna keep it a thou wow. You know what I mean? Like we're not gonna act crazy. But hey, you gotta have a circle. Like, man, it's not gonna argue with nobody this year, because it's at a point you gotta do your own diligence. I mean, I'm really done coming at dude sideways, man. Like, yeah, we gotta move forward. We gotta move forward. And that's what I'm trying to do internally and then physically, and we're gonna be all right. So, like I said, you get the same content but different things I'll talk about, and you're gonna get it in full. But I will do a Thursday Thrills before Christmas Eve. It may be a good one or whatever, but you're gonna enjoy it. So that's the thing. Once you do it enough, you'll be all right. So yeah, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. So man, I'm just on fire right now. And you got all these types coming in and acting crazy. But I kind of enjoyed some points what we talked about. I think for the Record TV, I made some good points. I keep forgetting, but I get scatterbrained sometimes too. But yeah, man. So man, like, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. I'm not even tripping anymore. I'm too big for that shit. So you got people that's talking all wild and madness. Yeah, it was lit. It was. I enjoyed the shit out of that shit. Yeah, my man's live right now. But I'm not really worried about it. So, that's what happens when you're in the algorithm too much. But it's been a while since I do proper content. Shit, I've been trying to promote my channel the longest, and in a positive direction. But some people look at it as a gym. I talk about various things. I mean, I'm glad I'm doing the philosophy streams versus the dark history streams. The dark history streams, that's something you need to know. And I was trying to do that on my content, what it was originally for. Then I switched into the ideologies and things like that. Now I'm talking about the political systems. Have a good discussion about it. But instead of talking about women all day, I ain't got time for that. Stay in your own sphere, man. And let's move accordingly. You know what I'm saying? Like, we here. So it's a lot of good things we can talk about in the future. So let's have at it. Let's have at it. But you got people worrying about the wrong shit. And it's just like, we in here. I'm done. I'm done clowning on these dudes, but it's Sunday madness. Anything goes. But you can't worry about what other people say. And so that's the thing. So you see that. And yeah, that's the thing. So you got to look at it in so many words. But what can I say? Oh yeah, you know, I will say look forward to I think all the content I believe, so far this year. Yeah, this year I don't do a lot, but the next year, yeah, I'll bring some more. I would say earlier than the January. I'll say after January. And I'll probably do next year. I'll probably do it. But I'll probably do pre-records that winter. So I'll probably take a week off. Probably drop pre-records there and there. And then come back next week. You know what I'm saying? Like I will do that. But you know what I mean? But next year, yeah, it's gonna be a good one. I'm gonna schedule one for next year. I'll probably take a week off and just let it be. You know what I mean? And just let y'all rock out. But this month's been a blessing. So I'm enjoying the shit. So, you got people doing their own thing. But I'm just like, man, I'm disgusted with certain individuals. And that's just the thing, I'm not gonna tolerate that. You know what I mean? But that's what you got right now. So I'm not really worried about what's going to happen. But in the meantime, we just gonna be who we are. So, and that's the thing. So, yeah, and that's how we're gonna be. So many words. Let me see, right quick. Yeah. Mm. But that's it. But I'm not saying that we should discuss it, but when you see topics like that about relationships, man, it's suicide to me. I don't even like talking about stuff like that. But yeah, man, like people get stressed out about child support. It's good to talk about it and people struggle. I mean, shouts out to the ones that are real fathers having kids or a family, wife or whatever. That's cool. It's all good. But know what you're getting into, man. Like, I ain't gonna tell nobody not to get married and all that. That's good. Saves a generation. Be right. We like these fools complaining a lot. We'll need another generation like that. That's why the reset is necessary. Certain people got to go off and they got to go. I already know what time it is. So, we're going to be fine. But for me, I'm just like, I was going to be in a good mood to talk about it this Sunday, but apparently, I woke up, I saw someone live stream, saw 2 streams, and I didn't know what was going on. I was like, I think I went to bed around 3 or 4 a.m. or something like that. I overslept. And boy, it just went left. I don't know what happened, but after that, that kind of fucked my day up. So I'm good now. So I got that little light ran out of me. I'm just like, man, I don't fuck with dudes like that, man. Sorry, man. We're gonna have to learn. We have to learn to be respectful, man. Like in this age, we're just gonna have to be real, man. Like I'm tired of going back and forth with these weak niggas, man. I'm starting to discredit you niggas in a sphere like that, man. And I hate to say it, y'all weak. Like y'all just proving their point. I'm not caping or anything. So anybody says that, I'm gonna say fuck you too. If you're on that tip, I'm not in the mood for that. I'm gonna treat y'all the same like I did last year and this year and next year. It's on deck, man. Like anybody can get it. That's anybody. Like I'm not saying y'all in the chat the ones to share it, but I'm saying niggas that have a problem with me in particular, they can get it. It's my problem. I know it's not y'all's, but I'm just so sick of them, man. The hypocrisy. We got to call it out. We got to call it out. I try to be peaceful, man. But niggas want to get emotional. No. Let's call it out. Fucking niggas, like y'all just lame as hell when you do that. I'm sick of that shit. Crying about shit all day. I'm tired of people complain a lot, and a lot of people try to say it's not that, no, it's certain niggas, man. I ain't got no issue, but goddamn, like, come on, bro. I'm not trying to hate on nobody. We gotta stop doing that shit. A lot of shit can be solved in a conversation, but the mature thing is to stop being the bitches about it. Like I ain't got time to argue with weak motherfuckers, man. It's not something I would get back into. And then I'm just saying, like, people just want tensions and all that shit. I'm just saying that for now on. Who be windmilling, man. I ain't with that shit. Y'all can get mad and come at me sideways. All right, what's going on, brothers? Love, salute, man, salute. I'm just tired of weak motherfuckers, man. If you're with me or you're against me, that's cool. But I don't really care for this shit like that. I don't mind doing content on anything. I can talk about what the fuck I want to talk about. But if you're not coming with any knowledge or whatever, I'm knocking your ass off, period. Because y'all done got me triggered to the point you out of here. You only get but one chance when it comes to disrespect. I ain't gonna give you many chances. I'm just give you 1 or 2 times. That's it. Ain't gonna be no strike 3, nigga. It's actually strike 1. You out of there. Say y'all got me going back to my old YouTube self when I was ruthless with the mouth. But in person, I'm about them hands. But on here, I'm a little bit of the mouth. I'm subtle with my shit. But you niggas always want to argue all day. I don't take you dudes seriously. I just can't. I just can't. The characteristics, like, yeah, y'all proving my point. Don't prove my point. So I know we're an hour in. This is good. And this is almost 4:00 Eastern time. And I know people's watching football right now. That's great. I mean, y'all enjoying the game. That's great. I know people say the Cowboys is 15-3 and all that. I don't know about 15-3, but we'll see what's in the comment section. Okay, who's up in here? Let's see who's going on. Oh, salute, man. Salute, Booker Ronan. Appreciate you. Appreciate for the share. Appreciate the Walt Diddy for the share and the legendary Wacky World O with the share. Appreciate you, fellas. But yes, like I said, man, like this CTE problem, this depression, the PTSD in the military or whatever, in combat or police or whatever, or in sports, you name it, ain't nothing to play with. That's why you see a lot of people in Rampage. They get online, they listen to the wrong people. I still blame those people because they're responsible for their actions, how they treat people. You don't do shit to get attention. Then you wonder why people can't stand y'all. It's a fact. Got to stop that bullshit, own up to it, and stop making excuses. And I'm gonna stop making excuses for certain people that I deem as redeemable. But hey, man, I got to drop that hammer. So I think the last two people I've kicked off, I think they were white. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing that from now on. Thank God. That's a track record you want to have. Stay out of our affairs. But when it comes to um, the niggas that want to be anti us, that's actually building, and we do what we do, you're not welcome over here, sir. Like, I mean, you crossed the line today. You know, I try to let you live for probably since March and on down. He's been waiting on it. Yeah, I want to take it further back. When you didn't have no content, sir. Always want to flex on somebody. I'm not going to argue with you about that. And shouts out to Gabe Abe. He tried to challenge Gabe Abe, and Gabe Abe shut his bitch ass up. And Gabe don't even fuck with you like that. He went against at your bitch ass. It's a lot of niggas went against at your ass. Yeah, you may roast MOT, and I call him 3 syllables as a running troll joke, right? I might have to give you that title. I'm just gonna leave that man alone, MOT, for now on. I'm gonna say this officially. I'm gonna stop roasting dude. He's not even worth it because this ain't even his fight. I won't use it like this. I'm gonna leave his ass alone for now on. If he says something, it's gonna be, you know, on that other person's panel because I know he got me blocked. Them other individuals, but this nigga right here, this fake pimp, I'm coming for your head now. I won't give you that title, and all the way to -4. I won't say 3 syllables to a -4 fake pimp. That's your new nickname for now on, you bitch ass nigga. But anyways, I won't give you that nickname for now on, because you're gonna be my example of my vlog streams for now on. I'm gonna start roasting your ass to Sunday to the hilt. Let's go on, sir. Nadia. Salute. Man, I'm tired of these niggas, man. All this fake pump faking, man. That goes to anybody that fuck with that nigga, man. Like that nigga, man. Now you number one on the list. You number one on the list. I have to remove. I'm gonna make a new list. I'm gonna say, I'll put him on 2, put him on 3. I'm gonna put your ass number 1, nigga. Cause what you did today, I'm coming for your head from now on. You deserve to get roasted. Period. On site. In the chat room, in the panels. If we ever in a situation. And everybody's gonna start roasting your bitch ass. But it's not gonna be on my panel because your ass ain't gonna make it here. Because I know what you're trying to do. And you know what's so funny? He got jealous of Cerulean. See, I knew this was coming. I knew this was coming because I felt like, what was he tripping about? Talking all that shit. Old man jealous of another man trying to make it. He's jealous of a young guy. He's younger than you, and you older than he is. See, that's the problem. Why do these fake elders, so-called elders, they're not even elders. They act like old hag bitches. They have no reason to be jealous of another man that's younger. You know what I'm saying? And I took away what was over at Antiques when someone said about the age thing. That's a problem too. At us men. See, there's no leadership. That's why I see why they like the lost value system with the Team A game was talking about. Yeah, it's a lot of that shit. But these fake dudes, man. I just can't take these dudes seriously. Like all that flaunting and shit. I ain't with that. I mean, if that's your thing, that's cool, but I'm not gonna judge you on that. You look like a clown doing that shit. Always want to resort. He said, say it to the bitch. No, you a bitch. You a bitch ass nigga. And I'm not gonna get mad at you. I'm gonna call you out your name and insult you on the panel. And I'll let them kick me off. Cause I don't give a fuck. Yeah. But you're gonna be warned from now on over here. You ever hit that link? I'm knocking your ass backwards, man. I'm gonna throw your ass in the darkness realm, man. Better stop, man. Better stop. He said they're olders. Yeah. And hospice heroes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We don't play no hero ball over here, man. It's no such thing as heroes over here. Hell, they present us as the bad guys. We call shit out. We're rivals. We used to be heroes one time in our own right, try to help. But I don't mind being the bad guy. I'll take that. If y'all want to hate. That's cool. But you dudes, man, it's like I seen this a long time ago, and I'm starting to say, man, I see why Ramil was coming at you. He was talking about y'all niggas. He wasn't talking about, he was talking about the rest of these niggas, but he was actually talking about your bitch ass. Quiet as kept. If you want to get technical about the whole summer, I believe in the March, he ain't like your bitch ass. Y'all had no smoke for Ramil. You fake game niggas, right? It's no diss to Cuda or anything. He ain't in this. This fake pimp that we got here. Your bitch ass. But I had no smoke for Ramil. When he had his panels open. You played in his face, you bitch ass nigga. I'm not worshiping Ramil or anything. I'm just saying, I'm just calling it out. He don't even fuck with you. See, y'all divided. You know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all ain't unified. Y'all divided. Trying to be us. You jealous fuck. And you get mad when I talk about the point else. I'm explaining the history of these spaces for a reason. And there was fallouts in each of them. Over something small. And then you want to cry about that shit. I heard you, nigga. You still a bitch. To this day. I'm going to let you have it. I'll type something in the chat that Jessica S destroyed your bitch ass and made you cry. I don't even like the bitch like that, but you deserve it, nigga. You showed your hand. I don't give a fuck he was high or not. He's still a fucking idiot. She still call you a crackhead. Crack monster. That's what we used to say while I was growing up in the hood, and my dad was saying growing up, when they call crackheads, and we call them crack monsters. That's just another name of saying crackhead in the South, where I come from in Tennessee. Because anytime we see a person smoking crack, they call them a crack monster. That's what my dad used to call them. My father used to call them that. They act like monsters. Yeah, they used to say that when we was kids. I was back in I would say the early 90s and on down to 2000s when I was a teenager. He was saying that when I was growing up. He remembered the crack in the 80s. He ain't no lying ass boomer either. He pulls their whole cards too. His generation ain't perfect. He don't believe in that generational supremacy shit either. But I'm just saying, I'm just speaking for my family and my own personal experience. But I'm just not a dude that be faking on here and flexing money all day like a bitch, man. That's that female energy, man. Like I said, that estrogen levels is too high. But yeah, I'm not going to stop going on people's panel that I'm cool with that. I support those individuals. They have great content to me. If you don't like their content, just step, man. Just, what's so hard about that? See, that is not trolling. That's just a hater, a jealous bitch. It's all about the bitch. You acting like a bitch. That's why nobody likes your ass. That shit that you came after platinum, that was weak. Who cares? You just want attention. Yeah, I'm getting in your head today. You need to go see a therapist with that bullshit and get off that goddamn crack pipe. I'm gonna light roast your bitch ass today. Cut those fucking dreads off. I mean, you look like a fucking female, bruh. You got hair on your face, but you're still a bitch. I can play this game too. I'm gonna soft troll your ass now. You ain't safe either, nigga. Nobody likes your bitch ass. Period. You ain't got no friends in a sphere like that. So better watch your ass, man. In the chat rooms and panels, don't even fuck with me, cause nobody likes your bitch ass. On GP, for real. Just keep my name out your mouth, little bitch. But anyways, but dudes like that, man. Yeah, facts. Yeah, Tyrone said, yeah, that nigga, man, gets on my nerves, man. Like, I let it slide for so long and months, and I had to get that out. I'm like, but see, this is the unproductiveness, bitch ass niggas that I'm talking about. Like, see, I let him live. See, I don't argue with females like that. Dudes got issues. He always want to argue with these hoes, man. That's why toxicity don't fuck with y'all niggas, man. He don't fuck with y'all niggas for real, for real. Like, y'all be on some weird shit, and then there you are crying about shit. And this is exactly why his channel is appropriate with logic, man. Have some goddamn sense and quit crying like bitches, man. I get so tired when people talk about females all the time, and they be on some weird shit and crying about this, like, oh, they took my child support. Oh, they did this and that. The simps are winning. Acting like bitches, man. Fuck you. They took all the bitches. Shut your weird ass up, motherfucker. Always complaining. You do the same thing they do. Take the titles off. Y'all all bitches. I'm going in today because now this is some masculine shit I'm going to talk about. Niggas like that. I don't even speak about game. Game is just something you finesse people with. That's my definition of it. You're just finessing people to get some ass. Don't give a fuck about these hoes, man. What can you talk about outside of hoes? I'm gonna give you a challenge. What can you do content-wise? Can you talk about outside of hoes? Fuck your money challenge. What can you do content to content without talking about hoes? I can talk a little bit about them and I'll just leave it at that. Since you're a fucking expert. Bitch ass nigga. But anyways, fuck him. But he's a prime example. I'll give him that nickname from now on. Negative. I'll say 3 syllable. I'll say 3 to -4 syllable motherfucking pimp. Y'all know who I'm talking about. And you not gonna see my black ass over there over again. And I'm not jealous of no light-skinned bitch ass nigga, man. You're not funny. You're a piece of shit. You're a fucking loser. Yeah, since you want to mention my name, fuck you. You're exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to subscriber supremacy bullshit. Stop explaining yourself. You BSE supremacists. Or should I say SBE supremacists? It can go either way. Blaming, shaming, and explaining, or shaming, blaming, and explaining motherfuckers. That goes for all of you. I don't care if you're non or pro game. You allow them to win. You fucking cowards. And this is why men can't go forward. What's going on, Third Ward? Salute. That whole ass shit, man. Like, I didn't appreciate that, man. I apologize for DeAndre, man, for coming in between that shit, man. I mean, he had a good stream. It was a little bit of fuckery, but it happens, man. But he, you know what I'm saying? But man, but you got niggas, man. They just don't know when to listen. I gave up on niggas a long time ago. Yeah, content conflict. Yeah, there you go. Either you are a genuine content creator or or contempt or conflict creators. Exactly. And he's one of them, man. Like I can't stand motherfuckers like that. I still got to learn. You know, I had to bump my head again. When shouts out to Supreme ever had to remind me, I said, yeah, it happens. It happens to the best. And we got to learn. And that happens. That comes growth with this channel. That comes growth with doing the right things and certain things outside of this shit. And consistency is key. You know, I just had one hiccup. Well, actually, I had multiple hiccups to learn and little falls, but I needed it badly because I understand where my place is. So we all got to learn from this shit, and we got to make that mistake, you know, because sometimes it takes growth, man. It takes growth, and I'm learning every day. And I'm like, after those incidents with those two white boys try to derail the shit, now I got to be more. Gotta have an iron fist, and I don't want to be that person, but I just don't. I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that, but I have to, just the sake of saving my shit. But yeah, man. Yeah, man. Let's see what she said. Yeah, she's talking to him. Okay. Yeah, man. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, man. I mean, this is a good Sunday, so you know we could talk about different things now, but yeah, people that's depressed on here, man. I see it. I mean, I just saw a stream while I was about to stream today on the billionaire mindset. You know, Ashley thing. He was saying that about certain people, about the COVID thing and all that. I mean, it's getting worse. It's a lot of topics to talk about. How you gonna move and adapt out here? I mean, me and Mike V talked about it on several panels. I mean, people need to know, man. This is some real shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you have. Like you have certain people want to be expounded on. So I have no issues with certain individuals, man. Like y'all gotta stop with the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like we gotta be realistic here. So you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'll be right back. So give me 1 second and I'll be right back. I'm going on mute. Oh, I'm back. I'm back. Took me time. I had a little background. I had to clean up. Yeah, man. Yeah. Took me time. I had a little background. I had to clean up. Hey, what's going on, man?
Chilling, man. Just want to pop up and say salute to you guys. And you're definitely right. Like with everything that's going on, we don't have time to worry about punani politics and stupid shit that's keeping us back even further. It's a waste of time. Waste of fucking time.
Yeah.
So, and plus, I was gonna tell you straight up, like, I get where you're coming from, because like it got to the point where anytime little nigga shit that popped up, you still sit there and blow my top and yell at and do all that stupid shit. It takes time to get that balance. Like, you see it for what it is. Okay, you're cannon fodder. Fuck you. Keep it pushing. I'll deal with people who's listening or who are more receptive to the positive shit, other than, you know, who's fucking who and all that dumb shit.
Yeah. I get so sick of it every time about those conversations. I think when we have streams like it, and I mean, me and Dre talk about this all the damn time. Like that incident with what you call it, with the man. I think I saw a replay of that stream.
Yo.
And I like what he said. He had a title said, "Stop talking about women all the time." Every time he hears it, it annoys him. It's just like, if you have these problems, man, that's on you. Like, I ain't got time to hear everybody's problems like that. I come here to help for the select few that's gonna listen to me or certain content, if they like it or not. If they don't, why you here? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand that. I don't understand that.
In a way, I'm starting to understand that there's people who want to be obstructionists. They're afraid
Yeah.
of being alone, so they keep the narrative on a ground that they can maneuver in. If you're talking about things above the caliber over their head, they don't have no leg room. They can't move, so they like to keep you in the basement.
Right.
We should be on some other shit. I mean, again, you're talking about how our money should move. We don't even talk about self-defense. We're talking about conflict resolution. We don't turn about getting away from rugged individualism and turn these ethnic outposts we live in into actual communities to help our numbers grow and survive. It's all about lack of discipline, dignity. You know, these same old dudes will be eating the ass out of an escort behind a gas station right now if they could. Stupid shit.
Man.
Well, say no woman, she'd be dumb as fuck to even entertain a guy like that, because with him with that narrow focus, that's a suicide march.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's why I brought up I think CTE and PTSD with Namer. We talked about it for like the last Sunday Madness series that we did, and I felt like it needs to be talked about. You don't get it without contact. You know, if you're in the military, and he was talking about the explosive type weapons and in the ears and all this stuff that affects you, like the environment and stuff like that. That makes sense why they get it. And then I think Dre said something in the stream. He said, you can get it when you clear out rooms, like you said, in outposts and stuff like that. Yeah, that stuff can affect you. But over time, people get depressed. Athletes will tell you that. It's not fun. I met one years ago named Jamal Lewis. Cool dude. Met him in person, and I didn't know he had it that bad, but he was calm at that day when he built that Brave Stadium over at Smyrna. Had his daughter with him, you know, real dude, real stand-up dude. But to look at him like that, where he's at now, it's like, you know, that years ago, yeah, he was in that place. But a lot of dudes, I've noticed in the space, they have these problems. It's in the military, and I hear their stories. I have to respect them. I don't care if they're in special forces or not, but, you know, but if you have that type of problem, and they what you call they discharge or whatever, and you have that's a real deal, especially black men. What I heard about this black character, that's a continuation of what's going to go on in the world. That right there, we need something internally to fix, and then the external shit will come, you know. And that's just something we got to do. Like, online is cool, but in person, just one word, you know, it starts from there, and it does. you need to build that type of communication. See, online, that's just a buffer. But when you do it in real life and you actually talk to that person,
Yeah.
that's when you start building. See, when I was in the barbershops talking like this, we was actually building on things, and people actually did stuff, and they touched you and they said, "Hey, how you doing? How's your day going?" And your life was is about to spiral out. Some people talk about marriages a little bit. They talk about politics. Only time you heard about women is like 15 to 20%. And sometimes it'd be like 10 to 5%. And that's, it's based off, I don't care if it's single or you're married or your mom's, whatever. It's always like, and then it delves into actual building, like the rest of the percentage, what you need to do and how you're going to be productive outside of it, but these spaces, it did provide that. Once you actually get to the solutions part, I think me and what Dre and Cerulli talk about, even myself talked about before I had them, I was on that tip for the whole time. And I think the whole thing about doing these live streams, I got to come with that angle instead of talking about relationships. Because if I did, I'd be just like everybody else in modern day manosphere, politics and all that. And I can't do that because you have an individual that has 1 million subscribers is co-signed by Google like that. They say, hey, this is our guy. No, I can't be that because I know what it leads to. You're not helping the guys like that that's just did the suicidal thing, man. That's awful, man. I didn't know that exists.
No, it does, and I'm glad you're bringing conversations like that because as far as things with PTSD, I deal with that shit in real time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't speak too much about it. I need to, but the thing is like, yeah, sit there, laugh and crack jokes. You see a certain side of people which they want, what they try to use to like basically keep people at ease, to lessen tensions. But you deal with things like my military occupation was 0351, dealing with explosives, shooting rockets at tanks and shit. And again, it's like doing all that shit. And this is in peacetime, where sometimes you get random anger fits, being hyper vigilant. Just at times you have to get the fuck away from everybody, get yourself right, and then come back in a proper fashion as best you can. Or some guys even use military dogs to help. They seek certain triggers and keep them calm or keep people at bay and shit like that, which people have been getting their shit for. But the difference between a lot of us and the vast majority is the level of context. If we talk about certain things, we always try to bring it around to be solution oriented. So you could be saying whatever you want to say, but again, if like you got guys who are still stuck in that little chrysalis of confusion, he has to want to get help to get out of that. You can't drag him out of there. You can't kick him out of there. He has to want better. Otherwise, you have to leave him behind.
Right. And that's true. Yeah, you got to have context what you're saying in so many words. And I listened to a lot of, I would say, military guys. When I was a barista one time at a company once, and, I did different jobs there. But when I had military and I served every branch, they always talk about the things they do on the jobs, not just combat, but they see people deal with that stuff. And you hear stories, the explosions, stuff like that, but it's the jobs. It's the munitions, they would say. Yeah. And we was talking about that last week. A lot of people deal with that. They deal with things different. Some people, I had this one therapist one time when I was going to one years ago. He said a military guy, he was act like he was in the field and forest, and he had to snap his fingers to get him back to normal. At first, at the time, I thought it was funny in myself. Then I look back at it now, I'm like, no, he's stuck in that nostalgia. And a lot of that, I don't think people talk about that side of it. They don't tell you about that PTSD. And I heard about the nostalgia thing. You're stuck in time, what they would say, time warping. Yeah. That stuff will mess with you in time. And people don't understand. That's just real. Yeah, it's on a street level. You could say that in gangs and stuff. That's small, but I'm talking about actual military combat. Like y'all actually see the shit. And then you have to deal with it. They train you with the music and all that stuff. But when you're actually out there, you don't know what is going to happen to you out that door, out your bunker, your tent. But I'm not saying not to go. It's okay to get the, your stripes or anything, but, or turn into a job. I'm not saying the military is not bad. I mean, it has its hazards. But when the general told me, he said, which one's safer, are the streets or the military? I said, the military, you're more safer on base or certain areas. It depends on how much safety you need. Not much, but it depends on how you listen to the safety. And some people, it's just certain individuals going to survive and most ain't. That's just the way it is. And sometimes you can't stop collateral damage. I'm just just it is what it is. I mean, and it's taken me to realize that at this age, like you can't save everybody, but you're making the attempt to try to help the ones that need, this around you. But that makes any sense.
Well, it makes perfect sense. It's just like in many ways, as far as with the street or even military, they vary a little bit, but they're almost on the same path. I mean, the street, you see, especially the shit you're seeing nowadays, children, getting blown away. Things were like, you stick that PTSD in a sense, you get stuck in a feedback loop, and it can happen any time. So if you lost someone close to you, like there's guys out here in the street, they happen to survive a drive-by, but they see their homeboy's brains laying on the sidewalk. You tend to not forget shit like that. Or just in the military, where you seen like people using children, dogs, or babies as IUDs. Again, you lose a part of yourself out there in the field, be it in the street or out in the actual combat field, and you do what you can to get how much you can get yourself back. But PTSD, especially nowadays, it is starting to become commonplace because all the wildness out here. You don't have to be in the military to even suffer PTSD, especially black men who go through homelessness, having their family snatched away from them, get fucked by the court, deal with a whole heap of shit that can destroy men, and it's actually a sport nowadays.
Yeah,
but we want to talk pussy. Look, it always takes pussy to expose and control one, and you're seeing it every day.
Yes, that's so true. That's so true. I agree with that. I mean that. And the more I look at it now, it's very real. See, when I was coming up, it wasn't like that, but I mean, it exists. But now you're seeing it more. But see, when the kids see it, they're already going to have it when they get older. That's what people don't understand. The more shit you see that's vile, even the barbaric stuff overseas, like the guy just came on the panel. What's going on, Wolf? I'll pass it to you in a minute. But I'm just saying, that stuff is surreal. Like when I hear these stories, I don't care where you come from, it's where you at. But if you see that every day as a child, that's some psychological damage. I don't care who you are. I don't care who's the strongest person in the world. You're gonna deal with some problems sometimes, and everybody has it every now and then. But I'm just saying, but ongoing trauma, that's some real stuff, and it can be chronic. It can be mild, but I'm just saying, but it happens. But go ahead, Wolf.
What's good, man? Excuse me for the avatar. I just thought I'd get my Ricky Williams on. Hope you appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, bro. To your guest, I didn't get his name.
His name is Ronan, Booker Ronan.
What's up, man?
Ronan, Booker Ronan. What's up, man? Good to meet you. I'm sure. What do you think? It's glad you brought up PTSD because, first of all, Ronan, you suffer from PTSD yourself?
Still doing it. Just, the thing is, like, try to do what I can to minimize it. Like, with the content, I don't even watch my content personally. Like every now and then, I might, but I just get the shit off my head. But since the therapy, help out.
All right. I suffer from complex PTSD. If you're familiar with that.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because there's different stages of PTSD.
Yes, because complex PTSD is mostly it starts in childhood or early adolescence. It's because PTSD for most people it can be from one traumatic incident, right? Complex PTSD, which happens mostly to people in childhood and whatnot, is basically repetitive trauma over a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
And I have that, and that's also along with having OCD and a personality disorder.
Yeah.
So that shit. So like you say, so those who suffer from PTSD, one of the things they can't deal with is the trauma is always going to be there, and they're going to relive that trauma every once in a while. It could be a sound, a smell. They see something, it'll trigger that memory. And since you don't know how to deal with it, you're going to try to block it out, do something just to avoid it because you're not ready to confront it. The only way to overcome this is to confront it. Something I'm still learning to deal with myself.
Right.
I've made peace with a lot of the shit that I've had to deal with in my life, but I mean, for me, a lot of it came from a cultural shock as well as just also having an undiagnosed personality disorder. But that trauma, because you sometimes just like, it can cause you to do. Sometimes some people go as far as to disassociate in order to deal with it. You know what I'm saying?
No, I know exactly what you're saying. The thing is, like,
To disassociate. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
you know what I'm saying? Like, one of the main things we need to stop doing is apologizing for the shit that we either were doing or we're working towards.
Mm-hmm.
Like, too many people like try to put you in a box like, oh, this person's crazy, and that's outright fucking dismissing.
Oh man, I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm glad you mentioned that.
Or some people are even fucked up that know you're going through something, and they'll use you as a human unemployment voucher because of the funding you get to supplement that, and they will use you as that's the silly. That's how sick the society really is, especially people we call friends, family, or even people who birth our children or we associate with. We have to be very hyper vigilant of who we deal with. If we can't express our traumas or even have people who help minimize the effects of things, that's where you people get standoffish or they'll disassociate themselves from certain things. You'll see all different types of reactions from it. So
well, you'll even go as far as I remember Dan. There's a podcast I listened to. His name is Dan Carlin. You ever heard of Hardcore History of Common Sense?
Sounds familiar.
White guy. He does a podcast about history called Hardcore History.
Yes.
He has another show called Common Sense. We talks about political, current event, political stuff.
Right.
In was it not the latest, but a previous episode of Common Sense with Dan Carlin? Carlin mentioned one of he has a family member who is a veteran, and this person went so far as to isolate himself from the rest of the family because he said, "I'm just not ready to come home. I'm not ready to be around people. I just don't trust myself around people," because he's afraid that because he still has some unresolved issues. He's afraid that he might do something to harm others because he's afraid he might be a threat to other people. Now, I understand this is a white person, but this does reflect black. But trauma sees no race. You know what I'm saying?
Multiply that by 10 or 100, depending on where you're at.
Yeah. Well, I personally, I'm not ADOS. I'm East African, so
no, I know
there's
that.
a huge.
Like, mainly,
oh, you did? Oh, we met before? Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know.
I'm just saying in general, like, especially with the shit that is compounded, not just on the outside. A lot of times is the interior where you can't get no peace in the house.
You can get no peace in the house. You can't get, there's a huge stigma in your own community, and that stigma can sometimes be stuck to your own family because you got a lunatic in your family and whatnot.
Yeah.
And if you try to get help, you are mocked. I remember there was a musician I listened to sometimes. Her name is it's a white woman. Yeah, it's weird music. You guys might think it's weird because it's classical with electronic. Her name is Emily Autumn, and I remember in an interview, Emily Autumn.
I've heard that name before over years. Like,
she's a musician. She does. She combines classical. She's classically trained.
Yeah.
As a violinist, and she combines electronic stuff with classical music.
Right.
Now, in she had an album she put out just after. This woman, first of all, suffers from bipolar disorder.
Right.
And what happened to her is, given her bipolar disorder, which caused her to suffer audio hallucinations and whatnot. She had somehow decided using birth control. She got pregnant. She decided to get an abortion. That led to
salute DS1.
Yeah, that led to some serious. That led to some serious confusion and psychological suffering on her part because she did not want to have.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. But it's like anything close to like postpartum depression and things like that.
No, she had the abortion. I don't know if you can have postpartum depression from that. Right. But the story is she had this. I know it's a long story, but she had. So she somehow got pregnant. She went to undergo an abortion. That first forced her bipolar disorder to go really, really out of control. She almost got suicidal. She was institutionalized. And in that and while she was institutionalized, this became the source and the inspiration for her for an album called Ophiliac, which is based on the character Ophelia from whatchamacallit, what's the name of that Hansel, I think is no. It's a Shakespeare play.
Shit.
To be or not
Hamlet?
to be, you know.
Hamlet.
Hamlet, yes, from Hamlet. That character Ophelia.
Yeah.
And so she put out that album, and when she put out the album, she put out an accompany album, which was basically this long 8-hour discussion she had with her producer about each and every song. And when I talk about the stigma, she talked about how she had a bad experience with somebody looking at her when she was angry, genuinely angry. And that person looked at her and said, "Oh my God, did you forget to take your medication?"
Man.
No. And she's like, "No, I did not forget to take my medication. I'm just mad at you. I'm genuinely mad at you because you're being an ass." And then she summed it up and explained to her producer. And once people know that you have some kind of mental disturbance or on some kind of medication, you cannot have a conscious thought because you're a crazy person.
Yeah.
And once they know that you're on medication or have this mental disorder, you have absolutely no credibility whatsoever. And that was and she admitted that was the most hurtful thing she had to come to deal with.
Yeah.
And this is a white woman who said this. For as black men, because first of all, in regards to what nationality, what tribe you come from, as a black man, you're never seen as human.
No.
And it's even more dehumanizing when you have disorder. Not just, but and a lot of the views that our communities have towards mental illness is something they inherited from Europeans, from white folks, and it's been stuck in a time loop. While they've gone forward, we're stuck in the past.
And
you know
it's
what I'm saying?
Hypocritical too, because
absolutely hypocritical.
While they'll crucify you for having a disorder or dealing with things as far as mental or whatever, they think it's cute to sit there. Hey, I'm crazy. I'm fucked up. I'm toxic. That's the weird shit that we see every day nowadays. Like it's cute to be, like it's entertaining, and sometimes when you're basically harassed and fucked with, it is literal hell and torture in real time.
Yes.
So you're right about that, man. It's fucked up.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you a story about me. I have an aunt. Now I suffer from, like I said, complex PTSD. I have also a personality disorder, but I also have OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, and a lot of people joke about that because, I'm gonna tell you something. That has stopped. That has saved that OCD. That has saved me from suicide many times.
Yeah,
I've gotten suicidal, but that OCD, because the way I'm compulsive, it has stopped me from getting suicidal. Because at some point, I'm like, you know what, the hell with this. Let me just go reorganize something just to stay busy. But what was I going to say? To stigmatize it, because once my family found out I had this mental health issues, it took an aunt of mine. I have an aunt who works in the health field. I confided in her and told her what happened because I didn't want to tell my family that I voluntarily checked into an institution. I went to a psych ward voluntarily, and there's a stigma to that.
Yeah.
And my aunt had to explain that to them because she's a nurse, and my family didn't understand it. But once I checked myself out of that, which was like a couple of days, because it was, if you have BPD, that's the last place you want to be in a psych ward. So took myself out and finally got a psychiatrist to give me my diagnosis. And my parents started to understand, oh my God, our child is in a bad place and we don't know how to help him. But once I started opening up to him and explaining to him what it was, it brought us all together in a way, overcoming this. But once I got my diagnosis and they found out I have borderline personality disorder along with OCD, that was the first step to getting help.
That's what's up.
But on top of that, my parents, when they found out a cousin of mine who's not too far from where I am had to be institutionalized because it turned out he had a disorder or disturbance himself, I was the first one they contacted. Because they realized it's going to take somebody who understands who has these kind of disorders to help somebody with this kind of disorder.
Yeah.
So I contacted him, and we've kept in touch for as much as we can do this. because what he has, because I know the disorder he has one of the highest suicide rates.
Yeah.
Think about that. That is some scary shit right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rashawn, you got anything to say? What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
What's up, man?
What's up? What's up?
Anybody want some drinks? Only because my birthday is in 3 days. So.
That's what's up, man.
Oh, I don't drink. I'm not supposed to.
But going because this is actually an important subject matter about mental health. Yeah, man. Like I've been seeing this a lot from people who use their brokenness as a way of getting attention from people. And I mean, shit, man. Like I've dealt with it too, but like in an extent, like I'm thankful that I didn't commit on towards those suicidal thoughts like most of you gentlemen up here. Yeah, man, I think it's very important to talk about that versus the derelict things.
Yeah.
It's very important, and a lot of people are coming to realize that mental health is real. And have you seen people who have you seen the charts of people that have taken their lives because of hardships or anything that you can name or imagine, like either people triumph or people just gave in and said the hell with this,
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, it needs to be talked about, and we need to uplift people. Like, there's another way on how to what's the word I'm looking for? There's another way besides taking your own life. There's other solutions, but you know what I mean? It depends on the people who you surround yourself with, because that also plays another role of people, damn, I'm sorry. I'm like having a brain fart.
You good? How you good, man?
It's cool. It's cool.
You good? Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like I was saying, like it's very, for some people it's very touchy, because like they also deal with this problem, but they don't want to. I don't know. It's like people just need help, Like I'm not gonna lie. Like people do really need some, psych evaluation. They need to like they need a reset.
Yeah. And this is why shout out to DS1 for bringing it up. This is why agency is important. When you have agency, when you have actual functioning brotherhood, you got brothers who have people they can rely on to talk about things. Because you can imagine there's a lot of people who are walking powder kegs, and it just one little thing off. But if you have guys discuss things that'll help diffuse that fire and put them back on safe, then you can get productivity, not just for themselves, but as a collective. We start building on things, getting guys to heal up and move forward rather than being stuck in this feedback loop of failure.
Right.
For the goofy sphere.
Hey,
basically oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say,
Okay.
Just piggybacking what Ronnie was saying, like, yeah, dereliction. that's pretty much the problem that we're having. Everybody, every ethnic group you could think of, have this problem, but they know how to move forward. It's us that's having the fucking problem with our own dereliction.
I don't know about that because a lot of ethnic groups still have their problems
Yeah.
coming to terms
True.
with mental health. You know,
True.
Well,
I
and while
remember.
it's true, you say they do, and we're not dismissing that.
Yeah.
We saying us in the U.S. in general, we
Well, y'all,
don't acknowledge
yeah.
it. Yeah, we don't acknowledge it. Our problem is we
At all.
don't sit down and talk to a therapist enough. Now, other groups like yourself, Namer, and everybody else, well, y'all understand what it takes to get to the next level, you know, because y'all come in here with great, you know, skills. And I mean, I know it's not perfect on the other
Insight.
side. You know, the whole world is not. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like, we're speaking for men in general. Yeah, it's a real problem. But us seeing a guy that did that to his whatever, I'm just using an example, and others like him, that's going to be an ongoing occurrence because now you get to see, like we said earlier in the stream, this is the norm, you know, and it goes back to what he thought. And even though before he became a nurse or whatever, it could have been a childhood thing. We don't know if he's always been this way, you know what I mean? Because they don't talk about that in news. They say, well, why he do this? Why he was a follower? You know, and it ain't that. It's what you listen to, what triggers it. And it's a combination of a lot of things. And your childhood determines that. And it does affect you. And I agree with that because they don't have that therapist to get it out of them. You know what I mean? Those test graphs and just sit there and watch them. You know what I mean? Because we have problems, but it's too realistic for us to understand that when we react to certain people, we always get stuck in, everybody wants to use slavery. That's a trope they use, right? Or anything. And it depends on how you was growing up to and your parents, you know, if your parents were abusive mentally and physically, you cannot move around that, you know, because it's hard. And I understand what you were saying. We had a discussion like this last Sunday. We talked about it. It's sort of in that realm. But if you didn't have no father figure or anything, that's gonna fuck a child's head, no matter who you are, male or female. But the males need it the most because they need that teaching. It's that extra teaching they need. See, mama gives you that nesting and everything, that coddly feel, the estrogen feel, but you need that testosterone, masculine mental feel. You need all that.
Sorry, what is it that Officer Charles Jesus says? A black father will drive you to excellence.
Yeah.
A black mother is something with mediocrity.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, accept your mediocrity.
Yeah.
And Ronan, I mean, Ronan, what you said earlier about we need to help each other out. We're talking about like a support network.
Yeah.
Because, you know, with alcohol, with people with substance abuse problems, you have they have like that, you know, something anonymous because they have to have like a support network to help each other out.
Yes.
You don't have that for certain people. Me, what I have, I've seen groups like that where, because we're quick to open up. What I have, you know, the personality sort I have, we're quick to open up. And I remember a counselor talked about bringing the family members of those suffering with this particular with BPD, and she talked about how all these families at the beginning of the meeting, nobody was willing to say a word. Within 2 hours, you couldn't shut them up. In fact, the conversation carried on to the goddamn parking lot because all these people, the way they were talking, it's like it was like a family reunion, like long lost relatives coming together because they realized they understood. Oh, this is how it is. This is what it is. This is what it is. Because they're trying to understand what is wrong with their child. Yeah. But the people themselves, the sufferers themselves, when they need some people to help them, they need people who need to understand them because they need to get that trust to have people in their inner circle or that support network.
Yeah.
As somebody who has a support network, and mine's pretty small, I got to be careful with who I am around. I got to be sometimes careful who I open up to, because I've been burned so many. I've been burned. One of the worst things I've been told, and this I realized was from a person who clearly was a narcissist, and I'm not saying that loosely. Because I know because people with NPD, they like to come out, they like to latch on the BPDs. Like,
yeah,
this motherfucker. When I told him, look, dude, I'm telling the truth. I'm mentally ill. He looked at me and said, "It's in your head." Man. I said, "F you," and he said, "F me." I was ready to catch a case. I was ready to catch a case, and I know I would have gotten off on reason of insanity.
Yeah.
Because I got my diagnosis. So they couldn't, so they can like, moment of insanity right there. So the best thing I did was to sever ties with that person, everybody around them, because I know that person is going to toxify that friendships. My own brother is still friends with this person, and when my brother said, "Yo, we're going to be having live chat, so and so is going to be," I said, "No, thanks, I'm good."
Yeah,
because I knew what the kind of dangers is. So I just so the people I've been open up and confide with, the people who I've been on good rapport with, they understand I have my disorder. Other people, they just get rubbed off, just pissed off on me because I fucking annoy them.
Yeah,
and most of them are not even black.
Well, it's regardless of the hue of the person. We're talking about the individual.
Thank you.
And most times I get loosely why certain guys bring up the thing about women being in a situation where you had an ex faking a pregnancy on you, basically calling your job and trying to get you fired, doing all kind of nonsensical shit to where you nearly get killed on the fucking job. You go to the hospital, and she goes and because you put her name on there, she goes in there for a hot minute. When you go get a CAT scan on your head and neck, she goes to your apartment, ransacks the motherfucker, and then wants to argue when you come out the hospital. There are individuals that we lay with who personify the idea of literally sleeping with the fucking enemy. They don't care about what you're dealing with. They just want to get their fucking point across. The last word matters more than your last breath. That's what.
As a black man, we get told that as black men, we get told this phrase more often than men of any other race, and that is, "Man up."
Yeah.
You got mental health problems? Man up. You got financial problems? Man up. Because they think you got to deal with this on your own, because there's still this whatchamacallit, this
stigma.
Not just a stigma. It's like it's a mark of shame.
Yeah.
And an embarrassment.
Part of the letter, yeah.
If you reach out for help, you got to ask for help from somebody, because you can't always figure this out on your own.
Right.
You're not supposed to feel anything. You're an automaton. That's why with the whole thing with simp, I said it's a spiritually impaired mule of provision. No matter what you say, think, or do, it's secondary to what she needs, wants at a time, and you are always reminded that you're fucking disposable.
Can you remind me of that acronym? Can you repeat that acronym one more time?
Spiritually impaired mule of provision.
I like that. That.
You're supposed to.
He said it before. Yeah. That's good acronym.
Because I've heard it as because the acronym I've heard it been standing for someone idolizing mediocre pussy.
That's the little basement version of it. But it's a lot deeper than that, because again, it goes beyond
spiritually impaired mule production. I like that.
Yeah, it goes more than just the woman part. You could be around your boys and be simped out. You can be around institutions and they'll simp
an eager beaver and such.
Yeah, you're not. And again, it's like you're not supposed to feel anything. What matters to you doesn't mean shit. It's all about what they need at the time, and they remind you every time you're disposable. I don't need you. I might want you, but I don't need you. Or they'll give you that future endeavor speech. Good luck out there, whatever. This is why you have to put a priority on your time and things. Pay yourself first. That's what I was saying to Sir Obadiah. You gotta be a sensible giver. You give people enough rope to redeem themselves or hang themselves. Either you respect my presence or you can respect my motherfucking distance.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's why I've been trying to do, not just from this channel, but then the more you learn, and not only just a content creator doing this type of content, I had to learn to adapt, man. That's the only thing that I had to learn, and especially people, I like what the Supreme Air DJ Music would say over Dre's panel. That right there stuck out to me, and I'm glad he brought it up, because it made me think more like you can't be too trusting.
No.
And I had to go back to 9 years ago when I was dealing with certain people in a certain community. I had to cut them off. Like, ever since the channel was gone and we was on some political stuff, I had to be careful with that too. So it's gotten to the point. See, on YouTube back in those days, it was the Wild Wild West. Yes, you dropped knowledge, you did things, and it was cool. But now the smartphone came in that era. See, we didn't know the rules changed. So you had to learn to adapt. So I was in my 20s at the time doing this, and then left it at, I would say, 2014. Well, actually 15, because I had a hiatus, and then I came back in 2019 in these spaces, and people were talking about the same old, all the women trope, the divorce courts. You know, they was depressed, it was sick and everything. They had the PTSD and what you would say, the CTE, the new thing they call with the concussion thing.
Yeah.
Because they didn't used to call it that. They used to call it
CTE.
concussion. They said,
No,
yeah.
CET, I think. Is it CET or CTD? CTE.
CTE, yeah.
CTE, but they didn't usually call it. They just call it concussion. They didn't care because if you're from down south, they said, "Oh, it's just a concussion. Who cares?" You know, like the feelings part. This goes into what you've heard growing up, and that stuff affects you. Like I say, it gets younger. But then when I want to learn one thing, you only have to have a select few to help you. But only times you can help others, but you know you got to be careful who you help. You know, if they want it or not. So sometimes when you learn through passing. You know, it teaches you all the time. But yeah, I try to help as the younger generation as I can. If they listen to this, if they record it, wherever, they keep it. We said as men here, we can collectively think differently, but we can work together and move forward this way instead of talking about the same redundant talks. So when I saw that restream of Thirsty Thrills, and I like what Dre said, and he said, and that little acronym in his name, he's tired of it, you know, and him saying that, man, I'm like, you know what? You're right, man. You gotta understand it, man. Yeah.
I got something to add about this. Oh, sorry.
All right, go ahead, Wolf.
What's up, fam?
I just wanted to add something that's very important to the mental health, and that is family history. Just like we talked earlier about, like certain medical conditions, like type 2 diabetes, hyper, and cardiovascular disease.
Sleep apnea.
There are certain sleep apnea. Oh yeah, sleep apnea. Oh, that's hereditary. Sleep apnea is hereditary?
I don't know if it's hereditary, but things like there's certain conditions. Because I'm not even overweight, and I deal with it. That's another thing we didn't talk about too. There's other disorders we deal with. So
yeah,
and even the thing is like which goes dismissed oftentimes, depression.
Yeah, I get that a lot. You ever dealt with seasonal depression? That can be.
It's clinical. That's what they've been.
Clinical like, for you.
Diagnosed with clinical. Now, like again, sleep apnea is not hereditary. However, what people do for generational, as far as food and certain things or passed down, that can contribute to it, but it's not hereditary.
Yeah, but what I was trying to get at is like certain mental disorders are actually hereditary, like bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, even certain personality disorders. They all run in families.
Yeah.
If you have a if you have a relative who has a mental disorder, it's possible to pass it down onto you. I know people who have disorders, they've inadvertently passed it on to their children. I mean, clinical depression is one example. Yeah. You can pass that on to your child. I mean, there's a neurobiologist named Robert Sapolsky from Stanford University, who's done amazing research on stress. He's talked about how the brain looks like, what the brain of a man and or the person with depression looks like compared to somebody who's stress-free. A person with depression, you look at the brain scale, it looks like somebody who's under constant stress.
Yes.
That serotonin. I'm sorry. Sorry, well, not serotonin. What's the other one? The stress one. The stress one. No, the stress hormone.
Cortisone.
Cortisone.
Yeah.
Cortisone is good for you, is needed in your body, but high amounts for long term can be detrimental to you.
Yes. Yeah.
That can be detrimental to you. And since we're bringing that up, I have to also talk about medication. Some people forget that some of these medications. Thanks, Shonda, but no, that was not. I was asking for
cortisol.
Dopamine. Yeah, well, we all need some dopamine. We need a shot of dopamine.
But there has to be a certain level. Too much of it can be bad.
Oh yeah, too much of it can be bad, but you know, I've noticed that in somebody who's had experiences with medication, like some of those medications can have some messed up side effects on you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Weight gain, the weight gain in particular, because that fucks with your metabolism. And what people forget is if you have to be on medication for long terms and you have to deal with that weight gain problem because it messes with your metabolism, it increases your chance. It raises your chances of developing type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease and obesity.
It'll stress the fucking heart out.
Oh, it will. especially those SSRIs or antipsychotic medication.
And and we already know, like with big pharma, the money's in the medicine. But in this space, the money's in the mediocrity. Keeping your stress levels on 10, talking about nonsensical shit, or keep you in that feedback loop to where they don't want to talk about solutions. I mean, any of you guys say like, sir, everyone on the board that talks about solutions, you get shouted down. They don't like shit like that.
There's no money in that.
There's no money.
The money's in the medicine.
But it takes away from the incel income stream.
That's right. Facts.
All right. I'm sorry, DS1. I didn't mean to interrupt, but you wanted to say something, brother?
No, it's all good. I appreciate this conversation, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate you, brother, for sharing the medical stuff, man, because we definitely need those. You know, we need this conversation in depth, and I like the way you're going in depth and you providing solutions.
Yeah.
Because my aunt is a victim of the steroid type of medication and how it has affected her life. Like she's less mobile because of it. She gained a lot of weight because of it and things like that. So I definitely appreciate you bringing this information because this is stuff that brothers need. And this is real time information, man. And it's why I rock with the villains, because I know what a villain is. You know, we know what the villains really are. So I like to have these types of conversations because you can actually leave with something.
Yeah.
You can actually leave with something, and you can actually not even go help yourself, but help others. And that's the key to all of this shit. You know, a lot of these dudes, they don't treat what this is used for. It's a platform for you to get a message out.
Yeah.
Now, what you put out there is based on your character. So if you out here putting out shit just to collect incel income, then we know what type of person you are.
Yeah.
You see? Because like my brother Ronan always told me, man, it's about the quality of the man. It's not about what you got. It's not about none of that other shit. It's about who you are, the quality of a person. And as we could see, with dudes wanting to keep up the fuck shit, it just shows the quality of these men.
And that's how people get lost within these possessions and their egos.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely. And sometimes when you see that by his actions, they tell on themselves when they get on panels and stuff. Even if you meet them in person, you already see it. You'd be like, all right, this person is not in his right mind. But like when we have conversations like those, it gets shouted down, but they try to make you as the bad guy. So I understand the villain mindset too. And I think Rashawn came up with that concept of a villain sector since we call things out. It all started, I think, around April in the summer. And it's just a whole thing what I've learned about this channel when I actually start streaming and doing things like that. And I had an idea, but he had his own little sphere. And I said, you know what? I said one day, and I said, you know what? I'm the villain. I'm the bad guy to everybody in certain sectors. But then he coined the phrase villain sphere as a running joke. But the whole concept, we know what the problem is. We know people have problems mentally and physically and things like that, and they're depressed and worrying about the wrong things, and they're stagnated by content all day. And then when it became a suggestion to DeAndre, what he was saying to us, they said, man, this need to turn into a thing. So what we did was we had our own little thing on the cord or, Discord, whatever, and then had this little group. And we kind of communicate and talk about various things. And he has his random thoughts. It's random how he does his channel. And then I subscribed to him like months ago. He was talking about solutions, him and Cerulean, right? And see, mine is similar to that. I take it a step further. That it's always been this problem. The thing is, you got to have proper hobbies to get the stuff out and focus on the right things instead of women all the time. I mean, you can think about them like in a small percentage, but the other percentage as a man, what are you doing to help others around you as a community? Because a man has quality, period, not just money, but what are you doing around your environment and things like that? So that's a whole a spiel that I was going to go into my vlogs. The reason I do vlogs in person, I did the camera in my face, and I think a woman told me you need to show your face more. And I said, you know what? I'm going to do that. You know, I appreciate it. At first, I wasn't even doing it, you know, because I've done it before on pre-records on my old stuff. But when I start doing it more, the people come in the room, right? And I let them take their time. But if I'm in my moment, it's going to go up. But if I say something profound, I'm just going to put it out there, you know, just get it out, my daily dose of whatever, you know, I'm dealing with, helping others that's really sick out here. You know what I mean? Because if you actually talk to people, or I used to work and things like that, you see it every day. This is an ongoing occurrence, and how you deal with it every day. And I think when the pandemic came, it messes people's heads. It really, and when I watching those old screens, I see why people was building and some people just didn't adapt. That's not good, man. That's not good. What's going on, Jay Sean? Salute.
What's up, man?
And like I said, man, yeah, these discussions need to be had. And I'm glad I brought it up last Sunday. And I'm glad Benny was saying that he appreciated me talking about it. Well, it was on my mind when we was talking about the PTSD thing, and it led in. And I had to bring up concussion. I had to bring up CTE as a whole. Let's put it together. And that was something I wanted to talk about during the stream. And I had my small little light rants on a certain individual. And we was talking about some man stuff over there in DeAndre, but you know, the derailment was there, so we already ain't gonna mention. But I'm just saying, like, examples like that, and people got problems like that, that's what we need to address. What I saw today, I was disgusted. I was like, it could have been better, but it's an ongoing thing. And the guy that killed his spouse or wherever, or his girlfriend, it's an ongoing occurrence. And what I say about that individual, it's normal. You know what I mean? Because back when I was coming up, black folks wasn't going out like that. I mean, they were, but it wasn't broadcast like that where I'm from. But now, if you go to the military or anywhere else, I don't care what it is, like construction, whatever, and you're dealing with problems with whoever, that stuff affects people. And then you start doing research, you be like, wow, I didn't think they had these problems, you know. And when I actually started going to therapists, I think like 18, when I was depressed, when I lost my grandmother, my favorite person in the world. Mm-hmm. Oh, I have a whole different perspective when I got off that stuff of medication when I was like 23. So I had that awakening mindset. It's just, I see problems all the time, but you know what I do? To numb the pain, I smile right through the pain. That's what I do. It's not easy, but it's understandable. And you start listening to people. And then the older you get, the better wisdom you attain over time. I always still learning, you know, from others. You know, I'm going to make my mistakes. I'm human. We all are, you know, because that shows you is growth. A lot of people can't accept that. That's how you got to acknowledge it. And then I think when Surin is trying to say yours truly deals with that, ain't nobody above approach.
No,
you know, and he pulled me to the side like, look, this is where it is, and you got to treat this as it is, but you can't take it emotionally serious, you know. And I had to learn, and it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. So, you know, but anybody can have the mic. So, yeah.
I've learned. I mean, you know, mental health being what it is, you know. One thing I think I'm sure Ronan would understand what I'm about to say. Like, take one aspect of mental health people don't want to talk about. It's psychosis.
Yeah.
I have bouts of it, but it's more like but I've learned, I've used humor to deal with it.
Same here.
I mean, man, you should hear me on Officer Charles' stream, because there's a gentleman who's a good friend of ours. Also Officer Charles, who is also an Army veteran. He suffered. He's open about his PTSD diagnosis. He's been pretty frank about it. And there's a gentleman who also is a good friend of ours, Brian Snow, aka Snowman in the Morning. Y'all need to check his stuff out. All right. Sportscaster, you know him. We've talked about mental health and everything. Yeah, write his name, Brian Snow, Snowman in the Morning. He's got a podcast and YouTube channel. Does mostly sportscasting.
Okay.
We talked about, you know, mental health. We talked about some of these things, because he also has had his battles with depression and whatnot. And like I said, when I deal with sometimes when I get a little psychotic, I start doing voice impressions or whatnot.
Yeah.
It's comical. Sometimes I do. One of my favorite things. One of the things I do sometimes when I'm feeling a little is I start doing impressions of Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey is the Grinch to be exact, because
Good example.
it's just I don't know what to say. It's just how I deal with these things sometimes. Good things, but
Perfect.
I know it's weird, but sometimes I just know how to deal with it, and I'm a little flamboyant about it, you know. I'm sure Rael's gonna get pissed off at his, but you know, brother, I ain't mad at you, bro. I shouldn't name that dude, but you know, he gets him. It is what it is.
Yeah.
No, that's
But
perfect.
you deal with
Oh,
the
we
psychosis
villains have
is
a
something that's
saying.
really. I'm sorry.
I said we villains have a saying.
Yeah,
Fuck 'em.
that's a Snoop Dogg song. If you remember, No Limit Top Dog. That was the first song on it.
Mm.
That was the first song. It says "fuck 'em," but it's titled "buck 'em." Hey, Bernie Mac said it best. If you remember House Party 3.
Yeah.
House Party 3. Remember when Kid
Yeah.
talked about he was doing issues with his soon to be in-laws.
Yeah.
He said like, Uncle Vesta, can I talk to you for a little? What's going on, son?
Mm.
It's about my girlfriend. What's wrong? You know, my girl and I, we get along pretty well, but I'm having a hard time getting her parents to like me. Parents? What you want them to like you for? Boy, just be yourself. If people don't like when you're being yourself, fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck them against the wall. With handcuffs on and crazy glue on their lips. That's what you do. Yeah, every man should be carrying handcuffs and crazy glue. It is what it is.
That's another show.
Yeah, that's a whole other topic.
I'm sorry. My bad. I'm sorry. That's what the BDSM panel is going to be involved in later. Excuse me.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you brought up how, you know, mental health is a family issue, because
Yeah.
I just lost my grandmother early this year.
Rest in peace.
March.
Rest in
I
peace.
God rest his soul.
appreciate it. Thank you. And I began to realize just how much mental health issues I have in my family on my mother's side.
Oh,
Since my
wow.
grandmother passed away. And the reason I realize this now is because my grandmother developed Alzheimer's. She started, you know, forgetting stuff and, you know, saying certain things. And then I started looking at my mother's brothers, my uncles. You know, all my uncles are not rap tight, none of them. But then I'm like, damn, my uncle's been crazy my whole life. Why are they like this? It goes back to their father. He was schizophrenic.
Yeah.
Oh.
I found out that man was schizophrenic.
Yeah.
Damn.
And
was he a paranoid
had
schizophrenic?
No, not 7. He had 6 children with my grandmother. And 4 of them were boys. These are all my uncles. These are all my uncles. No, 3 of them. 3 of them is boys. They all crazy. And then I started looking at my aunt, who's that's her father, and why her life is the way it is. She don't have no children. You know, she can't keep a man, or the dude she deal with is always some crazy street dude. And I started putting shit together. I'm like, yo, this is a mental health issue.
Yes.
Because then my aunt, because this how crazy it transfers, because I believe my grandmother developed it and she got it from him, because unless she had it on her own at some point too, because my aunt, who is not, that's not his daughter, the man that's schizophrenic, she got her own dad. Appreciate it, Jay Sean.
Yeah.
And she ended up marrying and having children with a schizophrenic.
No, wait a minute. Rashawn, is it?
Nah,
DS,
it's
DS1. Sorry, my bad. DS1. Your aunt, the reason she married a schizophrenic is because she was raised. First of all, she was raised by your grandfather, correct? Who was not her father.
Right.
So to her, that was her template of what a man should be. She was imprinted that way. It had nothing to do with. It didn't directly have anything to do with him being schizophrenic. It was how she understood what a man is, because she doesn't understand what a normal person looks like. To her, dysfunctional is normal. So to her, to marry a man who is pain or to have some form of schizophrenia, that seemed normal to her. So she attached herself to somebody who is familiar that way, because we all for some reason are attracted to our parents in a way, because they're the template of what we're supposed to look for in a spouse or significant other.
Correct.
And about your uncles, who I take it they inherited their health issues from your grandfather. Yeah, because it's hereditary. And the odds of them all developing it, that's a big shot, because it's like at least one will get it.
Yeah, my uncle.
The same
one
goes
of my uncles, he's full blown. So you're exactly right. He's full blown now. Ever since my grandmother passed away, it's like his schizophrenia kicked like fully in now.
Yeah,
like
because she was his anchor.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Right. Once she was gone, that switch came on, and now he has a counselor. He he takes the medicine, and not only is he full blown, but come to find out, my little cousin, which is his son, is the same way.
Oh wow.
Awful.
So now this is making me go, let me go get evaluated, because I grew up a rage kid.
Yeah.
Yes, this is why y'all hear me crack so much jokes.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah.
Because this is how I learned to calm down. Say something funny about yourself. Say something funny about the situation. Like, I'm one of them people, like, when I really get mad, I laugh and I don't give a fuck type of shit. But
I find humor in my own misadventures sometimes.
Yeah.
I see the humor in it. It's like I turn into Paul Mooney.
Yes,
it is funny. It is funny. You see, I know it's painful right now, but you gotta laugh to keep from crying, my dude. You gotta keep from lying. You gotta laugh to keep from lying. That is what it is.
Or you gotta laugh to keep from hurting somebody.
Correct.
You wanna destroy everything. You ever what?
Yeah, rage. I
grew up
with rage in me as a kid.
Yeah.
Oh man, that is.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
I want to go and see what that's about. See how far it can go, because I don't know how far it can ever go, because at some point I did kind of grab hold to it, but sometimes I feel like that I could slip sometime too, especially fucking with these YouTube niggas.
Man,
you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
ain't you telling? Yeah.
Cheers on that one.
Wait.
Go on mute now.
Well, I wanted to say with
Rashawn, nice beard, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. It's not a beard.
I got beard. I'm sorry to say this. I no disrespect to anybody in here, but I got beard envy. I hate it. I low key hate motherfuckers with beards, because I can't grow one myself.
Hey, my beard's on layaway, so I'm just gonna keep it there.
Oh, what? No. Fuck that lace. Fuck that lace front beard shit. Get your, if you can't grow your shit, get a razor and do something. My case, just a little chin beard and a soul patch. That's how I work it. I can't rock no mustache because I look like my father enough as it is.
No, you don't have the Anthony Hamilton starter kit, so you should be good.
Hey, sir.
Oh no, Ronan.
Oh yeah.
Let me. I gotta explain. You talking to the wrong sibling. First of all, my younger brother, he's got the beard, right, but it can't connect with the mustache.
Oh damn.
No, but it work. He makes it work. It works for him. He makes it work.
Oh,
It works for him because he's got you remember DMX how he had his full beard, just a mustache, and then just a chin strap, but it didn't connect purposely.
Yeah. I see what you're talking about.
Yeah. That's how he made it work. But you talking to Anthony Hamilton shit? That's his music. That's his jam right there. Me, no, that's not me. That's not me. You.
No, I was
if I'm
talking
gonna do soul,
I was talking about the beard setup. It looked like Project Grass.
Yeah.
This shit
yeah. That's why I gotta shave this off. I'd rather look like Screaming Jay Hawkins. Thank you very much.
Oh shit.
I don't know. I'm just glad I can't. I hate that I can't grow beard, but I'm glad I don't have to.
Really,
it's hereditary in my family. It's hereditary. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's not for everybody.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, we're just like I know we went too left with this, but that's what happens when you're dealing with mentally sick folks in here.
But it's a good thing.
We gotta go
though.
left.
Yeah, sometimes you do. Left. Yeah, but it's good.
This is baseball, folks. This is baseball, folks. We play left field. Fuck the right field.
But sometimes when you have conversation like these, you be casual with it. But the good thing is, like, it's good to talk about it. Besides the frivolous stuff we've seen online, but it gets your mind right. You know what I mean? Then focus on what's real. You know, that's why I like talking about it, because I used to suffer depression when I was like younger, and like I said, my grandmother died, back in 2003 in November. So I dealt with the same thing that DS1 dealt with. Yeah, I was full of rage when I was younger. So when he does those streams, it takes me back into my early youth as a teenager. So grew up in a small town where I come from. I didn't have that much options. So when I moved to Georgia back in I would say 2007, when I was like 19, I reflect back what I used to do on YouTube. Before I came on YouTube, I was outside, man. I mean, I had the computer and everything, but that was the whole purpose though. But people forget, I remember those days, those long days and things like that. Even when I used to work, I didn't be on the internet as much as I am now, because it's a whole different story. People sick out here, and they have their problems. You talk to military people that have been through things, and you actually listen. You want to hear the person, and they thank you for listening to them, even if you don't want to. But I was one of those people, and I'm like, all right, I got to hold my hand out for him. And I said, let me listen to him. What his problem is? I was like that. So, and when I look at different content like that, I try to find something positive versus the frivolous, mundane shit that I've seen online. But it's inevitable. But what I do is I deter it, watching old shit, even my old content, even the ones I do on replays. What I do is like therapy to me, and what I do is I just release it. Next thing you know, I'm out there. Even outside, when I do those outside streams, it's therapy. It's therapeutic in the rain, and I don't care if it's snowing. And I just don't care at this point. I'm just trying to get that stuff out of my system, and then balling up, be like, oh boy, over here. But it's understandable. It's a deterrent. But you know what's so funny is I laugh through the pain through it, and then I understand, like, this needs to stop, man. There's no need to die over pussy like that. But I understand why people go crazy. But it's a trigger, like you say, any trigger, because it don't even have to be that. It's just a small little thing. People snap. You don't want that, because I don't wish it on any young person. That's small. You don't want that. You don't want to be that standard of that.
Nah.
DS1?
Definitely do not.
What's up, bro?
It's interesting you talk about your family history and everything, because I had this discussion with a friend of mine. With my boys, he was also a YouTuber. I remember when I got in his channel, we just started talking about respective mental health disorders, because what I have is often mistaken for bipolar disorder. And I mentioned to him, dude, you understand that one of the biggest dangers that us as black men have is like with mental health issues, that if we decide to have families, we could pass this on to our children.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, you don't, I mean, any man who has like a family history of anything, whatever, mental health, certain precondition, whatnot, your biggest fear is you're going to pass that on to your kids. That's why you're always worried if they're going to be healthy or not. You always want to make sure they're genetically screened and everything.
Mhm.
Because if they have that, you sometimes beat yourself up because you think you failed as a father for passing that mark with them. Because a lot of them are hoping that when they have children, this stuff dies with them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You don't want that. You don't want your kids to experience what they do. But if you realize they're going to experience, but unfortunately, some people don't realize when they pass that on to the kids, at least the child has someone who can help them, who can guide them through this shit.
Mhm.
Because the parent, because since you suffer this, you can see the early warning signs in your kids, like in early childhood, whatnot.
Mhm.
And you can help them get how to deal with it, or how to overcome it.
Yeah.
Because at least they have somebody who's like, wow, my dad really cared about me. They realize my dad loved me and he prepared me the best way he could for this. He prepared me for this.
Mhm.
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one thing I say every day. I mean, even though, like, you know, like you recall some of the things your dad taught you, or you realize your dad just like, there was something your dad was trying to teach you, but you weren't listening at the time, but you realize it now.
Yeah.
And it comes in handy.
Mhm.
Anytime I have those moments, I'm like, even if I'm in the middle of the street, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, thanks, Dad.
I
Is
say
that man prepared?
I say that to this day, and he's been gone over 20 years.
Mhm.
You're a
Yeah.
veteran, right? Wait, Ronan, you're a veteran, right?
Yes.
Which branch?
Marine Corps.
Hoorah! You a bulldog, huh? All right, Semper Fi, motherfucker.
Oh, Jarhead.
Yeah, you. Hey,
Yeah. Salute to the Marines and their service. Yeah.
yes.
Salute.
Oh, you know, I served my country.
Yeah.
But my dad, he was in the USACE.
Okay.
Yeah, so he was, you know, so he's pretty cool. So that's why I know. That's why I learned so much about the U.S. Armed Forces and shit.
Oh, yeah.
That's dope.
Hmm.
You know,
That's good shit. That's what's up, man.
that's cool. Marines. I got a boy. I got one of my friends. He's already enlisted in the Marines for a while. He's been there like over a decade now.
Well, I mean,
I think he's gonna be doing his 20 and get out.
well, here's the thing with the military. It's like,
Mhm.
this is why I love the Marine Corps. When you first go in, you have the yellow footprints. If you talk to any veteran, especially a Marine, they're gonna tell you about the yellow footprints because that's where who they were stopped, and they went through an evolution. Like you seen like the exaggeration version of it's like the Equalizer. Like when he goes into a situation, slows every fucking thing down, assesses what
Assess the situation, everything. Yeah.
in a way they kind of teach you that when everyone's losing their shit, you're able to maneuver and execute while you're in a chaotic setting. However,
Yeah.
it's very challenging to turn the shit off sometimes.
Uh-huh.
So when you come out here and you have these internet goofies running their mouths, something like that, it's such a trigger. And you try to tell people for your safety and my sanity, I had to get away from certain situations. Now, people talking about catch a flight. What they don't understand is they're not going to come to your door all the time. They can sit there and watch you for a whole fucking week or two. And they'll catch you right at a CVS or they'll catch you at the post office box. That's the trick. That's the shit that happens when you're fucking with people who are dealing with mental issues. Like they'll really show the dark side of being very analytical about shit. And
That
goes from
destructive
everybody in
side.
service. It goes from anybody
That
in the service
destructive
out here in
side
the
will
street.
get you.
If they really set their minds to it, they'll do it.
They will,
Again, it's like
and they will not care.
setting
And they
balance.
will not care. To them, you brought them back. You brought them back to where they don't want to be, and now they got to go through that journey and bring you back to that pain. And they don't care what you. And in that time, of when they want to hurt you, They don't care if you're another person because all they know is you are the enemy and you have to be eliminated. And at that time when you do, and I mean, take a look at people with who going on like, take for example people going on those shooting sprees.
Yeah.
When they start shooting people, they don't feel compassion. It's meant to dehumanize that person.
Yeah.
They just want to hurt somebody.
Yeah, I agree with you saying. It's like in those situations when they're pushed or even driven that way, empathy is among the first casualties in there.
Goes off like that.
Or
you become apathetic.
Like some of your brothers talk about when you get rage to the point where you black out.
Yeah.
You become a slave to that emotion, and you wake up, what the fuck happened? There's bodies everywhere. You know what?
Psychotic rage. It's called psychotic rage.
It's like when you wake up and you be like, "Well, damn, I did all that," and it happens. Your brain does that, you know.
Yeah, so crazy.
Yeah, it's magnetic like that. Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing with the switch. I mean, the military, you got to turn that on because you're trying to get the mission done and go the fuck home by any means. Now, out here, it's different because you're run into a whole lot of pressures from society in general. You do it from family, people have intimate relationships, individuals on the outside, and it gets to the point where you have to watch the quiet one because while they're being quiet, they're assessing every motherfucking thing. If you had a limp, they're seeing the people around you, exits, what's made available to you, and you wonder when they snap the fuck off. You see on the news such and such happened, and they don't know where the fuck he went. Or he's on the curb and he called the police looking for help. Not saying it outright, but he just said, like, look, fuck it, I did it.
I mean, does anybody remember the name? Has anybody ever seen the movie The American Sniper?
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
How he died. If you remember how he died.
I don't remember.
What happened was like he took. Apparently, the story goes as such. He and another friend of ours who was still in the service, they decided to take this Marine to a shooting range. They brought their guns, and apparently this Marine had mental health issues, PTSD among them.
Yeah.
I remember Jesse Ventura when he was on Joe Rogan's podcast talked about that. I said, yes. Who in their right mind thinks it's a good idea to take somebody who has PTSD to a gun range? And this guy was also diagnosed with schizophrenia.
Yeah.
Although his family claimed he had PTSD from it. Who thinks it's a good idea to put somebody like that? I mean, a friend of mine once asked me if, like, I mean, I'm open up right now because I know one of my biggest fears is this. Because I know I'm a little trigger happy. That's why I avoid certain video games and such, like Call of Duty. I don't want to play those games because I know how that can mess me up.
I don't touch it.
If I was taken to a gun range,
shit either. Yeah.
If I was taken to a gun range, because I've told friends, don't put a gun in my hand. Do not put a gun in my hand unless absolutely necessary. Not because I'm like a traumatized veteran. It's just I know myself enough not to have a firearm around me unless absolutely necessary. But if I went to a gun range, I know I'm gonna need somebody to take. Yeah, I know I'm gonna need somebody to take the gun out of my hand immediately because I don't know. I can't trust myself to let go. So I'm saying I don't take me there, or make sure somebody has got a close eye on me when I'm in there, because I'm afraid I might hurt myself. I might hurt somebody, and I don't want to hurt anybody. That's my biggest fear right now about that.
But if you think about it too, it's like there has to be a definitive line. Granted, we have to acknowledge the things as far as like with mental health and whatnot, but we still have to emphasize the importance of self-defense too.
Yes.
That's a very fine line we got to ride, because some people push you on to the edge, and then here you go 25 or more down. But if you're able to get someone who's around you to keep that balance, that's why that thing about platforms like this, maintain a level of communication, get guys to unleash some of that stuff in a constructive fashion. They can function in an effective manner to where when it gets down to the shit, they know how to take care of you. rather than become victims of friendly fire, because that can't happen too.
Yeah. Fratricide is a trip.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about people with I remember Dan Carlin when he did the 6-part series about Japan, about the rise of Japan during World War II. He mentioned that how he like you said, like you came home from the war, but not everybody completely comes home from the war.
Nope.
Some people may come back, but they're still trapped there. He talked about one of his relatives who was a veteran from that war, talked about one of their buddies who literally drank himself to death after they came home because he never came home.
Yeah.
You see him, but he never really came home from that shit.
Mm-hmm.
There was one survivor, one of those American POWs who were put in a concentration camp and whatnot.
Yeah.
When he came back, he talked about how, and he's Puerto Rican. He talked about some of the horrors he saw being put in those concentration camps with the Jews and shit. And it fucked him up so bad that at some point he would have nightmares. And his wife didn't understand why sometimes he'd have those nightmares. He'd run out of their bedroom, out of the house. The next thing you know, he's out of the house. He's at the corner on his hands and knees crying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the horror of what he saw and the trauma still visits him to this day.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't understand that back then. To them, that was a shell shock. They didn't call it PTSD until afterward.
They call it shell shock.
What?
Yeah.
They didn't call it PTSD until after what? Vietnam?
Yeah.
Sometime after Vietnam. I think
sometime Vietnam. It's shell shock. They used that during the World War II times too, because my grandfathers they served. They served World War II in Pearl Harbor in the tail end of it. Yeah, in the Navy. Mm-hmm. One of them lost a foot. I told you this story before, but my mom's father, I was one of the first grandkids saw his prosthetic leg. He used to chase around his nieces, and not just nieces and nephews, but his grandchildren, right? I think it was the grandchildren, I believe. And I was laughing at what mom was saying, but I was the only grandson, wasn't scared because I always asked questions about, military. That's how I got my history from him. And he told me a little story, and it was in the water and things like that. But he told me what they did in the Navy. Told me the stories of World War II. Japan, Germany. He's run all over Asia when he was there at the time. So, hell of a stories. He had his his Purple Heart medal. That was it. Courage. He did more than just got injured, but he participated. So when you have that type of stuff, learning that about your history. Now he had sons that went. He went. His half son was in Vietnam. Other one was in, I believe, Desert Storm. Various other, military things, and that was his oldest son. And then the others, they had different things. One of his two oldest sons, this half one is Vietnam, and then the Desert Storm, and everybody did the jobs in there as well. So yeah, in different branches, but it's a cool thing. But what's going on, 1G salute. And all that stuff I learned, growing up from him. You learn a lot about the etiquette in the family and the structure. What I saw from him, because his wife, they was married up to 40 years. That's what my mom was saying, 40 years. So my parents was married to like 30 plus since they're boomers. So it's kind of hard for me in society. Things change. I mean, it's okay to get married. I ain't got no problem with marriage or anything. It's just you gotta have to have the right mindset. I mean, there's people that have this problem, have decent marriages, but they have to be aware and teach it to their kids when they get a little older and understand this is a problem. You have to guide them in the right internal right, and then externally show them the right way. So but it's up to that person. It ain't just up to the parents. It's up to you, what you learn from your parents and others. That's how that elder stewardship leadership comes in. Now, when I mentioned early in the stream, you need that leadership because it matters. Your parents can give you some of it, even yourself, but you always got to look elsewhere to get that push to to do right for your community, whatever. So and when she said, my uncle has to camping in the wild every 4th of July, get away from the fireworks, brings him back to Vietnam. Yeah. See, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah. And the thing is, like I say, tribute to my brother DS1 a lot of times. Wellness checks, the importance of that. Just like you just wake up in the morning, just off to a fresh start. Reach out, what's going on? How you doing? Do the same thing, and that's what we encourage for other guys to do.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you just get only thing that wakes you up is the alarm, and you just got to go through the whole routine of a mundane job, mundane life, and just existing instead of rather living, like promoting guys to do what they are supposed to do. If they have gifts, they have skills, lose yourself into that rather than willingness out here.
Yeah, that's why I always liked about talking about hobbies. And I think me and DeAndre talk about that in every other stream. We have open discussions like this, I think every Thursday night. And even myself, and this is why I kind of like toxicity. He said, don't let these men tell you, hobbies matter in certain ways. I mean, yes, you can talk about women a little bit, but I don't go extreme with it. But this is why I like him and Charles together. And since this guy's a single father, both of them are, and it's good to have a hobby of doing something. And reading is good too. It keeps your mind right, keeps you sharp. And that's what I do. I read not just online, but just books. I used to do that when I was younger, and that stuff just cleans your head out when you're depressed, and it works. Yeah, what's going on, Misha? Good evening.
First of all, in Charles's channel, we what does he describe the men as?
Multifaceted.
That's right. We are not multi, but multifaceted men.
Yeah,
and very distinguished gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? Rashawn, what are you wearing?
Don't mind me.
It's just you got my attention. You got my attention now because I'm thinking, is this motherfucker going Carl Douglas? Because he looked like he's about to sing Kung Fu Fighting with that outfit.
Can martial artists just wear his uniform? Is it a crime?
You want to try with me? For that you're gonna die. We're gonna do some. Yeah, it's gonna be some kung fu tonight.
Okay. All right. What's up?
But anyway,
man.
Yeah. All jokes aside, though, but yeah. There's a whole lot of purging that needs to be done.
It's being done.
And I'm talking about dereliction.
It's being done.
Oh, it's being done.
Don't even trip on it. It's being done as we speak.
Yeah. It's just like you got to maintain your mind first, and then you be all right, and then everything else falls. But once you stay focused, off here and online, you just keep your mind right. That's why I got like another stream like tomorrow talking about embrace of being an independent thinker. Think outside the box. I started out like that at first. Then I turned that thing into a Monday series. So I need a Monday stream at night to get your thoughts out and things like that. And then, I'm going to talk about the system of the fascism a little bit. I'm going to tread light. I'm going to do some research on that and have my political series because I moved it Tuesday because Rashawn has a birthday Wednesday. So, I don't know if he's going to celebrate or not,
Vice Captain, we shall.
Okay, cool.
Wednesday night, we dine in hell, in the words of Leonidas.
Don't go half-ass on the quote. Say the whole quote. The whole line was, prepare your breakfast and eat hearty. For tonight, we dine in hell.
Yes, indeed.
So we eating at White Castle.
Don't eat murder burgers. Please do not eat the murder burgers.
Don't eat them.
That's a New York special.
Yep.
Oh man. Yeah.
Man, my biggest concern right now is
I can't do it on a regular basis.
What?
Right.
That's only White Castle if I'm constipated or drunk. I cannot do either one on sober. No.
Wolf, I'll say, we'll put it this way. White Castle should not be eaten on a day-to-day basis. Only when you're drunk or you got the munchies. If you ever seen Harold and Kumar or
I have.
Inquired Minds of
Yeah, I
of
seen
course
it.
you
Yeah.
have. But for the folks who haven't, yeah.
Yeah.
Look at White Castle as Robitussin in food form.
A laxative in a book.
No,
Yeah, that's a good analogy.
laxative in food form. Yeah.
Constipation. Please don't get me started
I would
about
not
that.
suggest anybody.
Don't get me started on that shit.
Don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
But, you know,
mean,
it's good, man. But,
1969, there was a song by Screaming Jay Hawkins about constipation.
Mhm.
And that's one of my, it's called Constipation Blues. I remember, it gets worse. Because I remember when he was touring at a couple concerts, when he was about to perform the song, somebody brought a toilet on stage and he sat on that toilet and sang the goddamn song.
And he shit it in the toilet, did he?
I don't know about that, but I know one dude, he did sit on the toilet, you know, pants down to his ankles and perform the song that way as a parody.
That's different.
It's on YouTube. There's a performance of that on YouTube.
Shit, I don't know. It's like,
Hey, I even know the lyrics to it.
On stage, like, chances are you gonna use that toilet, that replica toilet.
Well, he had a pain down inside. Won't be denied. Every time he tried, he couldn't be satisfied, so let it go.
Wow.
Sounds like a TKO.
Okay, now I realize who you remind me with that beard. You remind me of Teddy P with that beard. God damn it. And you got a hit, and you look like a dark skin. You look like Kenny Lattimore with that face.
I'll take that as a compliment.
What the hell is this? He's got a Kenny Lattimore mug, but he has the Teddy P beard. That's a good combination. He makes it work. This motherfucker made it work. I mean, if they were gonna do a remake of the Warriors, this motherfucker would probably do the whatchamacallit, what's the name of the bad guy in that one in the Warriors?
No, come on.
That's no.
Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Can you dig it?
I get my 30 minutes of fame until I get shot.
I mean, you have like a little bit of Isaac Hayes.
I'll take that.
Yeah, he looked like a lanky Isaac Hayes. Because remember, Isaac Hayes was who?
Isaac Hayes.
Yeah, but he's gonna be.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. But man, you want to talk about? Yeah, but let's not forget he had songs about some fucked up shit. Ever heard the song "By the Time I Get to Phoenix"?
Yeah.
By the time I get to Phoenix. I can't sing. I can't sing the voice. My favorite song was Moonlight Lovin'. You know, that's the inspiration to a lot of shit. If you know what that is,
Yeah.
that's a threesome song right there. That's a threesome anthem.
Hold on, that's above certain people's pay grade. Let's go.
Yeah.
Right.
Chill out.
Just right on down the street.
Right.
Some folks ain't villains. some folks ain't villains. So they.
I prefer to keep it wild card. You know, I mean, I've mentioned this a couple of times. I'm gonna stay left field, like Ricky Henderson, because although my favorite baseball player was Barry Bonds, I'm not an asshole and I don't have a big ass head. However, like Ricky Williams, I'm versatile and I got the prostate to handle this shit because Ricky Williams is a prostate cancer survivor. Now that's one thing a lot of brothers need to talk about besides mental health, prostate cancer.
That too. Yeah,
I mean,
that's so true.
I mean, this is why I'm thinking. You know, anybody who had their father whoop their asses growing up should say, "I should not be afraid of a doctor's finger because I grew up with my father's foot in my ass." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me if I'm
Oh, we
lying.
all have, everybody got their ass whooped by their father. I mean, if you have one,
Some of these dudes nowadays are like getting fingered or fisted. So man, that's
Oh, I didn't go there. I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
no.
I gotta be like Shaggy. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Not of this channel. This is a disclaimer, but you know, it wasn't me.
Villain Spear is also not related to what Wolf has said.
hey.
Thank you for the disclaimer.
I'm just reporting what happens out in the wilderness. You see some weird, wild shit out there. Like, yeah, y'all stay over there.
Shit. I mean,
Yeah, well,
one of my
I guess
best
I won't be
friends.
doing no wilderness training on my
I'm gonna be honest with you, best friend.
Mhm.
One friend I have who suffers from the same mental disorders as I do. White female, but she works in an adult store.
Mm.
You have no idea how much humor, how much comedic material I get just to look at all the props in there.
Hey,
So do you ask her,
Oh man.
which one of these toys displayed on the wall is your favorite?
Oh no, she don't swing like that, so that's why it's cool.
Oh, all right.
Besides, I bust her balls with all the strap-on jokes anyway. I throw at her, and she can take. I mean, think about it. I mean, let me put it this way. I once asked this question because, like, I never got a chance to do stand-up, but I do want to do stand-up. But my opening joke is going to be like, "Hello, first of all, I want to talk to all the gay dudes up in here. All right, fellas, I know how much you guys are tired of motherfuckers telling me if you can take a you-know-what, you can take a joke, right? Let's get something straight. First of all, thankfully, I'm straight. It's clear none of you are attractive black guys. So what do you think is easy to take? Big hint. One doesn't require lube.
Oh.
And then I'm just gonna look at the and then wait. That's not it. Wait. And then I'm gonna go point at the lesbians and say, "Hey, don't get me started, you two, y'all, right? Just like you, more than any other group of women, can't handle black dick, and that dildo you guys keep in your drawer does not count."
wow.
Wait. Rashawn, what you got there? Let me see. You know what? I just realized something. Rashawn is channeling his. No, I didn't know Rashawn was a Mortal Kombat fan because obviously his favorite character is Bo Rai Cho. Too much rice wine. Who trained you? Your skin is lacking.
Oh man.
Anybody who has ever played Mortal Kombat XL, you know what I'm talking about. Bo Rai Cho, that motherfucker.
Yeah, I know who you talking about.
That'd be my shit.
Hey, Jackie Chan, Legends of the Drunken Master. That's been one of my favorite movies.
Oh, no.
You don't want to start that.
You know that have you seen part 2 of Drunken Master?
I saw the second one before I saw the first one. The one in '79 was the original. The sequel came out in '94. The sequel, that was just insane because you know how much drinking was involved apparently.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
not actual drinking, but the choreography in that one, especially when he was fighting the old dude underneath the train.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
And like when he had the when the old master Fu Wangchi was like fighting it, right? He said, "What's this pose supposed to be?" Oh, it's because it looked like he was in a missionary position. Said, "Oh, it's a turtle holding wine barrel." Oh, and this, what's this? drunk playing the flute. Da 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 da. He pulls him. He ends up on the floor. He says, "So what do you call this position?" Noticing a hangover. Oh shit! Who we got here?
One G. What's going on, G?
What's good with y'all? What's up, man?
What up?
Welcome back to the
Alright,
Oh, 1G.
fellas,
I'm glad to
fellas,
see you, my friend.
in case y'all do know, in case you don't know, me and Juan G's, you know what I mean? Juan G's in the building. We like a diabolical duo.
Yeah.
They be going crazy.
Should we
on
expect
these
anything less of you two?
niggas out here, man.
You know what? 1G, I'll tell you something. Rashawn is glad that you're here because he had to deal with this weird ass motherfucker in me.
No, actually, me and Ronan are pretty much like yin and yang.
I was talking about me, fool.
Oh, you? Yeah.
I'm the weird ass motherfucker.
Yes, you definitely are like the comedic side. That I definitely do not show that much. The only time we'll show when I start roasting these YouTube niggas and, you know, calling them seahorses and all that.
Seahorses?
Seahorse? Oh, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
So what is it? So what is it? They fuck a chick, they get pregnant and have the baby themselves? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Like a seahorse?
Yeah, I'm pretty much saying that these niggas are asexual.
No. Seahorses? No. No, what it is, like, you ever seen seahorse reproduce? The male mates with the female, but the male carries the eggs till term. Instead of the female, it's the males that gives birth.
Oh, yeah.
Because he has to protect those.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know when I call them seahorses.
Shit. Where I come from, you should see, like, you know, if you go to Africa or if you go to Australia, like, you know, like the big flightless birds, like the African ostrich or the emu in Australasia.
Yeah.
The reproductive, the way they rear offspring is like this. It's the male who digs a shallow grave and attracts as many females. So each female lays an egg into there. So he has a clutch of eggs from different females, all sired by him.
Sounds familiar.
He keeps those eggs until they hatch all at once, and then he raises them. So every male and female he sires, they pick up their habits from dad, because what dad is afraid of, they learn to be afraid of. If there's something he gets violent or aggressive towards, they learn to be aggressive towards. Because it's the males that teach the offspring how to be an ostrich.
Oh shit.
Same thing with emus.
Yeah. Then the opposing side, you have hyena.
Yes, sir.
Here's a fun fact. For the acquired minds that don't really pay attention to science, did you know that hyenas were hermaphrodites?
Yeah.
Oh no, the female has what looks like a whatchamacall, just to confuse it, but the females are way bigger than the males. Shit. If a male tries to court a female, it's like watching Cat Williams trying to punch Lizzo, and she's got a double-barrel shotgun pointed at him, ready to shoot him if he makes the wrong move.
Sounds violent.
Female, no, spotted hyenas.
What if she makes the wrong move herself?
It doesn't matter, because if she make the wrong move, it's his ass, and the other male's just waiting for him to fuck up, because like, yeah, come on, fuck up, motherfucker. So I want to get my shot in.
So now with that logic, that would explain why certain people don't turn their cameras on, because they don't want to show their shame. Because
right.
there are some who are impregnating these Pluto-built bitches, and having their broad back on.
Pluto.
They got a lot to explain in the dude to the drunken master on why they do this shit. But niggas will be niggas. Like I would always
So I guess your name is Rushan Wan? Is that what it is? Or Rushan Lee? Or Lee Rushan?
As long as we do not put the R and the U, we're good.
Okay.
I don't like pandering niggas.
Oh.
Well, at least. Oh, that's my dehumidifier. Excuse me. But oh, have you guys heard a beep in the background? Did y'all hear a beep in the background?
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah, that was my dehumidifier. You know, like you have those like those moisture extraction kind of machines.
Mm-hmm.
You heard of a humidifier? Okay,
No,
you heard of a
You're
humidifier?
talking about humidifier. You need to bring that to this space. There's various moist spots in this atmosphere space.
Yeah, okay,
Right.
like you moisture extraction thing, because like you
Too
have
goddamn moist out here, man.
you have a
Yeah.
humidifier, right? But what I have, wait. What I want to say was like most houses they have to have a humidifier, especially for people with asthma and such.
Yeah, right.
What I have is called a dehumidifier, so I need that to extract moisture out of the room, like in a damp room, or especially when I'm doing laundry.
Yeah.
And especially in the wintertime, because in wintertime the windows get fogged up with moisture and condensation and shit.
Mm.
So that's just letting me know it's full. And I gotta empty it out. So I can get it working.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah, but it is what it is. Just gotta because I'm in a cold. I'm in up in the North fucking Pole right now. So yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, he's up in Northern Europe, where the ice is. Scandinavia. Yeah.
Damn.
Oh my.
Oh, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool up here.
I bet it is.
Different
I
kind
bet it is.
I will say this. If I ever head to Minnesota, I'm gonna feel really confused because I'm gonna think I'm in Oslo, because everywhere I go, I see a lot of Somalis up here. I see a lot of Somalis. I see a lot of Ethiopians and Eritreans because I'm Eritrean. I feel right at home, and I'm sure there's gonna be some white chick gonna look at me and think I'm one of the extras from Captain Phillips.
Wow.
Look at me. I am the captain.
I'm the captain now. Barkat Abdi. Barkat Abdi. That's a cool cat. He's cool.
I'm not a captain of Chef Boyardee. Let me stop.
You wrote it out of me. You wrote it out of me when you said Captain Phillips. I was like, shit, here we go. Look at me.
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
Oh man, I used to use that phrase like a motherfucker. Like, look at me, fuck nigga, I'm the captain now. Like, oh my god, like so many variations of that phrase. Like, I'm just like, let's see.
Shit, I get mistaken for Somali every freaking time. Somalis look at me like, what? How do you? I'm like, I just look at them like, huh? I gotta say something in Arabic to him. It's like, I gotta say something in Arabic to him. Like, what are you saying? He's like, aren't you Somali? I said, no, I'm Eritrean. He's like, oh, my bad. You look like one of us. I like, motherfucker, we all look alike, especially the white people.
I mean, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's been stressing me out. That's triggered some of my PTSD. But I'm like, oh man, I'm just gonna stay calm, because in the back of my mind, I just want to grab a 2x4 and whoop your ass like Foghorn to that damn dog.
Yeah.
I mean, what? I say, what in the name? I say, what in the name is you trying to say about me?
Oh man.
I've used those for eating pussy, but that's another discussion for another time.
Wait.
Hold on.
What?
Oh my lord! No.
Uh-oh.
Try to isolate the heat and go down town.
You know what?
I go down to Chinatown that way.
I don't want to be derelict, but
Wow.
do you hold the clitoris with the chopsticks while licking?
I spread the lips with the sticks. I use the sticks to spread the lips and then go down.
Hey, you brought it up.
I got questions.
She must
Get
have
out of there.
Cinderella curtain lips.
Got it.
Be careful. We're gonna start acting like these really simple.
Alright. But chopsticks, funny and stuff. But one of those. But chopsticks. That's
You gonna
nothing
walk
new to
past
me. I
that.
remember,
This dude,
but chopsticks ain't nothing new to me. My mom gave me a hard time because sometimes instead of using a fork, I use chopsticks to eat spaghetti. It's like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, nothing.
It's not bad.
No,
Or when you try to do it
that
left-handed,
makes sense.
or when you left-handed, or when you try to eat left-handed, you're like, what is wrong with you? Because where I come from, you're not supposed to do anything left-handed.
Yeah.
Religious thing,
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, yikes. Yeah.
You're not supposed to eat with your left hand. You're supposed to eat your right.
No.
Yikes. Oh.
Sometimes I mean, that's why, when I was learning Muay Thai, I purposely learned to fight southpaw as well as orthodox. Because I just wanted to be versatile, just move, work left, south, work orthodox, southpaw, orthodox. Switch up every once in a while.
For the most part, that's how we're supposed to move as men. Be very versatile. Don't be a slave of ritual or routine to the point where people predict. So,
or playing the guitar.
Yeah.
In my case, I for some reason I'm like Jimi Hendrix, cross dominance. I want to play. For some reason, it makes sense just to play the guitar left-handed. But every once in a while, I'm gonna try to do it right-handed just to see how it works. It makes sense.
Yeah.
But being left-handed is hard for certain things.
Well, I eat with my left hand, so that's just me. But I do everything else when I do like sports and stuff. It's usually the right hand. I learned that when I was playing ball. Same here. Yeah, I'm a little ambidextrous. Yeah, man.
That's
Yeah.
crazy because I shoot with my left hand and my dominant is my right.
Yeah.
You're cross dominant. That means you're cross dominant. Because I don't know, for some reason, I'm right-handed, but certain things I can only do left-handed. And then certain things I'll purposely learn to. If I learn to do right-handed, I'll purposely try to do it left-handed as well, because just keep your mind flexible and your body just nimble, and you know what? Only thing I can't do is right with my left hand, but that's gonna take some time.
Hey, Juan G.
Yeah. Well, I grew up doing everything on my left. My father told me, and he just started putting everything in my right hand. Yeah. So I write with my right hand. I hold certain things with my right hand. Everything else I do with my left. Like all sports, outdoor activities, all of that, left hand. Throw a football with my left hand, shoot a basketball, throw a baseball. But then if I got a tennis racket, I use both of my hands.
Yep.
So my pop said
you gotta
that's
be personal about that.
He fucked me up.
That's what's up, man. I mean, that's good. That's good that you can do things with both hands.
Right.
You can do left and right at the same time. That comes in handy. You become very versatile that way.
Yeah. Now I was gonna ask Juan G. So what do you think about the conversation we had with mental health?
Juan G, you got anything to add about the CTE or PTSD?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That is a good question. On like mental health, that's like on mental health and everything, right?
Yeah, it's a combination of a lot of things. I know you're from Philly, but do you see people that have those problems in your neighborhood that you grew up, or anything particular? You don't have to go into detail. Just give us some small detail.
Well, yeah, I do see that. Due to the fact that like urban neighborhoods where some people come from, and they like have to watch out for the cops, or they gotta watch out for dumbass niggas that be doing stupid shit. They feel like they gotta watch back each and every day and shit.
Yeah, that's cool. But but what's one of the things they do to escape their little madness? Just I'll give you an example, like music or anything, sports or hobbies that they get away from.
Yeah, like a lot of people like play ball, or they like get into like music, or they dance. Like we usually go to parties, and used to go to parties a lot and everything. So you just be dance, music, or play ball.
unfortunately, some people get into substance abuse to self-medicate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
especially like Vietnam veterans, how many of them, drink and use? There's a, yeah, I got to use, because my memory just works like this. Because I remember there was, back in 1987, HBO put out this tribute to the vets. And in that special, a former veteran, he considering the audience was veterans and their families and whatnot, Vietnam veterans. One of them, he talked about, he wrote this poem and he recited that poem. And the way it ended, he said, we lost them to bullets and entrapment, alcohol, jail, drugs, suicide, post-traumatic stress, but never did you lose them to the truth that still plagues this country. Amen, brother. Think about what he said. We lost them to bullets and entrapment, alcohol, jail, post-traumatic stress, drugs, suicide. That trauma, PTSD, that trauma drives a lot of them. In order to cope and try to forget their problems, they just hit the bottle as hard as they can. Some people hope that they OD so they don't have to deal with this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is one of the scariest things to think about. Some people just want to.
And think about it too. When you said that, there's a lot of guys who are dealing with homelessness. And
Yeah.
madness. We don't talk about that stuff. We're really worrying about nonsense, flash, and basically boasting. Or you got guys who are out here roaming the streets trying to find a place to stay, or they find safety out there. Or again, it's like they're trying to wage war in the courts for their children, which help keep them calm. And then they'll go to nonsense for extremes in order to get what they think is sanity back. So we're getting hit on all fronts. That leads to the whole mental illness. Mental things that we deal with, and to compound it, to be treated as mental lepers because of the things that we acquired over time. It's broken many a man. That's why we don't have brothers like Force Windu or Renegade One here. And in the wake of them going away, you got people who just sit there and like, well, they'll mention it in passing, go right back to the bullshit.
Right.
That's how fucked up it is, man.
Yeah, it's just like what's his name? Mediocre tutorials where he had that testicular cancer issue. Yeah. It's just like that, things like that. People don't talk about things like that. It's personal problems. Like, and I'm glad you brought those individuals. Rest in peace to them, but it's awful, man. But then we already know the fuckery's going on. Now, that's not by design. We already know one person is designed to build for his channel like that. No hate to him. That's just how he gets down. And I think DeAndre said it was a necessary evil like that. You need channels like that. But yeah, that's the thing. But the reason I didn't participate in it on the panel, because I felt like it's no need. The seed was planted. If you're gonna go over there, that's your thing. We let you stand on your disrespect over there. You know what I mean? And I heard something last night. He said something profound. Yeah, if he's in that lane where guys in the so-called conscious community, them guys over there, so they already been they're warring right now with ideology, silly things, and exposure and all that. But the algorithm is putting everybody in one box, and I think me and DeAndre just things is changing. You gotta get your shit right, especially men, because men got to learn to adapt and move forward. See, the fuckery is only a minimum. Now they trying to put dollar prices on it because you got KS up on the top and everybody else, but what else you got on YouTube besides that? But the positive stuff, it's gonna be around. It's just you gotta find it. They always gonna put us on the bottom. That's the evergreen, everlasting content. So it's a gem. My channel is one of those, and I learned to accept that algorithm. I see they already know who's gonna separate what the gullible people's going to watch. Are they going to watch all of it? Yes. You're going to watch it for a short term, but over time, can it be sustained long term? And I say, hell no, because the younger generation won't find answers when they get older. It's inevitable. They will find you content. You can't hide from
the BS, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, at first in the beginning, but I'm telling you, when they get older and they grow out of that stuff, man, this guy was right on this content. See, it happens all the time. When they watch my old pre-records, they come back to even old streams. They're like, "You said this? Yeah, I said that 3 to 4 or 5 years ago. You should have been listening to it prior when it was fresh." But that's how people are. They're short-term thinkers, and people forget. And they're like, "Oh, he said this." Yeah. I was talking about CTE, PTSD, or anything. Yeah.
How many people are paying attention from the start is the question.
You can't account for the numbers. I mean, again, it's like they had to get through the bullshit filter first and foremost. The algorithm is going to sit there and bombard you with bullshit first. But if you're looking for the content, you're going to have to fish for it until things clean themselves up. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what Sir was actually saying on previous of his streams. Like, instead of any content creator going to people, it's best that you let them come to you, because you're the diamond in the rough compared to like other channels and all.
Because other channels is built on drama. It's built on drama and stagnating.
Very stagnant. That
like
the scream. They're for the brothers.
Yeah.
But in honesty, they're pretty much leading these brothers to like a sheep to a slaughterhouse.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. Yeah, because if you don't find the actual content, I'm not hating on nobody or what you call it, like the guys like us, and I think Charles mentioned this in the stream last week. He said me and him and his content or others alike, us even DS1 the Ronins, a lot of young brothers ain't gonna listen to us right away. It'll take them like 3 to 4 years to understand, because if they're super young, they got to get this one to like at least 24 to 25 and above, you know what I mean, or my age to understand, because they were saying this back then. You get those a lot in the comment section when I'm doing streams now. If you're like young, that's a hard audience to get, because they so used to the bombarded stuff. So you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what, Rashawn?
The yin energy.
Yeah.
They're too much in tune with the yin energy instead of
Yang.
of course, as for the youngsters, you want them to flourish. So yeah, it's better for them not to know about this space until, like you said, sir, like 3 or 4 years, in their like when they're still in their 20s. I wouldn't say early 20s, but like
mid 20s,
say like middle 20s,
like mid 20s to 30. Because if you dealing with certain knowledge, when you're young, if you have a mature mind, you're gonna like this content. But if you wasn't rocking with me at that age, it's hard for you to understand now. But if you look at my old stuff, it becomes more paramount. You know what I mean?
Excuse me, Rashawn.
Sorry. Yes, sir. Yes.
I'm glad that you said lambs being led to the slaughter. Because you ever heard of something called the Judas? You ever heard of something called the Judas goat?
Heard of it?
I've somewhat heard of it.
Okay. To anybody who wants to know what a Judas goat is, I remember seeing this in a movie. And this is on a sheep farm. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's on a sheep farm.
Well, I'm you know me. I'm more than willing to relearn. So please,
all right.
Please.
So what basically a Judas goat is it's a goat. And this goat is trained by the farmer. So what this goat does, it just walks a certain way, and the sheep follow, and he
Right.
guides them. And this goat is usually a ram, will guide the sheep up until a point, and then when he gets up to a certain point, he veers up to this one pen, right, and the sheep keep going this direction where they're going to be led to slaughter.
Yeah,
because he's trained to lead the sheep to the slaughter pens, to the slaughterhouse.
Right.
And to talk about, like we talk about, a lot of these channels are based on drama. You got to understand two things. I remember it was one, I've mentioned this many times, and sir, you know what I mean. Just like sex and fear, drama and controversy sell.
Yeah.
And the bullshit.
Facts.
And given the bullshit, I remember there's a quote by Mark Twain that says, "If there was money in the truth, people would be speaking it more often." Should I repeat that for the motherfuckers in the back?
Statement.
So
Should I
that
repeat that?
Say it again.
Should I repeat?
Yes.
Please.
As Mark Twain once said, if there was money in the truth, people would be speaking it more often.
Yep.
But there's no money in the truth. The money is in the drama.
Right.
And the lies and sensational whitelism.
And yeah, that's right, sensationalism. And some people, they will just like push a narrative, but they'll be cherry picking certain aspects of the truth.
Yep.
They'll upplay one part and downplay the other part.
Oh yeah, which we are very
That shit
familiar
sounds
with.
all
in
too
this side
familiar.
of this
Too
planet.
fucking familiar.
Yep, that sounds too fucking familiar, especially on this side of this planetary.
I'm sorry. Rashawn, did you just start beatboxing like Mike all of a sudden?
No.
You were like,
no.
Oh shit.
What? No. Come on, man. Cut it out.
I knew it was gonna go.
He's enjoying his
I mean,
weekend beverage.
can you blame some of these folks who got chapped lips? I ain't saying me, but shit.
Chapped lips, yellow teeth, stank breath. In some cases, the yuck mouth from Saturday night. Ugh.
That's too many channels.
Too much.
After the nightly hours of eating the grocery.
Wow. Are we really going there? We're really
Well,
going there?
unfortunately, what time is it right now?
Well, it is 6:27 Eastern time.
Yeah.
Has the sun gone down yet? Has the sun gone down yet?
Yes.
So the freaks are definitely going to be coming out, even though it's a Sunday.
It's not even about the sun going up and down. Did the Cash App go through?
Yeah, that too. Did people get their checks this morning?
They're not asking for regular flowers either. They're asking for the flowers that you can roll.
Somebody cue them Bone Thugs and Harmony songs.
I'm not gonna do it.
I will.
It's okay. It's okay, Ronan. You're a villain already. So
I'm just an asshole with principles, but yeah, I'll take it.
Yes, a villain with principles. I mean,
Dude, I just said bump a Bone Thugs and Harmony song. I didn't say we're gonna take a drive to Cleveland.
Oh well, hey.
Well, I mean, I've been to Cleveland, so yeah, we could take that ride to Bone Thugs.
So I've been meaning to ask you guys, like, what are you guys looking to do different as far as with not just your channel, but for yourselves in 2022?
Good question. Well,
besides drink.
Getting my fat ass a personal trainer. Because a lot of niggas want to see me in shape. So
okay.
I'm going to get my fat ass a personal trainer. So hit the Cash App and donate to DS1's personal training sessions.
Wait. What is that in the background?
Yeah.
What do I see in the background?
See me in shape. So.
You mean this? Oh, that's the poo doll. That's sitting proudly back over there.
He on his Afro Samurai shit.
No. That's not Afro Samurai. Well, that's Bruce Leroy.
No. That's not a Nagigata. That's Helbert.
Oh, okay.
That's one of when I'm sober, I'll definitely tell y'all a little bit of something about the weapons of my collection.
But what martial arts do you practice? What martial arts do you practice?
Drunk jitsu.
Drunk jitsu.
Jeet Kune Do, maybe one of the 5 styles, one of certain animal styles.
You could say that I practice white eyebrows.
Take one vodka.
I would laugh at that joke, but unfortunately, I got white eyebrows since I have vitiligo and shit. But yeah,
wow.
Wait, hold on. Let me find my
full black. No, that's me. Full black, but part white. Unfortunately.
Oh no, ain't no trick.
Oh, white eyebrows.
White eyebrows. Part of my face is white.
So
look. I mean, there are parts of my head. If you look at, if I ever showed you my head, you're gonna look at me, wonder. You're gonna realize. Let me put it this way: somebody asked me what happened to your face and what happened to your back head. I just looked at the kid and said, "My mama slapped the black off me." Wow. And this back here, that was my daddy who slapped the black off me. So get your ass in line. You don't want your mama to whoop your ass, boy.
Wait, I had a question because the DS1 brought something else. So you telling like these dudes what you do Pilates streams and shit, man? Is that what he asking for?
No. DS1 has actually seen
Pilates.
No, I get what he was saying because like there's guys in there always bringing up the issue. It's like, oh nigga, you fat like that. So you want me to be in shape for you niggas? Like, what's up with that? It's like you want me.
No.
I think it's a mixture of DLism and Nah, I'm just gonna leave it like that.
You talking about a boy here? We talking about the motherfuckers who be on the chat who be saying that shit.
No, it's not like.
No.
For the longest time, they'll say something in the chat room because they'll be trolling. But I was like, okay, why am I gonna get in shape for you niggas? Like, if I'm gonna do it for myself, I'm gonna do it. But what happens when I'm in shape? Then what? You want me to wear Spanx or fucking shit to entertain you motherfuckers? That's the vibe.
That's fucked up.
A bunch of weird ass cats out here.
But on a really real though, there are some niggas in this space that are actually weird like that. So yeah, I definitely
they off the deep end weird, No,
they on the glizzy sphere advocates. Fucking they just.
The glizzies.
The glizzies. What is that? No, what is that? A ball ward?
Well, they want to do streams like sucking on gas station pickles and shit like that. Just
with that statement, who does the out?
I was like, welcome to the mushroom stamp screen.
I'm sorry, Rashawn, man. I'm just considered with speaking of which, Rashawn, I'm just curious about all the weapons in the background, man. I'm just curious about all those weapons in the background.
It's gone new.
You train by those? You train with those?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, he do. He got videos. He's got a channel. Does martial arts and all that stuff. He has a whole channel, man.
It's funny.
Hey, can you put a link in the back?
He does it drunk.
Yeah, he can put a link back for you. I can put it.
Yeah, please put a link in the back.
I haven't practiced drunken sword in a while. So.
Okay.
I'll put it in the chat as well, huh?
Get your insurance first.
Shit. It's cool to meet somebody who has a background in martial arts as well, because my Brazilian whatchamacallit, martial arts background is mostly Muay Thai and Brazilian capoeira.
Oh, that's what's up. So you just basically
Yeah, he said that. Yeah.
Shit.
So you're basically a whirlwind of death, basically.
It's been a while. It's been a while since I've been in a Hora, but I just love that because it's a musical vibe and everything, and you learn to express yourself musically.
Yeah, and you
So
get
I've learned because
and somebody gets their ass whooped to a soundtrack. So
yeah.
So you basically Eddie from Tekken.
Yeah, Eddie Gordo.
Eddie Gordo, yeah.
Or if I put an Afro wig, then I'm Tiger.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
I'll give you that.
Yeah. It just I just can't rock them bell bottoms. I can't rock them bell bottoms like he does. You know, I'm sorry, bell bottoms. No, I can't.
I'm glad you guys brought that up because, like, even if you know the basics of boxing, and a trainer told me this, you would whoop the ass of about 85% of the motherfuckers who talk the most shit.
Mm-hmm.
Basically,
That's true. That's true. That's facts. No, he ain't lying. That's true. I witnessed that
basic
several
boxing.
times growing up. Yeah, basic boxing. Proper
basic
etiquette.
boxing. Yeah, who remembers? Who's heard of the 52 blocks? Because I remember, Ron Will talked about the importance of that shit.
Yeah.
That comes in handy. There's also kickboxing, Muay Thai. There's also you need to know that stuff because boxing comes from that. Also, there's like anybody heard of but there's also grappling martial arts because there's a friend of mine in the UK.
Jiu-jitsu.
He boxes, but he also trains Brazilian jiu-jitsu in particular. Because remember, there's two forms.
Yeah,
you got the Japanese jiu-jitsu or
BJJ, and you got
jiu-jitsu nippono and jiu-jitsu brasileira.
You can even kind of throw Aikido in a sense, but that's usually more.
Aikido.
Yeah.
Aikido. There's judo.
Ninjutsu.
There's also
ninjutsu. So many.
And Shui Jiao too.
Yeah.
How many of y'all heard of wushu?
I've heard of yeah.
Oh yeah, wushu.
Wushu.
All right. Hold on. Since this is my department.
Go ahead, Captain. Go ahead.
I mean,
his channel's in the back chat.
Thank you.
There you go.
What I've learned, in Chinese martial arts, there are like 3 sections. Wushu is pretty much like with all the acrobats, not to take nothing away with it. I mean, they do train to do all these types of like aerial flips and all. Wu Yi is pretty much the actual term for like martial arts.
Right.
Like prime example, like Hung Gar.
Heard about that one.
Hung Gar, Wing Chun, Pak Mei, Xingyi Chuan, like all these other styles that practice, besides, doing the acrobats and all.
But do they still do, was it Damak?
Well, yes. For some schools, that's a hidden secret.
Yeah.
Within the Kung Fu community. Yeah. But would I say that it's being practiced within each school? Yes.
Yeah.
Depending on the depending on your skill level. But
there's something else my trainer was telling me. It's like if you happen to catch a guy off guard, either he breathes different or something like that, you can't hit them to the point where they literally shit on themselves, and that'll stop the fucking fight.
Right. That's so true.
Yes,
I heard techniques like that. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
or say there's like a
good,
like where there's like a certain place, like just below the diaphragm,
somewhere around the diaphragm. Like if you catch
just below the sternum, that spot right between the ribs, where the sternum meets the ribs.
And I've been fascinated. I've been fascinated in finding out a way to do it. Just to that'll be a dramatic story to tell. You someone like
you're like
that's
or like in the liver shot. The liver shot will drop them.
Yeah.
Sorry.
A liver shot, a punch to the sternum if done right.
Yeah.
far as like
Hitting
what I
the
learned in close quarter combat, like you can crack the nose hitting it a certain way using your palm. Now, if you push it up, that's gonna puncture the brain. You're basically gonna bleed to death.
Ow.
Things about gouging the eyes, punching motherfuckers in the temple that'll put them out. If you box their ears, that'll disorient the shit out of them.
Yeah.
Taking your knife hand and hit them in the throat. I don't give a fuck how big you are. You need oxygen.
Yeah.
Punching people above the knees.
Calf kick behind the knee, or kick it behind the knee, or kicking the calf. Or kick it, or oblique kicks.
Yeah,
that'll just like Charlie horse the leg and everything.
Or these type of special fists, the Phoenix Eye, which is specialized to attack like the soft tissues of the body, just like the sternum or the throat. Or
if you sit there and crack like the collarbone, you can like drink a cup of coffee and beat the shit out of a dude. That arm is just done.
Yeah.
So that's why when that whole conversation about, motherfuckers like, man, I'm gonna see you, blah, 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 catch a flight. You have no idea what that person's discipline is, their temperament, how fucking sadistic a motherfucker can get, because they can disable you and really drag your motherfucking ass.
Oh yeah, they'll put you in the body bag, man.
See, this is the thing. It's very easy to dismantle somebody, but to teach them humility, well, that's another story.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's another set facts. Yeah, Rashad know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Rashad, how much rice wine you been drinking? How much rice wine you been drinking? Because you sound very philosophical right now. You were very humble and philosophical right now.
That's the captain for you, for the villain.
I mean, I've been a drunken.
No, this is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. He's cool. He's chill. He's just slow sipping his drink, and he's very philosophical.
Let me give you a fortune cookie.
Martial arts stream. Yeah, you can, dude. Yeah, you can. Y'all can do that.
Yeah. I haven't forgotten about us. Doing the stream about martial arts. Yeah. Just that I've been
fishing.
Very busy with my real life, but I'll definitely try to make an effort tonight to talk about it.
Hey, Rashad, correct me if I'm wrong, but using the forearm is basically the equivalent of a Louisville Slugger.
Yeah.
Oh yes, especially in kung fu, like southern style kung fu. Which they're very like, I would say, they're very big on like having like solid forearms, or Q, which means in Cantonese bridge. Like they're very big like as solid stances as well as like strong like bridges. Yeah. Compared to their like northern counterpart.
Yeah.
So
if you guys have to be on top of a guy and he's talking his shit, if you use your forearm and slam his shit into the ground, good night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about elbow strikes?
Or not even.
Yeah, elbow strikes or something else. Oh yeah.
Because one thing because like in Muay Thai, there's a lot of emphasis on elbow and knee strikes.
Yes.
Muay Thai, but anybody ever heard of a martial art called Letway?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Letway, yeah.
Letway. That is Burmese. That is the Burmese equivalent to Muay Thai. Only difference is instead of the art of the science of 8 limbs, it's 9 limbs, because in Letway headbutts are legal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In a Letway fight, they have headbutts.
Glad you mentioned that, headbutts. Most motherfuckers don't see that coming. Like if you like grab him by the collar and slam your shit like right in the bit, straight fountain.
Yeah. Or here's another example I can think of.
Actually, there is a particular technique within the style that I learned. It's called monk disrobe. Now there are different variations on how to do it. I can't really say
demonstrate.
I can just
You can't demonstrate right now. You're not sober, man. This is not the time. This is not the time or the place. Come on, man.
So
the perfect time.
The captain is showing us his work. Go ahead, Captain.
Does he is the place insured? Does he got insurance?
I'll give
He's
it
got
to
a
him.
whole dojo, man.
All right, all
Man got a
right.
whole
Anywho's, this technique called within our second style in Hakme, 9-step push. We have this technique called monk disrobing or Lohan Tagoi, which is pretty much like a grab, but like in variations. If you're like in close quarters, you can actually headbutt that person.
Yeah.
Like if if they're like charging at you, you could be just that stopping force and just headbutt them, or lead them to nefarious things. When you do this and then that, and then it's like I'll say it like this. Once you learn a technique, it's not always going to be the same technique. There's different variations.
And the situation applies too. But I have a bad habit.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
it's a street fight, I'm looking to. I have a bad habit of like using the environment to my advantage. So if it applies, if I can slam a motherfucker's hand or arm into a car door, I'm gonna do it.
Oh,
I'm gonna do
you know
it.
what? I just remembered.
Shit. It is. I mean,
I gotta ask a
people need to
question.
understand that kung fu was survival during the Warren State period.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Kung Fu,
Yeah.
even Okinawan karate. They needed that for survival.
Yeah.
Various forms of karate as well. Kyokushin, Yugoshin, all those. But here's one thing.
Yeah, just like ninjutsu started off with farmers and stuff like that, using tools on the side.
They had to, and not only did they learn those techniques, they learned that as well as the importance of Bushido.
Yep.
And Kendo and everything, because they wanted to be more than they wanted to be above the samurai in a way. Because samurais have to study one thing, but they learned how to understand them so they can work outside of it. But there's anybody familiar with Israeli Krav Maga?
Yeah. Oh, you got a school on 20 minutes from me.
Yeah. Shit. That's kind of intriguing. Or what they call Kali, aka Eskrima, from the Philippines.
Yeah, with the fighting sticks.
The sticks, fighting sticks and machetes, because the bolo is not the fuck. Or here's one. Silat.
Yeah, I know about silat.
Silat.
Yeah, I was.
You ever heard of karambit? You ever seen a karambit?
I got it in my car.
That knife. Oh.
I do got someone on the camera.
He's in my car.
Hold on. Yeah, but here's
those knives, they come in handy because they're curved and everything. Well, it's a small blade, right? It's curved in. Looks like you're barehanded, but actually you got the knife just poking out from under your hand.
For some people who aren't familiar with it, it's like kind of like it's kind of eagle's talon, and it's sharp. So that's why I got it like in the near the door. So anytime motherfucker come out there, yak.
You about it.
And
go ass up out of there.
For those who are not familiar, Kali does have a bit of Chinese roots.
Oh yeah.
And Salat. Well, actually, I meant to say Salat. Salat has a bit of Chinese roots. Because of the mainland going in, civil unrest, and you had a lot of loyalists as well as revolutionaries that had to fled from their homeland and pretty much teach the locals what they know and pretty much mix their style. What my sequel told me.
Hey, Rashad, I was gonna ask you this, since Wanjis and Chief, they're gonna have their version of North and South Hood Jitsu. Now, when it comes down to it, what are your thoughts on things like push daggers?
Push daggers. Very, very deceptive. I would say.
Watch the wheels in his head spinning. Head spinning.
because like I mean, you wouldn't know if you about to engage in combat with a random individual. Like you don't know if they're also carrying a weapon too.
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean? So when I think about the push dagger, very good for strategy if you're dealing with like some vendettas. You know. But when I said like if you came across somebody, you don't know from a hole in the wall, it's like, I would use it, but then again, it's like, do you really want to handle the consequences by having that push knife and sticking it in that nigga, you know?
I mean, you don't want to get blood on you. What if that motherfucker got something, like Hep C or some shit like that?
Oh yeah.
That's some scary shit to think about.
Some people, but then you got some people like that have these problems what we talked about earlier. They don't give a fuck and they get blacked out and there you are. Some people are like that. I ain't trying to scare nobody, but it does happen.
But that's part of the.
It does happen.
Yeah, and that's the thing with conversations as men. Like you got a lot of guys who like to talk strong, but you talk about strategy to where things that could possibly happen because no fight in real time is choreographed.
Exactly. There you go.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
That's why
it's like we talked earlier about the bombs and stuff. Yeah, the same concept. You don't know what you're gonna get out of that door. You always got to be prepared. But in that mindset, even if you black out, if you have that last weapon behind you, that thing you have, there you are. I'm just saying, but it's the truth though. You're correct. Yeah.
These do come in handy.
You
may think that
people can laugh at those things, but if they know how to use them, break your fucking arms and elbows.
What is that?
You see, I got this by my bed. So this sleep
right. That's a nice.
She's nice. What's her name?
It's a machete.
It's a machete. I know. What's her name?
I
know you gave it a nickname.
It's just my bitch.
I don't know. Yo. Have any of you been on Charles's channel? He's got a Coco Bolo nightstick, right?
Mm.
Oh, that's a bad bitch named Tiffany, and she good. Oh, yeah. Coco. Well, yeah. Oh, just like that's a big boss man's end. Only got to be black.
Yeah. It'll be bloody.
Black one. Hold on.
Oh man, this nigga.
Yeah, he do.
He's got a pair of them.
He do.
Yeah, I told you he do this shit.
This shit.
It's a great weapon for offense and defense. So
shit. I'll tell you something.
Yes.
In Brazilian capoeira, there's something called jogo de falha. Because when you're in the circle, it's called a roda, and when two guys play are battling in it, it's called a jogo or a game.
Yeah.
But old school masters, they have this game called jogo de falha, in which those straight razors that barbers have.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Now what they do is each of them has one, but they're holding it with their feet. Gripping it with their feet with one foot. So one foot's going in the shoe, or they're barefooted, and with one foot they're gripping that razor because you can't use your hands. You gotta. There's more kicks and it's more kick oriented. So they're pretending to like try to slash each other, but it's not really trying to slash each other. It's just them just showing, I could slash you. They're just doing it slow because nobody's trying to get cut. Yeah. But it's a form of ritual. But there's also another game we also play called makulele.
Yeah.
But use a pair of sticks.
Yeah.
Where they're within rhythm, you're just banging sticks. Others.
Dude's a fool.
Nigga stupid.
Oh, the rat tail.
No.
Yeah, dude's a fool. Don't pay him no mind. He know what we're talking about. Anytime it's his shit. Yeah.
You know what? Now I gotta bring this up.
Go ahead,
Wolf.
But New is actually right. In certain kung fu systems, certain things could be used as a weapon.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example.
Just like in any martial arts.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. In Silat, in Indonesia and Malaysia, the men have a wraparound cloth called a sarong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember
that double. A lot of people in Asia wear a sarong, even in East Africa. I mean, Somali folks, you ever notice the traditional cloth is called a sarong?
Mhm.
They can use that as a weapon. So it's like somebody tries to like throw a punch in, they use that, bind them up, tie them down, wrap it around their face, and suffocate them. Now imagine this: you being suffocated by that, and you gotta know what this motherfucker's ass and balls smell like that before you black out and die. That's what fucked up about it. That's what fucked up about it. Motherfucker, shit drunk. You're like, shit, I'm suffocating, my balls stink.
Oh, and here's another thing too. Is like
I smelled the motherfucker ate last night. Damn.
Now it's unfortunate that you see it a lot in this space. You got guys who sit there and talk about a guy's size. Either he's short or so he's a fat motherfucker. If he knows what the fuck he's doing, you got a problem on your fucking hands.
Andrew Ruiz versus Anthony Joshua. Anybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Andrew Ruiz, the first fight against Joshua, because he's short and stocky, but that mass helps him generate the power he needs to knock you out.
Even what you call it, that with what you call it, that boxer that knocked out the guy
Deontay
from
Wilder?
Alabama. Yeah, Deontay Wilder. That one.
Oh, you mean Tyson Fury? Tyson
Fury. Yeah, there you go. That example. You know, they think he's not the best puncher, but he had the balance of his, his punches. What's so weird that how he,
he's 6'9",
and he beat this one trick pony fighter. And they think he's the best, right, from Alabama, right? Until he got beat. That I think that last fight they fought, that lets me know he didn't have the proper training in boxing, and it happens. You get exposed. You get exposed in person by the fans.
I mean, think about it this way. I remember Charles brought it up. He said in their first fight, he dropped Tyson. He dropped him, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he got up. Even though the fight ended in a draw, he got up. So what does that tell you? If a man can rise up after you give him your best shot, what does that tell you? That's going. What is that? What happens to you when you see a guy get back up after you hit him with your best shot?
Fucks what you meant.
The second, in the second fight, and the second fight, you remember, Wilder was bleeding out of his ear. He was bleeding out of one ear because one of his eardrum was ruptured, so that fucked up his equilibrium. Yeah. And they had to stop the fight. His coaches had to throw in the towel. Yeah, I mean, Tyson was like tasting blood. He said, "I wanted to taste his blood," and he did end up tasting his blood when he was up when they were tied up in the ropes. But that's how twisted he is, because Tyson Fury also has issues with depression and mental health. And a lot of that is
there we go. There you go. It revolves right around what we was talking about in the stream. That's the whole concept. There you go. Right there. You just said it.
He left boxing because of his mental health issues. Yeah. But he came back afterwards after getting his shit right.
It's just like the Kevin Love
his
thing.
Fighting style is based on it.
Yeah. All them athletes, all them that actually have these problems and depression and this thing going on since last year. You know what they did? They came right back the next year and start up again. Like you said, it's the same concept. Like all
Look
you're
at
doing.
My avatar.
Yeah.
Look
Ricky
at my
Williams.
avatar.
There you go.
Ricky Williams. There you
go.
My first time. I'm gonna tell you a story about me. Because I'm from Eritrea, and I remember it was late 2003, 2004. There was this library just not too far from where I worked, and they would have magazines donated to them from the American Embassy, like Sports Illustrated and whatnot. And I think it was a 2003 edition, December 2003 edition of Sports Illustrated, and there was an article about mental health. What's his name? The dude, this American who won the luge in the U.S. for the U.S. in Salt Lake 2002. Another person, and Ricky Williams were featured, and Ricky came out was open about his social anxiety about that time. But the problem was this: he was taking an antidepressant called Paxil, called paroxetine, or it's known by the brand name of Paxil in the States.
Yeah.
Up here in Europe, it's called Seroxat.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that depression drug. Yeah, my mom used to take it.
SSRI. Yeah. Yeah. I remember like that fucked up with me, fucked up my metabolism. But when I read about his story, that's when I started to come to terms with my mental health, because I was dealing with my OCD. I didn't know I had Oh, Shaka. I studied both Regional and Angola. If you're wondering, if you're familiar with those styles.
Yeah.
We studied mostly Regional. But Angola, I love Angola. Angola is kind because it's slow, it's mischievous. You got to learn to be crafty in that one.
Yeah.
But anyway, but like I said, reading that article about Ricky Williams, everything made me open up my mind about.
Yeah, he was one of my favorite running backs. Yeah, he was one of my favorite running backs.
But what also opened me up further is, especially when I came to terms with being diagnosed with BPD, was Brandon Marshall.
Yeah,
the running back, the wide receiver. He came out in 2011 and admitted he has BPD, and he's been open about it ever since.
Yeah,
that's my dude right there. I mean, Ricky Williams was diagnosed with social anxiety and clinical depression, also borderline personality disorder. But Ricky's been good ever since, because you remember,
he's been good.
Together.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite running backs. Yeah, this dude is awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, one of my favorite games.
In college.
NFL
I remember him in college.
And the pros. UT Texas. Heisman Award winner.
I gotta remember too, with Ricky Williams will help him a lot. He smoke a lot of weed.
Yeah, that too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Now I would not say that weed is the only thing to calm me down, but I would say it's secondary. It's secondary.
Here's another thing that also helps with people.
Was that?
No, he said he switched to marijuana because Paxil was fucking up his diet and everything. Because one of the side effects of Paxil or any other antidepressant or antipsychotic for that matter, is it messes up with your metabolism, so you end up gaining weight. You can't lose it. Once you get off it, in a matter
I had to deal with that. She dropped that shit. Yeah.
I remember when I took it, because I was on it for on and off for 2 years. And when I got off, when I stopped taking it, the first time I weighed myself, I was I don't know how to say it. Let me find out how you do it in pounds, because I weighed myself in kilos at the time. Hang on.
Yeah.
So I was 80 something kilos. That's
you're close to 2 something.
No, I'm a unit. I gotta get my unit converter. Yes, it's a slow ass phone. Weight. I was 82 kilograms. That was 180 pounds.
Yeah.
So I dropped down. Now I'm 75 kg.
Okay.
So that's 165.
Yeah.
So that messed up my metabolism for a while, but one of the side effects was it fucked up with my creativity. Yeah. Because it left me kind of emotionally numb and everything. But when we talk about marijuana, here's another thing that's also been proven to be helpful to people with mental health issues. Psilocybin. The magic mushrooms.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Under the right guidance, it's been known to help people with certain forms of depression, and it's also been used. It's been proven to be helpful to people suffering from OCD, but they can't give it to them long term. But it's also been proven to help people who suffer from something called cluster headaches. That's psilocybin helps treat those. They bring it to a minimum. Reduces it at least, or gets rid of them temporarily. But that's why you see documentaries about people going to South America, experience those ayahuasca treatments and shit.
Oh yeah.
Or people with heroin addiction have to deal with who are taking ibogaine from the iboga plants, because there's even people who've gone to places like Gabon where they can where herbalists will take that stuff and show them how it helps them overcome their heroin addictions.
Yeah.
Or cocaine addictions in that case. Say what?
Both. I said or both. North and South Shaolin Temple in Wudang Mountain.
Oh, okay.
In some aspects.
Yeah.
I mean, well, sometimes I'm contemplating about going to a Rasta retreat, but I realize, that ain't gonna help me.
Right.
I mean,
listen.
For historical reasons, I can't be in that shit. I can't be involved in that. I mean, I belong to the Orthodox Church of Ethiopia and Eritrea, but
Yeah.
I'm Eritrean Orthodox. But it's just Haile Selassie is not exactly a highly regarded figure in our history.
Mm-hmm.
So they understand, that. So they don't. They
Yeah, I ain't
understand
gonna get into that. Yeah, that's a whole
But
other.
Yeah,
but for
it's
some
best.
people, what
It's
also helped
best that
them
we
is like
For sure.
But but as far as mental health issues and such, there's also things like for some people it's talk therapy. In some places they got to go to retreat. And one friend I know, he went to a therapist and he learned how to cry.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta be taught that.
Yeah, you gotta be taught that.
Mm-hmm.
I have learned how to cry myself, but usually what I do is like and don't try to use this against me, because that's the biggest fear about opening up. People, you're afraid that somebody might use what you tell them against you. I've had that experience.
You know what? I was going to say something about that, like earlier on when we talked about people with, who don't want to fix themselves because one, you know, that individual that they trust pretty much like was. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of these individuals that say that they want to help, but then,
They full
you
of
know
shit.
what I mean? Yeah, they full of shit and they want to use you because you're malleable and, you know what I mean, you're not at a right state of mind. You know, that's another thing that needs to be talked about, with people who have mental issues. Like people don't think that they're not being sexually insulted in these institutions.
Mm-hmm.
These mental institutions.
Shit.
And it's sad to say, my mother at the time when she had a stroke.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but she was in another state when she had it.
Still though.
Yeah, and
That's
it's
fucked
just
up. Yeah.
it's just like the fact that they try to take advantage of her while she wasn't really in her right
Yeah.
state of
Right state.
mind.
Yeah. Sorry to hear
Yeah,
that. Yeah. Wow, man, that's fucked
yeah,
up.
like it like a part of me really wanted to look for this motherfucker in Delaware and just fuck this nigga up for even trying to like allegedly.
Right.
Real shit.
But we all know some of us have actually have combat experience, know that there are penalties, when you try to act irrationally when
Only if they have
Right.
something.
only if they have
Only if they're fired. Only if they're fired, yes. But if they're not fired and it's like, you really have to like, play chess with motherfuckers and, pretty much wait until their downfall really hits them until like you get at the individual.
allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
Right.
Hey
But
Oni, one question.
yes, sir.
One question. You ever play Guo?
Whoa. I've heard of it, but I never really played it before.
GUO, Guo. It's like Chinese chess, only
Yeah.
it's not, instead of being a game of
Oh,
attrition.
Go. Yeah. I've heard of it.
Guo,
Yeah.
Go. Because
Whoa.
sometimes instead of a chick, because you got to know
I've
when
heard of
because
it.
you got to know, are you playing Go, chess, or
Are you
checkers? You got to
playing
know what
chess?
game to play with certain individuals.
Yeah. Are you playing
Hey, the Art of
Go?
War.
Playing
I remember
chess?
watching the History Channel documentary about the Art of War, and they mentioned Guo. That's that's an interesting
Oh,
game to play.
yes.
Not too many
Game
people
Or
know
of
about
playing
that
Risk.
game.
Game of territory.
Yeah. Not too many
Yeah.
people know about that game.
Or
They
playing
just
Ri-
yes. Guo's a lot deeper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go is pretty much like instead of capturing the king, it's really about which army captured different territories and pretty much made it their branch or stronghold. So I'm familiar with Go, but I haven't played it. Just putting that out.
It's cool. It's cool because it's interesting to bring. It's interesting that you bring. I brought it up because sometimes sometimes you got to use a chess approach. Other times it's checkers, or sometimes it's go, or in some cases risk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Game
There
theory
you
and
go.
everything. Playing risk. I mean, Charles mentioned playing risk, and I was like, all right, that's something to look up.
Yeah.
It's kind of ironic because isn't it the same type of ideology that most of these dudes were kicking on this space? Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's true. They were in the
They
beginning.
were.
I would say the older days, like in the 1.0 era, is a lot of people did what you did, Rashawn and Ronan. It was a mix of everything, and people had knowledge. And you also got to go back to the barbershops. Like I said earlier in the streams, we was
Oh
talking like this stuff, and then the women was like 5 to 10 minimum, and then over time it was 15 to 20% because there was problems in the world. But now
Yeah.
they made it more like a 70, 85% talking points, and we're not talking about the actual hobbies and actually doing something like a little bit of the political stuff. I think me and DeAndre talked about it. It's the little things that we work on, and then the internal shit first too before you go out there and do it. Like y'all said about discipline and that
Oh man.
that craft, it matters, man. Yeah. It's a lot of essence of masculine stuff. It's different levels, but once you understand that discipline, you help others around you, man. It's just common sense to the end of the day.
Yeah.
I
Just want to
recall.
say, like, I want to say, like,
Go ahead.
I got my brother here. Like, there's a lot of old souls here, and to
Mm.
be honest, that's why a lot of guys get attacked. Say, oh, Sir O, everybody on this panel, especially like DS1 recently. Like, again, the whole thing about heal before you build. Too many people are addicted to picking those scabs. They don't want to heal up. They'll do a little bit, but they get off on picking those scabs because it's the circular talking points. They never heal.
Right.
Because that's foreign territory. If they heal, now what do I have?
Yeah. And
Right.
it's
Yeah,
like
there you go. Yeah.
and it's like the more they pick on the scab, it's like the more they just gonna hurt themselves
And get
'cause-
infected.
Yeah, and it's not now they're not picking their scab, is now they're only like picking their flesh now.
Yeah.
Gangrene and everything.
And it leads to
Can
madness.
develop.
It leads to madness. You're not instead of picking at it, now you're clawing at your shit. You notice the cycle, the further they go, the wilder they get, where you get guys who start calling and going through these episodes in front of Instagram models on lives and shit. Or whenever you have women on a panel, they go ape shit. That's what you see.
Now this is a question I would ask, because we're all level-headed individuals. Now,
Okay.
no,
Wait, are we level-headed? I don't know. Some of us are kind of on various levels at times.
Enlightened.
Enlightened
Yeah.
in some aspects. Enlightened.
Some aspects. Yeah.
So this is what I was thinking about from the incident that happened earlier today, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do we handle, other brothers that may be in our age range, or our, I would say my mother's age group, she's 50, right? So how do we go forth on, dealing with individuals in this sector? You know what I mean? Because, like, I don't know, like, some of you may say that I'm being a little sentimental. I would say, like, I'm looking at it from a whole different picture, of, what I mean? Because the only thing I could say is, well, you can only lead them to the well. Now, it's up to them if they'll take your advice.
I mean, let's hear from Wanji's and Sheik.
I mean,
okay.
I mean, as far as the bullshit, We already know how that go.
Yeah.
The bullshit is a fight to continue the whole aspect of what Sir O called BSC supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what niggas is.
Yeah.
That's what niggas want to do. So all the content creators, especially who are men, who are not promoting that and who are not doing that on their channels, niggas got a problem with them.
Mm.
Straight up. Because
Now
at the
this
end
is
of
a
the day,
question,
mhm,
because I don't want to see blood. And know me, I told this to Sir O, like, even if we are the same side, same signs, but it's like we still carry out the same ideology that, shit is fucked up.
mhm,
Yeah.
Right?
mhm.
And it's like I'm kind of looking at it from an outside point of view. Like, if we are all fighting the same cause, then what is the issue? Is it our ego?
The issue is the money. These niggas is
That
trying to
too.
see, because what this what niggas gotta understand. The whole blame. I'm glad niggas brought up the blame, shame, and explain shit, because that points directly to what something I spoke about last year on my channel, incel income.
Oh
Hmm.
yeah, I
Blame,
remember.
shame, and explain is for incels.
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
the fact that these niggas, from 2.0 and all of that, mastered the blame, shame, and explain game, they mastered they got rich and fat off of incel income.
So pretty much you're saying they did the blame and explaining externally, but
Hmm.
they didn't do the shame and explaining
Yeah.
internally, which
Yep.
involves themselves.
And you can switch the acronym around. It could be BSE or
Mhm.
SBE. Yeah,
Mhm.
correct.
Mhm.
It's the same
Right.
concept. It's just like Ty City brought up. He stand on it. I stand on it deep down. I don't say it as much. I say it in the chat. That's like the number one issue. And last year, Wacky talked about the biggest problem in the manosphere. He said this last year. He did a stream. He's in the chat. He'll tell you that's hurting you. The incel problem. Even Cerulean said it in 2018. And when he started doing content, and anybody that is opposed to that, it's a problem. No matter what generation it is. Shouts out to the general. He told me, like, if you're like the age of 18 and above, you are a leader technically in your community. You learn from others that's older than you. And the older you get, see, an elder is like 50 and 60. That's an elder. Okay. Supposedly a good elder. And I just talked to Supreme Elder DJ Music. It resonated with me. And I had to do what I had to do today because I didn't want that on my channel. There was going to be a problem. And shouts out to DeAndre. And he came at his special forces buddy. And I didn't like what I saw. And we was talking about some man shit. And I was on the panel
Oh
and we was trying to get
yeah,
away from the women
yeah.
top. And that whole concept, what you saw right there, I think it needed to happen. And thank goodness for DeAndre doing the right thing because he took it in the right direction. I know he did so wrong, and it's not your fault, DeAndre. It's just like we could have just fall back and let you handle that. But it was a good stream. But if you saw that stream, I want y'all to observe what happened. You know what I'm saying? And this is the type of shit that I cannot stand in certain spaces, and I see it outside of other spaces as well. But us, particular as black men, we need to address that. Like that whole pimping shit that died out in after
Yeah,
9/11. I'm sorry. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
no shots to nobody, but I just don't fuck with that. I mean, I'm
And
trying to be fair, but goddamn, but that shit's
Would
dead,
it
man.
be?
I understand the
and
concept,
hold
but
on, let me just say this, and
Uh,
understanding that background, my my uncle, I want to say, well, not my biological uncle, but my younger sister's uncle. You know what I mean? He was a P, he's a P. Now I don't know if he still is a P or he reformed, but you know what I mean. Not to say that what they're doing is right, but I understand from a psychological point of view is that I don't know. Like this is just me. Maybe it's just that they need someone to like check them.
Yeah, it ain't just that. I ain't got no problem with it. Now, if you're a reform, I respect that. But if you currently do, I can't fuck with you in 2021 in the future because I understand why other people got
No,
mad at them last
absolutely.
year. But
Absolutely.
I'm breaking it down to you. Like from last year, that was the conversation. And what stemmed, what March was about, my split with those individuals. Yeah, you understand. You can reform some. You don't have to kill them all. But the ones that are problematic, it goes on both sides. The trick and the player, because they end up being the simp too. That's why I say fuck
Yes.
everybody else. And what I
Yes.
mean by scorcher, you
Yes.
gotta be a
Exactly.
natural. And I hate to say that. And Tassie was trying to say it's nothing wrong with females. We say that on this channel, and I have no issue with the females in the chat room. It's just my issue is you're brainwashing the kids because they're going to challenge that shit when you get older. Because over time, I've noticed in each generation when I studied and I researched and actually seen in person, people going to get tired of you, man. Because after that 9/11, like back then, yeah, people did the thing. It was cool. But after those towers fell and I was watching Ask Nathaniel break it down, you can't do certain things no more because already got it won. The women have certain fashions. I was telling that shit's dead, man. You have to be I hate to say this, calm, and especially on panels. You cannot scream and yell because one thing they'll look at and they'll clip, one of these streams, and there you are. They got you. You know what I mean? You can't do that shit and talk about that all day. And I understand you use it as a trope, as a lifestyle coach. I get it. And I know it makes a ton of money. I don't care for that shit. That's not helping the average man because the average man's got two choices. If you want to go out there, do your thing. Okay. You want to go close, do your thing. I'm not judging you. But don't bring that energy because you're gonna fuck up the younger generation because they're gonna look at us like, well, these niggas ain't do shit. See, the players they get jammed up doing 30 years in prison. Like I said, I don't know if your sister's uncle's in prison, whatever. I'm just saying, I had an uncle like that too. He was both a gangster and a pimp, and you know what he was? He was a Vietnam vet. But here's the thing: he let that shit get in his head over time, and he's wore down now. He's in his 60 around my dad's age, about 2 years. So he's been destroyed mentally and spiritually. But I'm trying to tell you, don't be like that. That's why they tell us in the older generation, they tell us you don't want to be like that. You don't want to be like that nigga because that nigga is a liability. You know what I mean? Because I never had a problem with the lifestyle growing up. I get it. It was cool at the time because I was messed up when I was younger. But once I got older and realized you gotta leave that shit alone. And this is why I talked to Cerulean so much. He said, look, you gotta leave that shit alone. You gotta leave that shit alone. After a while, once you get older, you can't take that with you. Yeah, you can't take that with you. And I get what Rashawn was saying in the chat. It's no disagreement. I mean, I respect that. I respect pushback. See, I can take that. As a man, I say, yeah, I respect that, but I just don't like it too much. You know what I mean? Too much is bad for everyone. That goes on both sides. I don't pick sides. And what I did over there with DeAndre's panel, I wasn't gonna pick a side based off that. I picked based off your actions. You kind of forced my hand when you did that, but I did not like doing that because I kind of fall back and let Dre handle that, and I'm applauding for that. That's his man's man. If he treated him as family and they knew each other, and he's in the special forces in the military, he actually says like, yeah, of course
Don't
you did
test them.
Yeah, just don't test him. But what it taught me was, as a holder of a channel, he showed that discipline, and I respect that. Now, I could be like that more often, but see, I just kicked off 2 white boys that try to force my hand. And I was looking back at my old streams and remember what I did. I got to go back to that. I got to be swift like that because you got weirdos and trying to challenge you, man. Like, you don't know who's coming after you and poking at you. And like, no, you're not going to ruin this platform. This is for brothers that need help. You give them a little knowledge, and that's it. Yeah.
Throw.
Sometimes
go ahead.
I wonder. Excuse me, Oni. But you ever check out like some of the things that like Charles does on his channel, for example? Whenever he brings somebody up, he always has like a GIF of a GIF image just to cover the screen, so that person doesn't get to show themselves or anything, because he's like, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Because we've had a few trolls. Because Charles had a few trolls up on his channel a couple times, asking him questions and whatnot.
Yeah,
and he knew how to deal with them. So you gotta have things. You gotta have
these trolls. They cam up. I had one cam up and one cam up that had the weeds from Canada, but I bounced their ass. I knew what they was doing. I let them speak they bullshit. If it's interference, and shouts out to DeAndre with the last string I did, and I saw the replay. He said, "Sir," he said, "Was he?" It's like family conversation. He was just interfering. We had a good conversation until I saw his ass. I'm like, "What are you doing?" And see, we was mentioning fraternities and secret societies, and shouts out to Art and Nino, because I know they're part of that little whatever. But I'm not gonna get into that. And I was trying to tell him, no. This white boy was trying to challenge y'all shit. That ain't his fucking business. That's your little personal secret society thing, you know. And I don't want that on my channel, because I know I have a certain family members that support that shit. You know, probably watching me one day. I'm just saying, I don't want those problems like that. And like, dude, don't be questioning people's, you know, shit. Let them be. If you disagree, cool, just challenge them at they law. They'll have a debate with you. But I'm just saying, but don't do that. Like, come on, man. And then
some people don't have the respect for it. Some people don't respect things, because like I said, like, you know, like Ronan knows what I mean, because there's some people who are, you know, a certain kind of personality disorder. They just don't know, they don't respect lines, like they don't respect certain things. And there's some people just out here who just want to peddle the BS, because controversy sells, and some people just here to just harass.
Like, and what I try to do on this channel, I try to let everyone have their say in peace, and that's why I do these discussions to, you know, get your stuff off, or wherever it's bothering you. You know, it's like it's semi barbershop, but it's more like small counseling. But then you get into the spiritual stuff, you know, stuff that you really want to talk about. You know what I mean? Besides the basic shit that you should hear on YouTube. Circus level stuff. And I try to get away from it. That's what me, service level stuff. That's what me and DeAndre try to push. And I'm one of those guys, like, you know what? I'm gonna make this attempt. At first, I didn't want to do it in the beginning of the streams in April. And I decided, you know what? I need to schedule my content. And what I did was I picked the days that people wasn't streaming. This is why I do Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday. I tried that Friday shit stream. I said, hell no. Try the Saturday stream. I say, hell no. I have to look at who is going to be interested in certain days that they don't like. So Sunday's one of them. And I know Wednesday, they can't stand Wednesday streams. I said, okay, let me take that. And then when I finally did the Thursday streams, when I did it and I like it, the more people came over time. I waited. And like I said, most people just love your typical Monday, Tuesday, Friday stream and Saturday streams, because that's where the fuckery's at. I know where the numbers is for the youth and the people my age and above, because I can tell by the live feed on my YouTube on the open page. But when you see the positive shit, it's usually on Wednesday, Thursdays, and I was looking at Sundays. I was like, I like this. We're talking about
Sunday,
tag.
you know what? I just realized something. The theme for your you know what your theme song should be? Easy by the Commodores.
Yeah.
Easy like Sunday morning.
Yeah. What's going on, Kings of Lion? But yeah, man, like that's the whole point. And I'm glad. See, this one hits the link from the clouds and try to interfere. And I try to say, all right, I can't have weirdos like that on my panel. Like, if you're not that smart and you trying to say silly stuff, you're out of here. You know, I try to entertain it for a while, but that Hannibal stream, I kind of regretted doing that part too. I think DeAndre was on that stream, but I had to learn as a mistake. And people ask, he was, and I've noticed there's a pattern with certain people. He want to talk about weed,
that's right,
and the secret society shit. And I could tell, and I scratched my head. He has a pattern. Okay, he's gone. The other dude wants a windmill when you talk about the people of Israel over there, right? And the man was trying to entertain it. I know you was on the panel, Wolf, and I had to check his ass. I said, no, you ain't windmilling for this nigga. Who are you? I check this nigga. You can't do that. Don't try to. No. And I had to bounce his ass. And then Charles said, no. He was windmilling. I saw what he was doing. Get out of here.
At some point, I remember the man, we shouldn't be bringing him up. Of course, you might remember I had the Bernie Mac. If you remember, if I had the Bernie Mac avatar, I had the Bernie Mac avatar. But the previous time he was there, I remember was it Mel and a couple others, they were just getting hot and heated. It got hot and heated. They got upset. Me, Bruce Almighty, we both came on, and I said, can we stop having this conversation? Because does anybody realize what this man is doing? Because I know there's some people just here to antagonize, and he's disruptive.
Yeah,
that's that narcissistic shit.
Yeah, that right there. And if I see him do it again with that list, he's gone, man. Like I gave him a fair one. I'm glad that early in the stream, like when I do to those white boys, that's an example. You do that bullshit, you out of here, man. Like, quit, stay.
This is why I don't have a channel. This is why I don't hold a chat myself, because I know the dangers of it. I mean, I got my own reasons, but also remember
that's fair. That's fair. And I'll tell you why. A lot of guys that don't have channels.
I would say this. Because, I started streaming and putting out content. And one thing that I made sure that I didn't do was, entertain certain fuckery that will like bring out like
good decision.
These derelicts in on this black sector and all.
Yeah, that's how I did mine.
Not to say that I deal with it. Not to say that like they're gonna come, but I would say this, and this is what I've learned from Sir O. If they're on some bullshit, if you heard caught wind of them doing some bullshit on another panel, like what I do, I don't even have them on the panel. It's like fuck is you talking about, bro? Like I heard you flashing your thing. Like, get out of here, bro.
Oh shit. Yeah. I had to bounce his ass. Yeah. It was last Sunday, but I had to bounce his ass. I was like, nah, dude, and then try to put me in the box. No, motherfucker, get out of here. Because that's the type of shit I'm talking about, and I'm glad I did it to him too. And he was a brother, and I just scratched my head. And this is the type of stuff we deal with. Like anybody that's positive, they're gonna challenge channels like mine. And I told this to Dre, don't worry about it, because even the ones that don't have channels, my channel is an example. You can do content, but the trick is you don't have to go to places to be on panels. Of what I've learned, see, I did it as a test run. I don't tell you why I do it. I do it to see where people are at. Now, if they talk about the same circular shit, you know where their minds are. And then you just study the room. What I do is I've learned from other hosts what they're not doing. They love the shit, but don't want to call it out. That's my issue with certain hosts, but I don't care if I'm subscribed or not. And then you be like, okay, you know what time it is. And I've seen this before last year. There was a white guy that challenged old boy's panel. And he called them, insult, racial shit. And then they got emotional, and shouts out to Wacky saying that he did a stream. And I know Brain Trust was pissed and Jay Chine was angry. That happened. Well, y'all took an L that day. You let him entertain that. The only person that saved him was Zero. He did all the work, but you didn't help him. You did not help him. That one man cannot just diffuse what he did. That's cool, but sometimes don't entertain that. And shouts out to Information Man for saying that. Like, don't entertain that mayonnaise, man. And that's how before he said that, I wasn't reading the chat when I kicked the guy off. I'm seriously. And I had to treat people a certain way because, hey, man, don't come in with that bullshit. See, I'll stop you immediately. I just want to hear the little bullshit you say. Okay, let me help you. Boom.
You know what?
You know what? Yeah, you got to treat people that way.
I recall there's a video by BGS called "I Deserve Better Trolls."
Yeah,
where he explains like how trolling was back in the early 2000s when they were doing chats and everything. They just had what do you call them? It was type chats. It wasn't audio. Everything was written. They were just they were to just type in everything. And then and back then, they had some bite to them. They were intellectually flat. They were intellectually well-rounded, well-armed. These trolls and everything. So they were very intellectual with the way they were trolling everything. Nowadays, it's not the same.
Yeah,
I remember. Of course, this is more of a joke, but I was just joking around. But I just said to BGS, because I changed my avatar once to because up here in Scandinavia, they have these myths about trolls and everything. So there was a picture of a troll holding a Norwegian flag, and I said, you know what, BJS, I'll be your designated troll until you get decent troll or some shit, just as a joke. But I understood what he meant, because back then people were just, when somebody was just wanted to be a disruptor, they just wanted to be disruptive. Now it's just it's just white noise.
Yeah.
It's like you see not a progression but a regression in how they go about this stuff, because people just lowest denominator and whatnot thing.
Yeah.
Hey Ronan, by the way, nice bandana. What is that exactly? Let me see.
No, it's a gainer, basically. Like I use it when I do Uber driving shit. So.
Oh yeah, I used to have something like that. Because back when I had a fro, I used to also double it to hold my hair back.
Mm-hmm.
Or I have to go do a little work. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever heard of an RZ mask?
I've heard of them. Yeah.
Yeah, with the filter and everything. Those things are dope, man. I got a couple myself.
Oh yeah, I gotta get a pair.
Yeah.
How's it going, sir?
Hey, what's going on, Kings of Lion? What's going on, man?
Not too much. Just been working. Just got home.
Okay.
Yep.
Is this the guy's actual voice, or is he just messing with us?
No, that's exactly the voice.
No, that's actually me. Actually, that's my actual voice.
Oh, that's how you sound. Actually, okay. Yeah. I'm just a little intrigued by that voice sometimes, but
Yeah, I'm from Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay, that's
what's you're from Memphis. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I remember you being around.
You're a Titan fan by any chance?
Nah.
I don't blame you.
Okay, all right. Ain't been the same since Steve McNair died and everything, but
rest in peace. Yeah.
R.I.P. Eddie George was still dope.
Yeah, I still like Eddie George.
Yes,
who remembers the rivalry between Eddie George and Ray Lewis?
Oh, I remember those games. I'm from the middle part of Tennessee, so I know. Yeah, I went to those games.
I was watching a clip about that, and Eddie, and was it George asked? He said, "Pop my shoulder back into place. I'm going back in."
Right. I seen him get stuck by Ray Lewis in the early 2000s, man. Oh man. Woo.
Remember the playoffs? In the playoffs, 2001 playoffs, when the Ravens won. Their first game was against. Okay. Hey, kitty cat.
That's my cat.
Here, kitty.
That's my kitty.
Hello. Are you sure you want to show your face, man?
Oh yeah, I'm used to it.
Okay, all right. Some of us don't show our faces, just to be on the safe side.
Some of them don't ever need to.
No, they don't need to. Don't need to.
I don't need to. I don't want to. For my own well-being, my own safety and shit.
Yeah.
What's your cat's name, by the way, Lion?
I don't know what's going on.
It's a female cat.
What's her name?
Sweeten.
Sweeten. Okay.
Sweepy. Sweetening. Okay.
Sweeten.
Sweet. Okay. She's a female cat's called the queen, and male's called a tomcat. By the way.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I know a lot of cat owners. So, hell, I had an ex who had a cat who owned a cat, Norwegian forest cat to be exact. That was the breed. So yeah.
Yeah, my cat's calm, but she does like a little spoil here and there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She's pretty cool.
She's cute. She has her own scratch pole and everything.
She does, but I got to train her to use it.
Oh.
Kitty litter box and everything. You guys met. Yeah. How old is your cat?
Trying to remember, because I got her in 2019. I have to look at her papers again. From Tennessee, because I'm in North Carolina, Raleigh.
Okay. Oh,
yeah, I'm in Georgia.
Man, you in the triangle. Because remember, there's Raleigh, Durham, and Chapel Hill.
Chapel Hill.
Yeah.
Yep. That's North Carolina State.
Mm-hmm.
Duke and North Carolina.
Yeah. Tar Heels, Blue Devils, and Wolfpack. That's North Carolina State, NC State. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, man.
I didn't start living out here until 2019 because I left my own hometown in 2019. November.
Yeah, I started living in Georgia in 2007.
Yo, shameless plug. Officer Charles, in about 30 minutes, is going to start his live stream. It's called "Some Advice to at Life of a Grandmaster Troll."
Oh wow.
Oh, he doxed him. Yeah, Dre
What?
told me about it. Yeah, he doxed him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doxed him.
Ooh, no. That motherfucker fucked up. That motherfucker.
Yeah, he doxed. Yeah,
he
doxed. He
You
doxed
do
everybody.
not dox a police officer. That is
Hold on.
that is a serious crime.
He doxed BGS and all them guys. And Dre told me that on the court. And he told me, he said, "Sir, look what's going on." He tried to dox everybody. Yeah. And someone said in the comment in his chat, trying to say, "Well, they're gonna come after you and fair use flag you." He didn't even care. So shame on him, but yeah, he gonna get
Some
his.
people are justified in doxing. There's a
That's the whole point. That's the whole point of the algorithm. They're trying to see who are the players, and they put everybody in this one big algorithm. You know, the whole thing going on with the incel problem, things like that. I've been saying on my channel, and then Dre was like saying, they putting everybody in. Yeah, that's the whole point. They're trying to see who's who. They ain't worried about the space. They're worrying about certain individuals. So they already got people in law enforcement taking a look at it. So they already know what server he's using to troll like that. And I think Dre told me there's a certain individual, they can get him anytime if they want. See, Anger Man don't have control over that. Okay. And they don't. It's certain individuals, they know what he's doing. He gonna be gone. So yeah. He ain't gonna last.
Doxing a public servant like that is a crime right there.
Yeah, it is.
Just putting public safety in danger.
Charles gonna handle it. He's got some people, and I know Dre. They probably talk behind the scene. They're gonna take care of that. Yeah, that's disgusting. I didn't go to bed last night when I saw what he did, and I just peeked in there and Skywatch. I was like, man, this dude. See, this is the problem. That's the whole problem of not just YouTube, but any social media. Wherever you go on, you're gonna have guys like that, and they think it's okay to do that. But you know what's gonna happen?
They seem justified. They think they're justified in doing that. I mean, before the Manosphere, I remember, a lot of us. Yeah, before the Manosphere, I remember like a lot of us who were like on MGTOW channel and whatnot. That's how I came across BGS. That's how I came across BGS, because he had a MGTOW channel first, and then
it's the fourth time, Mr. Candy. It's the fourth time they did it to them. Fourth time, so he is same old shit. But he did Charles. So that's what whatchamacallit, Dre told me, and I knew it was coming. I knew Charles was gonna make a stream about it. He's probably upset about it.
I didn't know Charles got doxxed. God damn.
He did. He did. He did. Yeah. Yes, it's okay, name him, but he got it. He got some team to take that motherfucker out. Yeah.
I know that, but it's not what I'm not concerned about Charles. I'm just concerned what Charles could do if he ever found that individual. That's what I'm scared of.
Oh yeah. He's not gonna do that. He ain't trying to risk it. He's probably got a team waiting and said, no, we're gonna get this dude. If I can't get you, let's go ahead. Yeah.
You never fuck with a cop and his family. You never fuck with a cop and his family. That is a crime. Or any servant or anybody who is or a former serviceman, serviceman or woman, you don't fuck with their families.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember was it like when they talked about like was it like certain certain groups who are extremists who try to harm this your country. They talked about how they're trying to go onto social media. Yeah, they try to go onto social media, try to find the social media accounts of servicemen and women and their families, because they're trying to target them or something like that.
Yeah.
So that's why people have been told to be very careful. That's why the armed forces have like task force on social media, just looking for.
Yeah, they still on here. Drake told me it's his type of people that he used to work with, all types. And Gino told me, they seeing guys like GMT for breakfast, man. They gonna catch him.
Whoa!
You fuck up, you out of there. Yeah.
That's messed up.
Yeah, it happens, man. It's they're doing it for money, and I know that people get paid for it. It's kind of silly, and I don't like it. I know it's a form of hacking, but goddamn, man, like, why you gotta do that? And I was disgusted.
In my case,
morning.
It's worse. In my case, it's worse because where I'm from, because you got like pro and anti, government kind of camps, and sometimes what the pro camp will do is try to find the anti ones and try to dox them. And if they dox them, that means they can relocate their, especially those who are living abroad. They can like find out who they are, and from that way they can find out their relatives back home and target them as a means of trying to silence them and shit.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's why doxing is nothing to joke around with, for my case.
Yeah. Yeah, and and that's what YouTube's trying to crack down, because they overdoing it in the B sector and they putting us all in one. And there's agents looking at it and they're being watched. The Fed's been watching it. So I'm not gonna get into it, but Gino broke it down and said, look, it's getting serious, but see what happened to Charles, man, it's awful, man. Like, he's gonna take care of that. So
I just hope I'm sure, like, as long as nobody, like, because you remember what's his name, the dude who was responsible, like, you remember what happened in Connecticut, that school shooting that took place with the little kids and shit, and how they were like saying it was a hoax, and next thing you know, the families were affected. Like, they got doxxed and everything.
Yeah.
And what's his name from what's his name, Alex Jones and whatnot, he got in. He had to face those legal shit because of it.
Yeah, he get what he get, and you follow that guy, it's a wrap. They're trying to get rid of the right wing politics.
And other people who follow that shit were as far as to try to dox some of these families and shit. Like, you put people's lives in danger by putting their information out there. It's like you're hoping somebody's going to go out there and do some harm to them or their families.
That's why people don't give out information. They tell you, even YouTube, they can't protect you, but if you call someone, if it happens, call the local authorities on here, and people, they'll email to you, they'll take care of it. And it's just like, it's the same old stuff I've been telling, like, people don't get into their madness, man. Like, a lot of these dudes, they try to defend this shit and then they're paying for it. But like, y'all gotta chill, man, because that's only gonna get you hurt in the end, because people get killed over that shit too. I've heard stories.
I'll give you a horrible example. You ever heard of something called swatting?
Yeah, swatting. That's the worst form of. That was the beginning of doxing right there. Yeah,
that was like in game. If you are a Twitch streamer or a gamer, and somebody who has issues with you to dox you, what they'll do is, instead of doxing you, what they'll do is they'll just call the law enforcement and say there's some kind of a violent crime going on. Next thing you know, SWAT team breaks into your door and shit. People have been killed that way. Unbeknownst to them, a SWAT team broke into their house over alleged crime.
Yeah, I've seen, they got YouTube videos showing people getting swatted and show reports, man. It's wild, man. Like, I try not to look at things like that on YouTube, but it exists. But people do it for sport now. I'm like, man, come on, man. Are you serious?
Some people just sick like that. I'm like,
man.
No, my thing is like, there's some people who just that's sick or that vindictive. Because go ahead.
I'm about to say is just got home from my job. Like, the jobs that I work at is the movie theater, but that new Spider-Man movie is out.
Okay, don't spoil it for us.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
I could have. I wanted to.
Yo, I don't know. Leo, is it? King Leo?
It's Kings of Lions. Yeah.
Kings of Lions. I don't know. For some reason, you remind me of Austin. What's his name? The music producer?
Then I know that.
I don't know, with the glasses and everything.
Yeah, my job had like 6 showings of the movie. I mean, it's not my first time on the movie theater.
Lucky you. Just don't spoil it for me. I got Disney, so I'm good. Anyway.
I mean, I've not seen it yet, so I can't.
Yeah.
It's cool if I'm not seeing it.
It's all right. You'll see it in good time. But anyway. But like, this whole doxing thing's a thing. That's why everybody got to be careful about what they do out here. Yeah. That's why.
And people who you talk to as much, be personal and shit.
I've mentioned, without naming names, I've mentioned, some people I've met here to other friends, but I just tell them about them for a reason. Like, there's a point I'm trying to point, or there's a context. Or like a story I'm trying to check, or a story I'm trying to tell. It's just like as like a cautionary tale or something to learn about.
Yeah, it's sad though. But you have a troll. He tries to say he's the dangerous. Okay, I mean, that's the fourth time
We better.
BGS got
They gotta find them because there've been other people.
Yeah.
Is it the same person who's doxed BGS 4 times?
Yeah, that's the same person. Yeah, but they already found out where he is. He's in some house. But here's the thing: there's somebody in law enforcement know what server he's using. Dre told me a little secret. They know what he's using. It's illegal though, but California can't do nothing about it because they can't charge him anything. You know how that state's politics work. Yeah, jurisdiction, all that. Yeah, it's one of those things. See, if Charles would have got him in Baltimore somewhere, like in Maryland, he's done. You can't do. There's certain states won't allow you to do that, especially here in Georgia. They don't care. No, you doing some time. So California's loose. Think about it. It's like the Wild West. They so lenient. It's called. Yeah.
Too fucking lenient. I know it's a blue state, but then again, you got to you understand. You got to protect the public. Because public safety is important.
Yeah.
As well as your liberal politics. You can be a liberal, but if it's not safe, what does that mean to be liberal?
Yeah.
What does it mean to be conservative if you're not protecting people's rights and people's safety?
Mm-hmm.
But people also have to learn to take extra precautions. I remember when I was like in my early 20s, when this is in the early 2000s, no, mid 2000s, because what was it? Facebook started when 05?
Mm-hmm.
Facebook when it started 05 around that time?
04,
I got onto it like
04, 2004. Yeah.
I got onto it like 05, 06. And because before that I was using High Five. I also tried MySpace a little bit, but I remember checking out something called cyberbullying. Because like a lot of teenagers, because a lot of young millennials and Generation Z, a lot of them were dealing with cyberbullying and that shit drives a lot of them to suicide because we're talking about mental health, of course.
Yeah, early in the stream, yeah.
And I realized, I still have to take my own precautions on whatnot when I'm on these spaces. That's why I always have to make sure I have certain settings to protect myself so nobody could find me. Or just if I don't want anybody to find, or if I don't want to be found by certain people, I know, just put a block on them and this, that, and the third. Because you still got at the end of the day, you can't just rely on the social media company themselves. You have a certain level to your own safety. I remember I've had unwanted contacts with certain people, had them blocked, also flagged them and whatnot because I did not want to get harassed. But I knew how fucked up it was.
Yeah,
that's why I don't see a lot of people online.
Oh yeah, a lot of people. It's not that many. You're right, and the ones they protect themselves and they don't even use their real names. That's understandable. You know why? This combination that it's gotten out of hand. At one time it was light, but now it's more damning. Now because it's like it's not the pizza trolling part; it's the killing part. I don't even like that aspect.
There's no consequences to trolling. Yeah. A lot of people know that that's why they do it. They do if they can get away with it, they'll do it. They don't care.
Yeah. See, that's why people kind of stop trolling. I will say somewhere around, I'll say 2012, and it's gotten worse. Ever since that swatting shit, that changed the whole ball game. Someone was losing the game with Call of Duty, like you said, and I'm gonna use this example on Xbox. That's why I don't get it because of that. I got an Xbox and a PlayStation, but one game I do not play online. That's a shooter's game, Call of Duty, because you got a lot of crybaby ass people my age and the younger, and what they do is they do the SWAT call, but they do go to jail and do some time, right? They did it to a white boy. I think it was years back when I was used to work, right? And it was somewhere in Utah, somewhere in Colorado, but they locked their asses up for doing it and set the SWAT and kind of pissed off the SWAT. You know what the SWAT did? They arrest their ass, man. They had to do that. But see, at the time, they didn't know what it was. And now they're more stricter. But see, the thing is, you can't stop patrol. They understand that. But it's how you get them on time, get them charged federally. Some people don't learn, man. They just... You can't be doing that shit. Yeah.
That reminds me, because technically that is filing a false report. Speaking of which, that reminds me of somebody we got to bring up. I'm sorry, I can't say his real name, but I'll just use the Dave Chappelle version, if possible.
Yeah.
Justice Mouillet, that French actor. What's become of him? He's been found guilty, hasn't he? Has he been found guilty yet, or what? Anybody know?
I don't know.
Because Nulu, what are you talking about?
Shit.
What's Nulu talking about?
Who's that?
Wait.
Hey, he's something going on in the chat.
Magic? What's up? What's up, Mega Magic?
Oh, fucking hell.
I was on mute, exactly. I was eating some chips.
Yeah. Yo, fam, your camera's on.
Oh.
Okay.
That's
Sorry.
crazy. The simple fact y'all was talking about Call of Duty, and I'm playing Cold War right now as we speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had audio problems. Sorry, I couldn't hear you guys, but I know I
Yeah.
can see you.
Yeah, I said your camera's on, brother. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I'm used to it.
Oh, okay.
I get
Oh, you a streamer too? All right.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going through hell trying to stream on Twitch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Twitch is kind of like it's not what it used to be. You know?
Yeah. Fuck. I don't want to spoil your guys' magic tricks and whatnot, quote unquote. But you guys use Gamecaster because I've tried different softwares, extended softwares to go through Twitch, but it feels like I stream directly live on Twitch, and it never saves, or for some reason when I use, especially Gamecaster, I use as an extension, it will say I'm streaming live to Twitch, but it never does. But at best, I've only been able to stream live on Facebook. So
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you on that one. Not my wheelhouse, to be exact. Not exactly my wheelhouse. But it's cool. But we were talking about like doxing shit. But since you're a streamer, I want to ask your take on the whole thing about doxing and swatting, for example, specifically. What's your thoughts about it?
Wow. Well, what's up, Arthur? Shout out to Arthur, but and I'm only saying because I get the feel. I mean, if I'm correct on this, I feel like I know why you're gonna mention this. Why you mention this? But my thing on doxing is like just flat out don't do it because that opens up a Pandora's box as far as involving people's personal lives on YouTube. You know, because when people come on YouTube, well, as it stands in 2021 now, from what I've seen, you know, it's either to escape from reality and to escape from reality and unwind and shit, right? And or they utilize it as a business. So like, it's best to not implement. It's best to not do that because like you're involving people's personal lives. And most of the time, it's usually implemented behind some really, really, really petty, stupid shit that didn't need to go that far. Like you didn't need to bring their mommy and daddy and uncle and this person's brothers, sisters, friends, uncles, and shit like this. But just because,
or even their kids.
Yeah, just behind, I don't know, just because you had an opinion that they didn't agree with and it hurt your feelings. Like it didn't need to go this far.
Well, I realize this because you know I've had the misfortune of how to interact with some people who are what you might call ideologues or zealots or fanatics, and you got to get away from those individuals because they are nothing but bad news to you. They're going to mean you harm just because you don't agree with them. So it's a threat. They can be a threat to a lot of people.
Yeah, well,
because
no, go ahead.
Oh, you were saying?
No, you go ahead.
But like I said, it's just that danger of who you interact with. Some people there's some people who just want to hurt other people because it's like a sense of empowerment they get from doing this shit, from doxing people and putting people in a real bad spot. Hey, I noticed there's a kid in the background. Is he okay? Or is she okay?
Oh shit, you can see my son. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, how old?
He's 8.
Okay. You know, let me guess, he a daddy's boy? Okay. Is he a daddy's boy or mama's boy?
Well, right now he's a daddy's boy because he's up. I smoke weekend with the kids.
Well, let me put it this way. There's a word in my mother tongue for that. For a boy who's close to his father, we say "aina abu," which means the apple of his father's eye. Because in my language, when my parents tell me they love me, they say "ainecha," which means you are precious to me like my eye. So something worth knowing about, you know, because it's amazing how in every language they just express how much they love the children and everything. It's a blessing.
Yeah, I feel like I mean, despite the harsh breakup me and his mother had, you know, at the same time,
can you speak in the mic, brother? I can't hear you.
I said, well, sorry. I said, despite the harsh breakup me and my baby mom had, right? I feel like still he benefit. I can apply that to me and her because like they're special because he's special to her for a lot of personal reasons, just like he's special to me. But as far as I go, I'm going to speak on her behalf because that's not my place. But as far as I go, like for one, he's my firstborn and my yes, my firstborn, first blood. And
I didn't mean I'm not trying. I wasn't meaning to pry or anything. I'm just
that's all good.
I'm just very very open minded, just loving like that. It's just like I just like to see. I love it when I see people spending time with their kids, having the kids around like that, because I understand how hard fatherhood is. I mean, I've seen my father with trying to raise four kids and whatnot. It's not easy.
No, it's not.
It's not. Fatherhood, especially nowadays, is a lot harder. But you are the most important person in his life. That's the most important thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I feel that.
In fact, you know what? There's a documentary you might want to look up. It's on YouTube. It's called "The Biology of Dads." But you got to take it with a grain of salt, though. But you're gonna see how important you are in how important fathers are in a child's life. You know what I'm saying? We're looking up
Biology of Dad. Okay.
Yeah, it's a BBC documentary from 2009. It's British.
Okay.
It's a great eye opener, but yeah. But but we were having a discussion earlier about mental health and everything. Feel free to give you 2 cents about it.
I mean, it's very complicated, and I guess you got to be more specific. I mean, where should I start? Where should I?
Mental health in the Black community, and the problems about being acknowledged and such.
Well, the problem is, first off, you got to acknowledge that it does exist.
Mm-hmm.
But due to the fact that people are just too proud to admit that, too proud to acknowledge that mental health is an issue. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, instead they just rather shit on people at face value and shit, right? And, say you're weak for having mental problems and stuff, especially in the men in the Black community, because they'll be like, oh, you got mental health issues, that's a female issue because when you're emotional, you have feelings or some shit, and it's like, no, it's a scientific issue, really. It's a biologic. I can't even say the word. It's a
biological.
Biological issue. Really.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. I mean, I mentioned earlier that how much family history plays a role because some of these things are hereditary, apparently.
I'm back.
I mean, like anybody remembers Donny Hathaway?
Yeah.
He was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, and I'm sure it's because of that. I don't think either of his daughters have kids. I don't know if any of his kids have children of their own because I'm sure they're probably afraid of passing that on to their kids or whatnot. Because it is what it is. But also there's certain people who talked about they inherited their disorder from their parents and whatnot, but they're not mad at them because they didn't know. But they just have to. But at least they know how to deal with it.
I mean, how can they be mad at them? I mean, it's like
you can't be mad at your genetics.
Yeah, like it's a part of you. It's like Like, I mean, you're the seed. I mean, you're gonna inherit some characteristics, good or bad, from your parents.
Yeah, I remember. There's a song. I listen to rock. Can't hold that against me.
I'm
But there's a group
universal.
called, huh?
I'm
Okay.
universal, so I don't give a shit.
All right. You ever heard of a group called Creed?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, that is song. Now the front man Scott Sapp, he suffers from bipolar. He was diagnosed with bipolar after the group breakup. So, but after he got back with them, his erratic behavior kind of like caused the group to permanently split. But on their second album, there was a song he had called "Arms Wide Open." We sang about the birth of his firstborn, his son Jagger. In the song, in the bridge, he says, "If I had just one wish, only one demand, I hope he's not like me. I hope he understands." He wants his kid to be better, and he hopes that he passes on all his good quality. His son inherited all his good qualities, not only all the bad ones. Unfortunately for him, none of his kids have his mental health disorders, but you never know, because these things have a way of coming out when you least expect it.
What's going on, Cerulean?
Dr. Gray, what's good?
Yeah. You're.
Shout out to B-More.
Not to mention that phrase.
Oh, hell, Grace, go.
Not to mention that phrase could also be utilized just for anything when it comes to your kids. Like, I just want my kids to be better than me, period, or anything, no matter what, whether mental illness or not. Like, don't be like.
Oh, he grew his hair out?
Mm-hmm.
Your kid, his hair is long.
Yeah, he grew his hair out. I want to cut it so bad, but.
No, not now. Not now. Wait till spring.
I mean, I want to cut it. When as soon as he gives me the word to cut it, I'm cutting it.
Wait till spring, or at least get a good cap for his head, because that hair is meant to keep the warm and keep that head warm and everything.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep it real. I want to cut his hair out of spite for his baby mom. So yeah.
Oh no! Don't do that. You do it because it's in the best interest of the kid. It has nothing to do with her.
I know, but that's the thing. That's why I haven't cut it yet, because I've asked him. I'm trying to persuade him, like, dude, why don't you just get your hair cut? Because that way you don't have to. Because he always cries when he gets his hair braided. He cries when he gets his hair combed, and he fights people. Like, he really does fight people. When he gets his hair braided and combed. Like, he hates it. But I'm like, why don't you cut it? I'm like, why don't you cut it, bro?
Hold on. Hey, Junior. No, I don't want to know his name, but hey, Junior. You hear me? No, you don't have to show him. No, it's okay. You don't have to show him. Don't show him. He doesn't have to be there. He doesn't show his face. He doesn't have to show his face.
All right, hold on. I got an idea.
Thank you. Yeah, that's how we do it. Hey, Junior, you still there?
Hold on. You got the headphones on. Sorry.
Okay. All right.
Talk.
All right. Hey, little man. Hello? Hi. Oh, listen, I don't need to know your name. I'm just going to call you Junior, okay? Now, you got long hair, right?
Yeah, say yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, you got long hair. Yeah, I understand you got long hair. I used to have long hair. All right? And I remember how important it is to keep it clean. And if I'm going to braid it, you have to always keep it clean. If you're going to have long hair, you got to keep it clean and maintain it. But also, if you're going to get braided, you got to learn to sit still so they can braid your hair. Otherwise, because I remember when I was a kid, when I was like a little bit younger, when my mom used to braid my hair, she used to yank me if I moved. She'd yank me by the back of my head if I moved. It's like, hold still. Yes, ma'am. That's why, you don't cry, you don't do nothing. That's why you got to learn to comb your own hair. Learn to wash your hair, comb your hair by yourself. Because you're now, 7, 8 years old? You got to learn how to do this by yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You hear me?
Yeah.
So what did I say?
Hi.
Come on. What did he say? Come on. Hold on, Trey. You my daughter here too on the phone too. You got my daughter on the microphone too.
Oh, hi, sweetie. How you doing? Nice to meet you. You gotta love kids. Out of the mouth of babes sometimes comes the truth.
Yeah, but remember, what do you say about your hair?
Let's go.
What do you say about your hair?
Let's go.
Why you whispering? Say it in the mic. Why you whisper? Say it in the
I
mic.
want to hear what you're saying. I want to hear what I said. Come on, man. Come on, young man.
No one can see you.
You don't have to see. You don't. Nobody's seeing the cameras off. Just tell me. What did I say?
Yeah.
You always
Okay,
got to. If you get.
I want to blow my hair and still. That's hold
Uh-oh.
still.
You got to hold still whenever they braid your hair because you got to show that you're not erratic. I understand sometimes it's hard to stay still, especially like I know kids your age. When it comes to the haircut, they're told to hold still.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a cousin your age. I got a little cousin your age. When they got to take him to the barber shop, the barber has to sit him up, look at him, say, "Are we gonna have problems?" And then no, then stay still as they cut his hair. Or sometimes my uncle will cut his hair and say, "You gonna hold still, or we gonna have problems?" But if it comes to braiding your hair, you got to remember to hold still and don't cry
Okay.
and be patient. But also you got to learn to wash your hair by yourself and comb it yourself when you have to undo your braids. You understand?
Yep.
So you got the responsibility. That's your first responsibility. Just like you got to be responsible with your own stuff. Hell, when I was your age, when I came to school, I always did my homework and had it ready in my backpack. I already had my lunch for tomorrow packed up. I even had my clothes picked up the night before. Do you do that?
Do you?
Huh? Do you do all those? Oh, you're gonna. Well, you're 7, 8 years old, which means now you got to start doing that on your own, man. You got to learn how to make your own lunch. You can't always rely on mom. Eventually, you got to, you got to learn how to take care of yourself. Now is a good time to start.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
You got to learn how to maintain yourself. I mean, look at your dad. You know how good he looks with his hair short? Eventually, you got to rock a hairdo like that.
Actually, I actually had braids at one point in time, years ago.
I had cornrows, box braids, had a huge ass afro.
Yeah, I have cornrows too. But I got hot one day. I just felt like cutting it. It just goes super hot. And I just said, please cut it.
Got hot? Oh no, I had box braids. I was better with box braids, but I just learned how to before I left the house. What I do is sometimes I just pour some water. I pour a couple bucket, like a half a bucket of water on it. So it's always the moisture. So like when I'm out, I don't have to worry about getting hot and everything.
Especially make me
Yeah.
some ramen noodles. I'll be making me a plant-based burger tomorrow.
Okay,
Are you
cool,
vegan?
Cool.
Were you a vegetarian?
No, me nah. No, like I just eat a lot of different foods.
Yeah, so cool. I just
That's all.
I'm sorry. The gentleman with the kids. I don't know what his name is. What does he go by?
It's Omega Magic.
Yeah.
I know him.
Yeah.
He knows me.
Yeah. OM. First of all, it's a pleasure to meet you and meet your kids. I'm sure they're a lot of joy. They bring a lot of joy to your life. These moments are precious, man.
Yeah, they do, and bring a lot of motivation too in life.
Yeah. Well, in my case, I brought a lot of, or like they say about like certain parents, what they say is like, I love you, but God damn it, you gave me a lot of gray hairs.
Yeah. Your kids can be something else sometimes.
Oh yeah. I admit I'm responsible for a lot of the gray hairs on my dad's head.
Because I dealt with my nephews exactly, so my cousins, so I know.
Yeah. Hey, it is what it is. But fatherhood is cool. This mental health discussion was great. I appreciate the discussion. Sir O.
Oh, not a problem,
it was a lot of fun, man.
Yeah, I knew I was going to talk about the CTE PTSD. I did it like last Sunday, and we talked about it with Benny and Gino. We talked about it for like that other half of the hour. Yeah, I saw the replay of that.
CTE.
Yeah,
I mean,
CTE.
I've seen that in certain sports, or even professional wrestling. They starting to have a serious discussion about that because because if you remember the death of Chris Benoit, it was his father
and all
was
that,
talking about
and the
that
depression
had
and all that.
Yeah, the concussions, the neck injuries. They started taking that seriously after the fact. I mean. Former wrestler named Chris Nowinski started a non-profit where they do research on CT and whatnot. The WWE decided to get involved and help fund that organization. But the man has had his career short-lived because of because of CTE. And I remember in an interview, there were times where he would like phase out in the midst. He'd be like, he would drift off at some point during the interview. He said, sorry about that. That's just like complication from CTE, because, you know, your brain degenerates into like that of a elderly man and whatnot.
Here's an interesting thing about it. I think it's I don't know if I want to fully agree with you or not, because the interesting question was like, because he also had an addiction, you know, to roids, right? So as one could assume,
do you think that his mental illness was created because of his drug use, or he had a mental illness but his drug use just amplified it?
I don't think the steroids had anything. If we're talking steroids, we would have been talking about heart failure and whatnot. Roid rage, I don't think that would have been possible necessarily, because
people react differently when it comes to drugs. Like,
I know, but let's not forget. I mean, the people have also talked about what kind of a woman his wife was. Nancy Benoit was known to be quite a shit starter. You know, she would stir the pot every once to antagonize him. Damn. So you have a husband who has had who's had like severe neck injuries. He's got a few concussions, and his brain is degenerating into that of an 80-year-old. I don't think steroids would have played that kind of a role. Although at that time, the WWE did have like a wellness policy, so he would have been, if he had popped for steroids, they would have known and tried to get rid of that. But
not necessarily, because this is where it gets complicated. Drugs is my field. Why? Because I think it's obvious. But
okay.
When it comes to drugs, like, you do realize, like, well, first off, we gotta figure out what is the how does WWE implement their drug policy, right?
Good answer. Good question.
Like, do they do a piss test? Do they do a hair sample? Do they do a because there are ways around it. Well, maybe not a hair sample, because it goes back 6 to 8 months, I believe. But, and but like, as far as a piss test or even a cotton swab, definitely a cotton swab. Like, you can easily pass those tests. Like, and at the same time, it's a combination of it not only what mechanism did they use as far as drug testing goes, but how was it implemented? Was it mandatory every month? Like, was WWE gave them a heads up as far as like, hey, if you sign up with us, guess what? On the 15th of every month, you're going to get drug tested. If so, then there's no wonder why his drug usage slipped through the cracks, because of the simple fact, you know, you do realize that the steroids, and I looked this up, stays in your system like 3 to 5 days, I believe. So like on that day, he could have been roided up or whatever, and then be like, okay, yeah, this will go away after in time for me to take a drug test. So, yeah. But yeah.
Speaking of which, since we're talking about drug substances and whatnot, here's another drug that's worth discussing. Painkillers and how addictive those things, like especially the opioids like Vicodin and oxycodone.
Like the opioids and all that type stuff.
Yeah, those because I remember, was it like Kurt Angle talked about he developed an addiction to those things. Brock Lesnar talked about he doesn't remember 1 or 2 years of his career because he was drinking like a bottle of vodka and some hey stay out of the camera. We don't need no more doxing.
Josh. All right, go
ahead. What is it about little girls? They always want the attention.
I know, right?
Yeah.
That's
my man look ale, and Leo Kings of Leon's kind of remind me of Dallas Austin in a weird way. I don't know what it is. I think it was the glasses earlier, but yeah.
I was wearing glasses earlier.
Yeah, the glasses look good. But anyway, it's like Brock Lesnar said thing. He said he doesn't remember a year of his early career in WWE because of the pain he had to deal with constantly and the travel. He was like, he had to down like several pills of Vicodin and a bottle of vodka every day or something like that.
Oh, it's up to the remember anyways. Bottom line, he was a champion, but after a year he became champion, so that's how I'm just joking. But
But that type of addiction, you know.
I'm just fucking. I was a joke. Sorry.
Yeah, I know, but Pill and booze, that's suicidal right there, man. Sleeping pill and booze.
Yeah.
That shit messes you up. Is that Malik?
Oh
What's
yeah.
good, Malik?
Yeah, it's Malik. Yeah.
Hey, dude, brother, how you been?
Hey, peace and
It's been
blessings
a
to the
while.
panel. Hey,
Peace and
brothers, I can vouch for Mega Magic. He's a close friend of mine.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
So I already know him.
Alright.
We come from another community, as Omega will probably tell you, called the YWC. But I'm not gonna go into that. But since we're talking wrestling, hey Omega, the Chris Benoit thing. Okay, yeah, you're right. A brother with the black face. What's your name? Aces.
It's Wolf.
Wolf.
It's me,
all right,
Nema.
Who?
Nema, or on
Oh, a lot of
BGS.
times, a lot of times you have the two wolves on your avatar.
Yeah, I got
Okay,
the two wolves.
Yeah, that's
okay, yeah.
I had the Ricky because the discussion was about because the discussion was about mental illness. I brought on Ricky Williams because that's one of my heroes.
I got you. No, but I want to tell Omega and all y'all, as far as Chris Benoit goes, yeah, he took more than a few chair shots. He took up basically too damn many of his whole career. So that's why I think him doing the steroids, I think enhanced the condition he had that day when he did what he did. I think it enhanced it. And plus, they found a high testosterone level in his blood after they killed him when they did the autopsy. But as far as Nancy Benoit goes, yeah, I've heard that she was like she was already cheating on him too a lot of times, even while they were together. Like somebody told me a story of there was somebody in the house with her in bed, and when Chris Benoit came home, he jumped out the window. I mean, dude said he couldn't confirm or deny, but he said that's what he heard.
Oh, damn.
There's so many stories. Now, personally, like the way Chris
go ahead. Lines because that explains the abuse. Like as far as him being under influence of voice, because it aggravates it triggers emotional trait in anyone that takes steroids, which is
of course,
aggression and anger,
roid rage.
And I mean anyone that has been cheated on, of course you could be angry, but with steroids behind you, oh yeah, that's gonna make you.
Yeah, the steroids plus the blows to the head. So see, the combination, he was a ticking time bomb for the most part. He was a ticking time bomb of the whole time.
Yeah, not to excuse it.
I know when they did.
Yeah, because his father, if you might remember, his father went on a media campaign on the media circuit, trying to raise awareness about CTE because he and a neurologist they were showing samples of his brain. His brain samples.
Also his brain was sent to it was sent to another former WWE star. Do you remember a guy named Christopher Nowinski? He was from Tough Enough.
Yeah, I mentioned him earlier because he has an institute about that.
Yeah, he started an organization institute, and that's when they sent to his brain. And the thing is, after they did an autopsy on his brain, their suspicions were confirmed about he had the brain of an 80-year-old, Alzheimer's brain of an Alzheimer's 80-year-old. Because even Dean Malenko said when a lot of times when they would talk backstage, they would be talking, and all of a sudden his face would just go blank, and he would just walk away. So see, to me that was an early warning sign right there.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of like, I guess in a way, for years he was kind of like a Michael Myers ticking time bomb, just waiting to come out.
Oh, I get what you mean. Yeah.
The only difference is he wasn't wearing a white mask. That's one difference.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of like it's weird too because I forgot to mention another important key element as far as his usage. Like I don't know about y'all, but I'm a guy that recognizes that especially since I'm an addict and I do drugs from time to time. I'm gonna just throw it out there, right?
All right.
But the thing about it is there's just people out there like people who do drugs. There's this usual stereotype where they're like in the street, like sucking dick for cheeseburgers, like, hey, I got some cheeseburgers, or I'll wax your car or something like that. They're all homeless crackheads that don't give a shit. But at the same time, it's like there are people that just utilize drugs to just do average thing to be able to be awake and aware, right? Like example with me. I mean, I get it. Also, kind of triggered my when I really got really hard into drugs, right? But like, what also triggered it? But at the same time, I felt like it was necessary, which was me working a job, taking care of my daughter in the hospital, in another city, going to school, and making sure bills are straight at home and all that other stuff. So pretty much Like I had to be. It felt like I like literally I had to be up like damn near 24/7 because I had to like go to work in my own home city, and then I had to go back to the hospital and check on my daughter, and I had to check on my my wife was pregnant with my son at the time in that hospital, and I had to go to school. So pretty much I had to be up like 24/7 and and be aware and be able to comprehend and stuff, right? And like or there's a lighter example of that, is like, let's say a motherfucker, they have a job and they're in a position where they just can't quit. They have to just work this job and just at best hope for overtime so they can, maintain bills and stuff, right? So what they have to do, obviously, you have to work more hours, like maybe even a 17-hour work day shift, and then you got to get up in the morning. That will cause a person to do, right? So like,
you get the breaking points. I mean, like we're talking about substance abuse now because.
Well, that's where the Ultimate Warrior kind of said it best. There's a difference between use and abuse. Like, what I just mentioned was use. Like they use it for like constructive reasons and stuff, right? But abuse is, in my opinion, is when you use it to the point where you're enjoying it way too much, where you're just forgetting about all your responsibilities and stuff.
Like the difference between like an alcoholic and a functional alcoholic. You need a certain amount of alcohol to function.
It's sort of like that.
But some people need a dependency. Some people have a dependency, and some people have an addiction.
There you go.
Oh, did y'all hear something about the government trying to force mandates exactly for next year? Did you hear about that?
Yeah. Mandates for what?
You've heard that been coming, because jobs are trying to force mandates because, medical workers are already getting fired for not getting vaccinated.
Yep.
That's a totally separate conversation, and I'm willing to advocate.
I understand. That's just the point I threw out there.
I want to discuss that too, but I want to get this out the way too before we get into that discussion. That's going to be
Of course, as far as the drug use, I think a dependency, is a step away from being an addict. Because if you're dependent on it, that's just as bad as being an addict. I mean, Mick, I didn't know you were an addict. I didn't know you were an addict. I mean, you probably smoke weed, right? I mean,
I smoke weed. Okay. Well, my choices are, weed rarely, because ever since
I don't think smoking weed is that bad, really. I mean, I wouldn't condone doing it 24/7.
Look at weed the same as every other drug, or y'all look at that as more.
I mean, I wouldn't smoke because I can't smoke, because I got an allergy. But smoking weed, because like I said, go ahead.
Because the factor of it addicting, that's why I consider it to be a drug.
But even I don't mean,
to be fair, I consider anything could be a drug. The internet could be a drug. You could be addicted to video games. You could be addicted to porn.
True.
So if you be fair, but as far as like, I already responded to your point. But go ahead.
I'm not even worried about the mandates. I mean, I have a different topic. I ain't gonna speak it on the channel. You know how people get emotional if you're anti all that. I already know the algorithm don't want you to speak on it. I'm good on that conversation because I've seen channels try to be successful that try to make money on it. I said, nah, I'm good on that. I'm good on that.
It just leaves you utter confused. That's all I can say about that.
I ain't got time for that
because you got too many. Because especially after that Pfizer whistleblower thing. I'm like thinking, should I take it or should I not take it? Because
I'm not gonna force people to do what they want. I'm just not gonna speak on it, period. Because people get emotional when that topic comes up, and I seen on other panels. I was like, nah, I'm good. And I try to stay away from that and frivolous stuff, like that. I just keep it simple. That one I don't even care.
Like for example, Young Dolph got killed. Let me see. I think like a month ago, exactly in Memphis.
Yeah, like a month ago.
Young Dolph. I spoke on it on a vlog stream outside.
Oh, guys, speaking of rappers, look on the radio driving home today. I was out shopping. Y'all know a guy named they said he was fatally stabbed recently.
Ruler.
He was supposed to do a drink. So he was just passed. He was only 21. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, man, it's fucked up.
Some people got shot during Black Friday over here, but at the mall.
Mm-hmm. You know what? It's interesting we bringing the health workers up just to round it back to mental health and everything.
Yeah, the CTE, the earlier conversation we had with Thorne and Ronan.
No, not the CTE, but the PTSD. Because how many health workers
part,
in this past year or so have had PTSD because they're constantly having to deal with death of patients from this COVID pandemic. I mean, and a lot of those health workers, a lot of them have chosen to just leave their jobs because they're burnt out and they can't deal with it anymore. There's only because
and hospitals are being overrun by motherfuckers who are not vaccinated and got COVID, and or people who decided to take some type of quote unquote miracle drug that they probably found on Twitter. And
it's not just that. No, I mean the medical workers themselves, they're overworked and overstressed out by all this, and there's not enough of them because there's not enough for them to be rotated and deal with this shit. And they're not getting supported and they're not getting any support from the state in particular. You know what I'm saying?
Nope.
It depends on the state.
I mean, I'm up here in another country, and they're doing what they can for their health workers as much because they need all the help they can get. Because I remember talking because I have mental health issues. I see a counselor, and I remember talking to him about that stuff because
I'm gonna make it take America. I'm gonna keep it real and just say COVID exposes the lack of intelligence that America has had for the longest time. I said it. And I'm sorry.
I want to say this.
I'll put it this way: Africa has a better handling on COVID than America, and Africa's healthcare system is shit. So
I would say yes and no because a lot of those countries, they've opted to shut down, and vaccines not available for a lot of those. So what they did was they insist on the mask.
Okay.
The mask and the social distancing is what they're doing because I still got folks home back in Africa and they're doing what they can over there. I remember relatives telling me no masks on.
Yeah, he came back. Okay, Wolf dropped off.
Did I drop off for a minute?
Yeah, and then you came right back.
Okay, I'm back. But I said,
you got a blank avatar right now.
Yeah, and I think they're leading the world as far as I don't think it's in the world. Don't quote me on this. I'm fact check myself.
Is my avatar blank?
Yeah,
or is it
back?
Now.
It's blank right now.
Yes, it is. It's blank.
Anyway,
let me
edit
audio.
Hey, to make a magic's point, well,
how about now?
Yeah, see now I recognize him. See, that's the avatar I recognize because I met him on the old panels with brother BJ at the time.
Yeah, he'd be over at what you call it, sometimes over at Art of New Styles, Charles.
Charles.
Well, Charles is live right now. So,
Charles live. I better go over there because somebody got to be because what am I like the sober buddy? Everybody got a drinking buddy, but sometimes you need that sober buddy.
Hey Omega, the Omicron variant came from South That's why I was,
Oh yeah. Actually, they're saying that. Actually, it says it's believed that. Some researchers are thinking that the Omicron already existed before it came in South Africa, but they're not sure.
Yeah, I believe that.
There's still a lot of questions about like that.
These variants are popping up out of nowhere, though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but that's
mutations and shit.
Yeah, that's how.
Anyway, I gotta go. Call in a minute. Nice meeting y'all.
All right, peace, Wolf.
Peace.
All right, peace, Wolf.
Peace.
Take it easy, Wolf. Yeah, I'm about to say inflation's going up high. It's like, I hear my neighbors. They fucking loud downstairs. Shit.
Hey, so where did Wolf go? I mean, what's he doing?
He's going to Charles. Charles got docs by GMT, but I ain't gonna mention much of it. It's personal.
Charles got doxed
by DMT. Some information. On
his things. Charles is a cop, so he gonna handle that.
Yeah, he gonna handle that. Yeah, he's speaking right now, and I ain't gonna watch his stream, but I told him what's up, and I shared his stream. So, yeah.
The funny thing about that, I wish you would have said that because I would have given advice on handling it. Because me and Malik have kind of experienced that vaguely in the past, but as serious as it is, I'm not trying to say you shouldn't be worried, but at the same time, I know people get super paranoia about the exact same way as people get super paranoid about STDs from having sex, right?
Yeah,
and I say that because for one, just like STDs, it's just curable. If you get an STD, it's just all right. Just go get a shot and you'll be curable. But,
I know that. Yeah,
bad, but it's not. But it's not as bad as the propaganda.
People think. Yeah, there you go. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, because most people they get confused, even with the I hate to say the HIV/AIDS thing. You know, they got drugs for that too now. When the virus came out last year, and it was spilling all types of secrets, you know, with the silver and the shots in them and all that. And I was like, oh man. But that just shows you the world's changing with information. You know, you can't hide no more now. So yeah.
Yeah. But back to the main point I'm making about I mean, thanks for elaborating on that. That's good.
Oh, not a problem. No, you know, I research around.
Yeah.
But
anyway, back to the doxing part, real quick. Like that was an example I've used. But the thing about doxing is like, it's serious. It can be serious, especially if it falls in the wrong hands. Like, you know, especially, you know, I know some people that you know, that have done time and probably, I don't even know at this point, still doing time for like, you know, identity theft and shit like this, right? But like at the same time, the most common thing that will most likely happen to you, will basically be you'll get like pizzas at your house or gets like prank calls to your house or worst case in that context, death threats. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I know about those.
Like for some, like I'm not gonna claim it was from doxing, but my dad even told I went over to my dad's house and it was quite conveniently around the time period me and Malik was going through this, right? And I'm not gonna say it was due to doxing, but it was just quite coincidental that my dad was telling me, yeah, man, I got like 20. Domino's came over to my house with 20 pizzas, and I said it wasn't ours, and I'm just like, that's weird, but yeah.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, it happens. I've seen those.
You got some free food.
But you know what's so funny? You know what's so funny? Why I don't participate people in arguments on panels where I've learned what triggers doxing. And I've studied this too. And someone told me on the side, pulled me to the side, just don't get in arguments with people on panels. Because what happens is if someone's close to you, oh yeah, they'll do it. You ain't gonna know it. It's a stealth play they do. And they did this with we brought up swatting. Me and Wolf talked about it earlier when we came on the panel. And yeah, I seen that back in the day. It's even worse. That's why you can't troll. That's why you don't see a whole lot of trolls. You see them in the clouds in other areas, but not on YouTube as much. I mean, you see them, but it's not trolling. It's just wild. You know, it's like a hacker version. They say, I'm gonna send pizzas and all that other stuff, and you know, just to troll with you and fuck with you. But the trolling today, like if you really want to troll and just make fun of somebody, you got a soft troll, and you kind of like you say their name, but you disrespect and all that. Because I remember my trolling days when I was younger, but I got out of that shit when I got older. Thank God I did when the Androids came out. That's when that shit came, when that swatting came on that Call of Duty shit. Now I'm glad I don't play Call of Duty either because of that shit.
Here's the thing, sir. Me and Omega, the community that we come from, the wrestling community, the hardcore wrestling community, which is mostly white, unfortunately.
Yeah, you told me.
Yeah, trolls ran amok. I think I told you about the way I was doxxed. See, I don't think Omega Magic suffered as severe as I was, but my house was called. My house was called several times, and this has had to do with the video I made. I think I told you that too.
Yeah, you told me that.
Make a long story short, so I'm not going into that. I can say a few names. And Omega knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, the two names I want to mention, but I'm not going to. So
you don't have to. You don't have to.
Yeah, I don't want a phone call to the house.
Yeah,
but like I said, let's put it this way. From my end, FBI has been contacted. I reported it. Let's put it that way.
Oh yeah.
And the thing about doxers, they become stupider because, like, here's the thing. I've been on here for 6 years, right? And I've seen doxers days, but like when people usually dox, they never reveal who they are. But these motherfuckers like, oh yeah, I'm a doxer. It's like, dude,
they stupid. Yeah, they get caught really easy. You know, it lost its meaning what it was back in the day. And I tell people, I don't promote that on anything, but I tell people, look, them days is gone. Like the way the algorithm is pushing people together. And I mentioned this earlier in the stream. I tell people, look, it's damn near over because it's like all one big, you know, each community is like, you know, YouTube is changing next year. I don't know what the rules. It's probably gonna be the same. They're just gonna up the ante on things, but they barely do shit. You can't trust Google and YouTube for shit. I mean, I've been on this thing for like decades. I lost a channel to some political shit on my first channel back in 2007. I lost it in 2012, a creation of this channel. Now, this is technically my second channel, but my main channel now because I build a lot of content on it. You know, I have stuff saved, you know, videos and pre-records, you know, but the live streams, that's a whole nother story. I won't get another computer in the future to get this stuff because I'm trying to stay out of all the wild stuff, because they making some changes and people have to move different now. Like you said, yeah, everybody's moving different. They're not doing what they used to. They have to circle around and find other content, especially outside of YouTube. They go in places like Clubhouse, Rumble, and if you want to really speak that wild stuff, you go over there. That's just my advice. I mean, YouTube's not the place for that. They already censored the right. Next thing you know, the left is next. If they ain't careful.
Yeah, and they taking away the dislike button, but there's dislike button there. It just
I saw that. That right there kills YouTube right there. This is where people will be like, all right, we can't criticize you. Damn. But I mean, we can see it. I've seen the dislike when they gave me a dislike, not on my video, but on my studios, I'll be like, yeah. And that's okay. That's cool. But what's the point though? Get rid of all of it then. Just give us
they didn't get rid of it really. All they did was they took away the thumbs down symbol and replaced it with the word dislike literally. And then when you hit dislike, all it says is we'll share the feedback with the user. That's with
the studio. That's what I mentioned. But I'm just saying, why don't they just go with the stars? That would make more sense. I remember YouTube had the stars and stuff. Just be simple. Like, see, that's what I'm talking about. Like, you can't change nothing what they've done already. I've seen how they did monetization the first time in 08 when I had my first channel. That shit was gone, man.
I mean, well, I imagine that times have changed.
Y'all know this guy ITB? You know him?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, we know ITB. Yeah.
Oh yes, I do know ITB. Yes, he's from my.
Oh, okay, yeah, but fuck. Is it ZTB or ITB, the bad guy?
ITB.
ITB.
I know ITB.
Okay, so I thought so CBTV is the bad guy. Change your guys' name. Shit. I'm sorry.
Let me see.
Yo, what's up? What's up, Omega? King Alliance. What's going on? Yeah, what's up, host? First time on your channel. Man?
All right, appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like, oh, okay, no, okay. One fun fact, I want you to know a little background about me. I am a type of dude that does engage politically. One could assume that I'm on the left. Me personally, I am just on the side of, when it comes to the politics, I'm on the side that gets down to the truth of shit so we can finally solve some shit in this fucking country, because there's so many fucking problems. Like, if a Republican has a way to solve problems, I'll be down for that Republican. Be like, okay, let's go with his side. But because I haven't seen really much, I've seen more on the Democratic side. While at the same time, I'm also willing to not say that there is innocent saints, because I'm hearing. How about I say this? I'm hearing more, but more than I'm seeing more. But that's still a lot more than I'm getting from the other side. But
yeah, I'm more independent. I try to pick what's my interest, and I mean, I support a group called the Brain Trust. They talk about things like that too. Last year, I was a part of that, that group. And I was in several communities prior, this channel, because, coming to these spheres, well, actually, I did my own thing with me and Rashawn. It's different. We're like the bad guys to the manosphere. We kind of laugh at them deep down, the modern day manosphere. I don't really care at this point, but we carved our own little circle. So, it's kind of like, Juan Jesus can tell you, better than anybody, and it's just what it is. But, politics, I do talk about it a little bit. I just stick with the ideology, the philosophy aspect and the systems that can work. I just did a political stream, part 2. That was a long, good ass stream too. I love the replay value of that. So yeah, I delve into that sometimes,
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm scared. I'm walking on eggshells when I make this statement. But I mean, overall, I feel like, why is it when I feel like that I'll fuck with Democrats and liberals when I want to get shit done to make this country great again, on a serious note. But when I want to party and bullshit, I'll fuck with conservatives and Republicans. And I say that because I don't know. I don't know if I could go to the strip club with Barack Obama or something like this, and tell you a dirty joke around Obama. He'll be like, listen, you can't disrespect the women. And I'm like, man, shut the fuck up.
But technically,
Trump or even Bush, I could probably say a dirty joke and they'll be like,
But technically, like, most Republicans, quiet as kept, what I've learned, they're more liberal as you think. The ones that's conservative, it's a small minority. That's what a guy told me when I used to work, and he pulled me to the side. He said, "Man, if you hang with them long enough, yeah, they're basically liberal. They pretend they're conservatives, but the ones that's conservative, it's a small minority. Now, you do have a lot of conservatives vote Democrat by study shows, and I'm like, they don't put it on there on the table, which is true because there's a minority liberals and Democrat, get things done when it comes to money." And what I found out about the term, what they coin, if they call you a liberal, you're basically a conservative liberal. In politics term, like economics, you're conservative, right? But military, you're liberal. Yeah, this country is very liberal, and I think the guy in the chat will tell you best. But liberal conservative, now if you're liberal on politics, that's the Democrats. They're liberal, right? But if you are a conservative in military, oh yeah, you're conservative militarily. You're basically kind of like a conservative Democrat, like what people use the term Dixiecrats. But once upon a time, both parties was one by Andrew Jackson. I did say that in certain streams. I did a conservatism stream. Oh, the first one was good, but that second one was wild. That second one was wild. I did 2 parts of that. Oh man, yeah, it was a good stream, but people got passionate. But when I did that liberal stream, oh, that was the longest stream. The first one. Yeah, but when I did libertarianism, oh yeah, it was like good information, things like that. But when I started talking about the political systems, oh, it was a good conversation after that. The first one and the second one. So yeah, I have like 2 playlists of that. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and the reason why I bring up politics, I talk about it a lot because I feel like politics is an essential element that especially the Black community needs to accept that it could benefit from.
Yeah, you just got to pick your right senators, your mayor, and have solutions and all that stuff, and you just put things together. I talk to guys like,
I put it this way because if politics or the government can hurt you as far as your personal life, it can definitely help you. And I say this because I run into like when it comes to like Black conservatives, almost every single one of them, they always bring up like, oh, well, the crime bill. I hate Joe Biden because the crime bill, which is bad.
Yeah.
But I'm saying it, but they bring that up and shit like, yeah, the crime bill got my daddy or my partner, blah blah blah.
Right. Like, man, I wish Mike V was on this panel. If you talk to them Black brain trust guys, they're similar like that in their beliefs. Like, even though they deal with the technology aspect, but they understand what's going on. But they bring up what the right does, this and that. That's been a problem YouTube since forever when I had my first channel. But at the time, I didn't notice it. You know what I mean? Because they're trying to be balanced. Yeah, you could be right. You just can't be extremely right. That's the problem. But they got other social medias. They got other places like Rumble. They got BitChute. Oh, it's booming.
I mean,
and they just mad at YouTube. Yeah.
I don't see you can't. I feel like you can be, but the right, I don't know. You just gotta learn how to virtue signal better.
Yeah, that's all it is. And the left, to me, like they're not even. I hate to say this, they're not really a threat. I mean, they have their problems, but they're not a threat as you think. It's like obsolete because most people
either it's white
towards in the middle.
White supremacy. Just take away their guns. But
the problem. Yeah, that's what they'll say. But I'm just saying the left to me, it's just like I don't take them seriously because they lean towards the middle every time. They don't want a real left. If you notice,
of Republicans, that's why you really should have taken beer. But okay.
Yeah.
No, with me and Omega know a few white supremacists, don't we, Omega?
Yeah.
We know one in particular.
Yeah, I know plenty myself, but I'm just saying in general, like you can't use the left as an argument because the left in general, if they really want to talk about the left, like the anarchists, they don't really delve in the internet like that. They're in the dark web, man. Like they underground with the shit.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Yeah, right.
Hold on. I got someone's at my door, so I'm gonna have to X out real quick. Hold on.
All right.
Yeah, people don't understand that you even got people that's from the left that's actually liberal, that's even white supremacists as well, where they keep behind the doors. But the ones that you're talking about is the ones that out there in the open. But the ones that behind the scenes is the worst.
Yeah,
they the worst
and some liberals don't have to be left or right. They actually usually the right historically. Like that party, I try to tell people, yeah, Republicans is a liberal idea. I hate to say that. And at first I used to believe like that. And then I said to myself, when I actually did research, I said, oh, I see what they did. See, the Republican Party, when you study nationalism, you know it's a liberal idea. It's not conservative at all. A true conservative conserves like the mass. You know what I mean? Because anytime you hear democratic societies, people think it's liberal. Nah, it's conservative. They want big shit. They want the military budget. Think about the military budget, for example. Military industrial complex, prison complex, you want more money. That's the thing. Liberals want to hold the money, but they don't give you shit. Quiet as kept. They try to act like they care, but they don't. They're really what you'll say like a nationalist or a supremacist.
Oh, you are.
Things like that. Yeah.
You are correct about that because I live in a liberal state here in Chicago, Illinois. They definitely do that. The taxes is so fucking high, especially they got the property taxes the highest in the country. And then they racking up on tickets, like putting up cameras and things to give you tickets, and they bust up the tickets and everything, and they just racking up money and they keep taxing you more. Okay, because they got like this city got plenty of dollars, got plenty of money, but they act like they broke. And they put
man.
Go ahead. I said enough.
Yeah, it's right. I talk a little bit about that, like in the weekdays, and I used to talk about it, like weekends and open discussions, and we talked about it and we pulled things up, information. We debated a few people on here, like certain guys that I talked to and things like that. And yeah, man. Yeah.
I think people laugh. But yeah, you ain't lying about that. This place got so much money that they even trying to battle the Chicago Bears that show you that they got money, but they act like they broke. Like what?
Yeah, they hypocritical. That's like that in here in the state of Georgia, if I've noticed. And especially I used to live in Atlanta for like decades, like 12 years, and then I moved in 2019 to a small city. But after that, I already knew the dynamics was going to be a blue state because it has liberal backing, but Republican governor, quiet as kept. They wanted conservative, like on both parties. But the problem with conservatives, they're not respected on neither party because they have their own. But libertarians have never treated, I think, blacks fairly. Like some people say it's cool. Yeah, it's cool, but you don't get the respect that you do because the whites want their own little thing. Like Malik was saying, that's true. The Green Party is more actually helping blacks get with that energy. Anytime you mention energy and anarchists, if you super far left, like a Bernie Sanders, there's a reason why they don't want him. He's about energy. They don't want guys like him changing the world. Like, the real problems, like the stuff, like the smog and all that, the traffic. They don't want shit like that. The wind farm, they don't want that. You know why? That messes with their budget. Because the military built this country, whether we like it or not, or the prisons and things like that are small economics. That's like third or fourth, whatever. But people got to understand why the military exists. Where we're stretched in. One, we got them here. We got different agencies. You got big medias on the internet like Google and YouTube and the liberal media, of course. But the military protects their data, their interests. You know what I mean? If you go against that, man, it's hard to compete with that if you have your own shit. If you have your own shit, you still got to pay certain taxes. Or if you have a charter, you still got to fight with them on deals and things like that. And I try to tell people, if black people want their own website, well, good luck for that, because a lot of brothers don't want to pitch in. You know what I mean? Because it's ego. I talk about that on the channel sometimes too in open discussions. And we just say early in the stream, that's the problem too. But yeah, man.
Yeah, it's hard to get brothers together. It's kind of crazy how, that you just said, not really crazy, but you can give women out here to support somebody. Especially a man that goes to their narrative. They will flood their inboxes with money. But when it comes to guys with and trying to create their own script spaces for guys and businesses, it don't get supported at all. It don't.
Yeah, nope. I see it all the time.
Straight matriarchy.
Man. Yeah, I see it all the time. Yeah,
it sound like plagiarism. Sorry, messed up on my words.
Yeah. But I look at it as I see it as a plutocracy. I think me and Dre talked about that. Yeah, we talk about all those terms was pushing what you'll say like a modern feminist or gynocracy people like to use, but it's actually plutocracy because you got the oligarchs controlling that,
Right.
And it's awful. It's awful, but men struggle. But what's so funny? You got some women that do want patriarchy, but the ones that don't, the so-called modern, the hoes, man, that's what's, they're desperate, but this whole thing, man, when I saw streams when people was stuck in the house, they didn't have much hobbies, what I've noticed. And I talked about it earlier in the stream, and that's what kind of set people back,
Yeah, they are under a patriarchy. They under a white patriarchy. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So they get money for big daddy government. You know?
I was just about to say, inflation is not going to stop. No, I mean we thought it was bad now. Wait till next year.
Oh, it's been going on for like it's getting a little bit better, man, because it's like I'm paying more money for gas and shit like that now. Heat went up. And it's I'm dealing with a mild winter right now, and it's like, what the fuck?
So like like my heat is like I'm not using as much heat. Like I use like a little here and there, like to warm up or make sure my pipes doesn't freeze or anything. But that's about it. I don't use as much. I don't even keep it on.
I think some people don't use as much down here too, and I've noticed that too in certain states. Yeah, because it's mild and it depends on the outside of weather. But if you have closed in house or like walls and stuff, it gets cold and hot. Yeah, some people use that, but most people don't as much. It depends on how your house is built. Yeah.
I mean, myself, I live in apartments, so
yeah, I figured that.
That little apartment since 2017 and 18.
Yeah.
On my own.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about in those apartments. They something else. Yeah, they'll charge you over time. And before you get an actual house, it's cheaper. I would say the housing down here is cheaper, but the apartments is expensive as hell. Ugh. Damn. It's like up if you're in Jersey, New York, if you have a lot of people from Jersey, New York coming to Atlanta as much, you see the difference in the apartment and the homes in the city. But outside of city, you're good. It's like under $200 something or less. Yeah. And you can save enough taxes outside of it too. Depends on what county you're in. So
I mean, I wish I could get my own land, but that's so damn expensive.
Yeah.
Land. Straight up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you trying to go that far, you got to do some hustling. No, I'm talking about legally, not illegal, but man, you gonna have to build your credit up, and you gonna have to have something. Even if you battle land, you gotta have some you gotta build something on it to produce more money, man, to keep it.
Yep. That's not even cheap.
Are you trying to farm? Or are you trying to build a building? I don't know what you're trying to do. You trying to get some land?
Grow fruits and vegetables. I mean, I would like to farm, but but that's way too expensive in my league right now.
It depends on where you at. If you in the city, you can't do that. But maybe out in the rural areas, you can buy some land and farm there. You can actually do that.
Cause like if I did farms, I'll get some small chickens, not no expensive chickens.
Right. I know somebody that tried to do that. It was a immigrant. He was he's from Mexico. He's a legal one, but he's not one of those illegal. But he had some property, and he tried to have a farm in his yard. He had chickens and everything, and the government shut that down. But he had it for a couple of years. He's like, man, you can't do that here.
Yeah, that's fucked up. It is. But the price ain't gonna stop increasing. And people think it's going to. No, it's not. So get prepared for next year.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't gonna quit anytime soon.
Yeah, especially with the current events that's happening, especially overseas, man. That's what I really be focusing on, like overseas politics. Because I'm really seeing about the thing with Russia and Ukraine, and they've been you got the EU been talking to America about it, and it's actually spread over to the EU, and that's why they calling for America to have an answer for that.
Mm-hmm. The best thing to do exactly is if price is going up, people save up more and more money. That's the best thing. Or take money out of your bank account just in case something bad happens with the bank. That's another thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or
that happens.
Digital currency. I don't trust digital currency, but hey.
That what happened with the banks that back in the 2008 crash. Banks were getting bought out. A lot of people lost their fucking life savings and shit, and they was rushing to get their life savings to completely take it out. Because you had the big banks was buying the little banks back during that time. It was happening
2008. Fast. Yeah. I remember 2008. Back then.
And that happened in Greece back then too, because they had a fucking economical collapse over there in Greece, where man, it was just parts of downtown with just nothing but riot and lose and things like that, because their currency went completely down.
Well, I also suggest people, grow your own fruits and vegetables. That's another thing.
Yeah, it getting so bad in Greece that they was buying like spoiled food for cheap.
Damn.
And then it's like, man, to get some steak was like 80, currency like $80 or something like that. So yeah, that's something to watch out for.
Yeah, because I made homemade brownies this week, but think I'm gonna make something else. But yeah, it's already going.
Yeah.
I made homemade brownies this week. I didn't myself one time. Nope. Yeah, I'm good at making homemade stuff because like making homemade pizza, but now I'm just trying to turn it up a notch. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't want to cook the same old thing.
Yeah, that you said command in. Yeah, you right about that. I know that Houston had that law, but that's some bullshit. It's like that's completely impossible. Then I have to buy that property that my neighbor own, that's in, and move him out in the smalls that to have a fucking farm. That's fucking stupid.
Right.
My next thing I'm gonna make is homemade biscuits, gravy, cookies, and muffins, and homemade spaghetti. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, just take my skills up a notch.
Yeah. Fellas, I'm about to shut this down. Any last words?
Oh, okay.
No, I just about to leave too, but you can go ahead and shut it down.
Thank you so much for having me on the panel.
Same
All right,
here,
appreciate you, man.
Hey, what I want to say was earlier, sir, you saying I don't think nothing's wrong with being extremely right. If you're right, and you got the facts to back it up, it is what it is.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, not extremely right, but if I'm talking about off the rails, like a fascistic mindset, you know how people get, and some people will take it right. I am not saying it's nothing wrong with the right. It's just when you get too extreme, that's the problem. So yeah, I appreciate you, Lou. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on the panel too. Yeah. Well, always a
pleasure, man. Appreciate it, man. You can always put up the Sunday Madness. Hell, we talk about various things. I mean, I did this for like Wolf.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Oh, is Charles' stream still up? Is he doing his
Yeah, he's still up. Yeah, go by. Yeah. All right. Appreciate you, Lions, Kings of Lions. Yeah.
Yeah, I just saw to your channel.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Charles I know about BGS. I've been knowing them for like fucking back in 2016.
Yeah, they still around. He came to my chat one time, last two streams. BGS did. Charles shared my stream. So yeah, Charles be over here.
Okay. All right, man. Thanks for having me on the panel. You take it easy. Have a good night.
All right, now.
Hey, Omega, you still there? Or
he had somebody in the door.
Oh, okay. He must be busy then. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, when you clear the stream off the air, can I say something to you off the air for a second?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. We're about to close this down. All right. Peace.